her, trying to copy paste the picture that she saw online. It is outrageous, all the people faking beautiful, expensive lives. Don't you waste your time pretending I'm your happy ending. We both know I always was terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me, I am moving light speed away from who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light street in the sky the night brings. I'm not who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Say it once, say it twice, you don't mean it. You fused up, broke my trust, yeah, you lost the right to be the object of my empathy. You wanna know what you can do. Stop being nice to me, I am moving light speed away from who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me, I am moving light speed away from who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light street in the sky the night brings. I'm not who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy. Watch out, I'm coming fast, past ya. In my lane, doing laps past ya. Got my foot on the gas, past ya. Ain't no brakes, pulling fast past ya. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy.
Fun, amazing, playing some really good teams.
That's cap. It's definitely rough. You can't play the teams and champs. Every challenger team is not playing anymore.
I think the first couple days of practice it was really shit. We were playing terrible, but now we're playing a lot more like ourselves. We've been owning.
We're testing out a lot of new things that I don't think teams will be ready for. I don't know if a lot of teams will be prepared with the way we play, so I'm excited.
Kind of had expectations of like Cloud9 like kind of thrown again.
Yeah, I think everyone was surprised at crew. For everyone else, it was like whatever to me. Like I didn't think realistically like 100 T's or Sentinels could get that far. They have a lot of good players, but just the way they played all season, I just couldn't see it.
What? You making me go?
Had to think.
Yo, off rip. I'm looking at you. You're like, ooh, and then you.
Howlin' Ray's, Broad Street Oyster Company in Malibu, Heidi Lau, and then the Burrilla Tacos.
Yeah, I think like Santa Monica Pier as well. It's like
I
a
named
pretty
all food
iconic.
stuff.
Yeah, I know. I was
Just
sitting
like
there thinking, I'm like,
everything, nothing
I'm
but
like,
food.
Potter is definitely a foodie.
Pacific Coast Highway. All you do is just like drive and look at the water and the mountains. It's pretty.
It has like so much different kinds of food, like culturally. I think it's like, there's just everything, anything you could want. You just gotta drive a little bit.
The weather is the best part. It's so nice. It's always super nice. It's never bad.
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't care. Just put me on the land. I just want to play.
I come from Counter-Strike for the past 20 years, and there's never been a Counter-Strike tournament in Korea, ever. So watching League of Legends constantly go to Korea, I was always so jealous. So for me, yeah, I mean, if there was a Valorant tournament in Korea, that would be a dream come true, for sure.
I've always wanted to go to like the UK or Sweden.
I'd say like maybe Houston, because I know they had like the League of Legends team like a while ago, and I just want to go back to Houston to see like family and stuff.
I feel like a couple cool ones would be like Hawaii, Sweden, Egypt. These are just the places I want to go, so.
It's really tough to place a goal after you make it to the grand finals of the last tournament, for sure. Anything but grand finals, it feels like it would be a disappointment.
Like we've gotten the taste of victory and like the taste of like making it to the final match of the whole tournament. We know what it takes, we know what it's like, we've had the feeling, so it'll be even easier around this time. We just have to perform like we did at Tokyo and we'll be fine. So I think just getting at least top 2 would be a good goal for now.
done. We are the champion. We are the 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 done. We are the champion. Let's one jump on selector. Murder style. Yeah. I'm on station under silent pattern. I'm on station under silent fashion. Under the door, I'm section number one. Run the breath of we are the champion, champion. We are the champion, number one. We are the champion, we are the done.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. They won Lock-In, they won Masters Tokyo, but the question on everyone's mind is, can Fnatic get the three-peat? Because their run for the crown starts today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of VALORANT Champions Los Angeles, coming at you live from the Shrine Expo Hall here in Cali. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Mimi, and we're here with M80 Psycho today. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, Golden Boy. Thanks for having me, buddy.
Pleasure to have you here, as always. Looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table here, and it's going to be a fun one for sure. And you know, look, I'm personally glad that we have Psycho here on the desk, because one thing we have to know is he was the villain. This is the villain. This man lives a villain lifestyle. Okay?
I mean, Champs 22, this guy was shushing the EMEA crowd. I mean, you were the worst nightmare of some of these fans.
Yeah.
Every story needs a hero. Every story needs a villain. Am I right?
Yes, right here. This is it. You were so excited for this one. You could just see it happening in real time. And you know what, though? Here's the thing, right? We need a new villain. And I think that it makes sense that we have Psycho here on the desk to guide us through what it's like to be a villain. And we're starting to see that happen, because Demon 1 is looking like he's ready to take the mantle, Psycho. He's been saying some things. He's been doing some things in the server as well. Any advice for him in taking upon the role of a villain?
Yeah, he sure has been taking that role. You know, I think that he is ready. You know, it might be time to pass that torch down. You know, I love these plays from him. You come in here, you shoot the body a little bit, you teabag a little bit, you know.
Salacious.
Yeah, I love this. But I think that he could step his game up. You know, the camera cuts to him. What is he doing? He's looking at his monitor, right? Stand up a little bit, shush the crowd, shh. You know, let the other team give him a little wave, a little kiss.
Yeah.
You know,
maybe a little scope,
like,
you know, you know what I mean?
Style. That's right. That's
exactly.
Right. It's all a mental game, right? And, mental fortitude is a big thing in this game, and if you can get in the enemy team's head and disrupt their ability to focus, that is a huge advantage for you and your team.
That's some really good coaching. I feel like I'm going to try and take this advice into my own life.
Yes, please use that in your ranked games later today.
If I disagree with someone, I'm just going to just stand up in my room, shush them.
Just going to walk into the DMV, someone's going to say something, you're just going to go shh. Like that. It's very aggressive at them. I like that. New era of Mimi. I mean, you're dressed for business, so clearly you're ready to go.
Sure. I love the suit today. Looking sharp.
Look at us.
You're not ready for business.
I'm not ready for business.
Very unprofessional.
I'm so sorry. How dare I show up in a jean jacket? All right, guys. Well, listen. It's all about Group C today. And first up, we're going to see NRG making their debut here against China's Billy Gaming, a squad that's making their international debut. Now, and we also have the Lock-In and Masters Tokyo winners, Fnatic, facing off against an old nemesis in Zeta Division. And then, of course, later on, you're going to be treated to another great matchup as we see who moves forward to the bracket stage as FUT takes on EG. Great matches today, Mimi.
They'll be good, and this is another day where I think there is a clear favorite in both of these matchups. It's Billy debuting on LAN internationally versus NRG, who's always on top, and it's Fnatic, who's won both tournaments, versus Zeta, who only just came out of LCQ. We've seen a lot of upsets already this tournament, but if either of those flip, that will be an insane moment for the respective teams.
It absolutely would be. I mean, there's definitely some clear-cut favorites coming into today, and the onus is really on Billy, you know, to come in and upset NRG, and similarly with Zeta to come up and upset FNC. I believe in both of them. I think the potential is there, but it really is who shows up on the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for sure. But there are a lot of people who feel quite confident in their pick'ems, even though, you know, the groups have been a little topsy-turvy at times, and thankfully we have the greatest groupologists the planet has to offer to help guide us through this with another one of their patent pending, and I cannot emphasize this enough, on the pending groupology segment. Take it away, Brennan Sideshow.
Time for another groupology, is it? Wonderful. Well, Brennan, we're starting off here in Group C with Fnatic versus Zeta. Which team are you feeling?
I mean, it's got to be Fnatic.
I mean, it has to.
Undisputed, going all the way through the group.
Not
Number one seed, not dropping a round, I hear.
Yeah.
That's what the streets are saying.
That's what the streets are saying currently.
That's what the streets are saying, and that means Zeta go into the lowers.
Zeta go down to the bottom.
Slap them down. NRG, Billy Gaming.
Yeah, NRG, Billy Gaming. Now, I'm afraid Billy Gaming need a bit more time. First time turning up to an event. Listen, I like YZ as much as anybody, but it's going to be NRG.
Okay, I think I would agree with that as well. I mean, there's no logical way to refute that, and I'm all about logic.
There isn't particularly. So I'm hoping this is a fantastic match in the upper. It wasn't last time these two teams played, but I'm hoping NRG can step up and make this one a banger.
But it's going to be Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's going to be.
I don't think they drop a round.
One round?
I don't think they drop a round.
Okay, well I'm hoping for a little more than that. I've got to be honest with you. Okay, so that's going to send NRG down to the lowers.
Yep, they're in the lows.
Yeah.
And Josh, you're familiar with this one. What is this? So
they'd be. I would have Zeta winning.
Zeta winning this one? Yeah, I think I would agree with that as well.
Yeah, pop Zeta
in here.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you planning to do?
Do you remember this one, Josh? Revenge of Zeta Division.
Oh, no, you can't. No, you can't. The fan base is not going to be happy about that one. Actually, even when NRG...
I'm in control of the stick.
Even when Zeta were at their absolute peak, they didn't even win a map against Optic Gate.
Laz is going to lock chamber every map and drop 50. He's the new Kang, I swear to God. Zeta go through in the lowers. It's done. It's sealed.
That destroyed Josh. He's gone. The poor soul. You'd think he'd be ready to flip logos too. That's his whole shtick. When we were in Tokyo for Masters, we went out to a random izakaya one night, and we saw people across the way wearing Zeta Division merch, making a thing like this, looking over at Josh. And they walked up, and one of them spoke English and was like, Are you the logo flipped guy? Are you the guy from Zeta? And then took a photo with him. So it's his only legacy now, unfortunately.
Oh man, the flip guy. That's what Sideshow would always be known as. That was quite the groupology there. We'll see how that one pans out. I'm curious on those lower bracket games. But let's go ahead though and take a step back, because last April Zeta Division actually knocked out Fnatic in the group stage at Masters Reykjavik. But the team unfortunately had to sit back and watch from the crowd at Masters Tokyo. So this is going to be a big opportunity here for Zeta Division, but also it's an opportunity for Fnatic to establish their dominance. And today we're awaiting this long-awaited rematch, and both are actually sat down with Laz for a quick chat about that event and more.
Hello, my name is Boaster, and this is a random segment of Boaster's Brain Farts. I'm here with Laz and Kohei, and yeah, I guess I'll just start off with some questions. Well, this one's not really a question, but I mentioned in Tokyo that, it would be really nice to play a Japanese team in front of a Japanese home crowd. However, I didn't mean it literally that we have to play the first game at this event. How do you feel? Obviously, you made it, so it's pretty stoked, but...
これ質問というよりはコメントなんだけれども、マスターズ東京で、また日本人のファンの前で、日本のチームとまたプレーしたいというコメントをして、ただこんなに早くプレーできるとは思ってなかったんでちょっとびっくりしました。ラズ選手はどう思ってますか？
そうですね、マスターズ東京はもう観戦席で見てて、ああいう風に言ってくれてすごい嬉しかったっていうのはあるし、こんなに早くねやっぱ実現するとも思ってなくて、はい、でまあでもそれでもチャンピオンズでねフナティックが当たれるっていうのはすげえ嬉しいです。
I was watching Masters Tokyo in the audience seat, and I was really happy to hear that you wanted to play against a Japanese team, and I too was surprised to be able to face you so early in the tournament, but really happy to see you on this stage at Champions.
What did it make you feel like watching Masters Tokyo, and how did that feel you to compete in the LCQ and get to here?
今マスターズ東京を観戦してたっていうことをおっしゃってましたけれども、マスターズ東京を見てどういうふうに感じて、LCQ への、何か糧になったのか、どういう気持ちで見てらしたんですか？
まあ、僕競技シーンでやってる時期がすごい長いんですけど、なかなかなんていうかな、この e スポーツの大会を観戦席で直に見るっていうのが結構初めてだったっぽくて、自分でもこれ初めてだってびっくりしたんですけど、で観客席から見ててすごい選手の緊張度合いというか、勝った時の嬉しさだったり負けた時のきつさだったりっていうのを感じて、すごい面白いなっていうのは感じましたね。でまあこの舞台に立てないっていうのもすごい悔しいっていう気持ちもすごい感じましたね。で LCQ に結構何かつながったかなって考えると、まあそんなにLCQ に向けて練習が始まった後は感じなかったんですけど、なんていうかな、勝つために何か自分の中のものを抑えながらチームが勝てるように頑張るというよりは、もう選手個人個人がその自分の特性を爆発させながらもうエネルギッシュに戦う感じっていうのは結構マスターズ東京に見て、なんていうんだろうな、モチベーションになったのがつながったのかなとはちょっと思ってます。大丈夫ですか？長いですか？だいぶ長い。
So
短くします。大丈夫ですか？
I'll try. So since I was in the competitive scene for so long, but when I watched in the Masters Tokyo in the audience seat, I realized, oh, this was my first time actually being in the audience seat to watch an esports event. And then it was that time I realized how much emotions gets conveyed from the players on the stage to the audience, how it tied into LCQ. What we learned was, or what I learned personally, was that rather than trying to suppress your feelings on stage for the win, to let it all out on the stage and to be yourself is much better than it gets the result that we wanted. And so the feeling of regret not being able to attend Masters Tokyo as the participating team, even that kind of feelings, I feel like I should let that out for a better result.
Oh, sheesh. Well, that passion and that fiery emotions is that's a good sign. That's a good sign of an IGL and a good sign of a player that still wants to compete, for sure. But that's all we have time for today. So back to you at the desk.
And thank you so much, Boaster. I don't know, you didn't see me on camera, so I didn't get to do that hand motion. But you know what, guys, no matter where you are in the world and what social media platform you're using, or, you know, even the curse one, make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Champions as well as VCT, because we want to hear from you. Now, let's go ahead and jump right into it and talk about today's first match, because we have NRG versus China's Billy Billy Gaming. Say that 5 times fast, but guys, you know what? I'm a little verklempt here. I'm a little because I feel like something's not right. You know, I don't know what it is. It's Don. Do you know what it is?
I got this.
No, surely not. The Madman.
He's back.
He's back. The villain has returned. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the villain Psycho. He's returned again. What a time to be alive. But I don't know. Something's not right.
Still not right? Still not there?
I got it.
Are you going to join him?
I got it as well.
Sure.
Let's get down to business.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
I mean, I suppose it would only be professional if I also... Is that how you wear sunglasses?
Yes, because how else am I going to read the darn thing, Mimi? I'm blind. I'm 50.
Your glasses up.
You know,
You're 50. Happy birthday.
I feel it sometimes, you know.
Now we're looking sharp.
There she is.
Give him a little shush.
Mimi, you actually... Oh, okay. You actually look like an extra in The Matrix.
Oh, I actually was, fun fact.
Okay. No thanks. I'm pretty sure that movie came out before you were born, but in any case, though, let's get right into it and talk about today's first match, of course, as I mentioned before, NRG versus China's Billy Gaming. Now, despite the pedigree of NRG's core, they're not considered necessarily the favorites to win it all, which is quite staggering when you think about it, Psycho, considering the players that are on this team.
Yeah, it truly is. I mean, just an absolute star-studded roster here. They really retained the core of NRG and just added 2 really important pieces with both Artis and Som. This team is firing in all cylinders. And I've always said, I value consistency over peak, and this team is the definition of consistency. They haven't fallen beneath top 4 in an international event all year. They fell just short there at Tokyo, taking the 4th place, but I think that they're well poised right now to make a very deep run. They have the experience, they have the talent, they have the God IGL in the form of FNS, and Chet, the spectacular coach. They have all of the pieces they need to make this deep run and take down Fnatic and take this title home on their home turf.
Yeah. And that's the thing, no one's really talking about NRG as a favorite, which I think is so strange because, like you're mentioning, this team's consistency is really unparalleled. You think back to 2021, how many teams that were on top then are still around now? It's really just this core of NRG and Fnatic that are still in this position. So this is a squad that no matter the tournament, no matter the meta, can never be underrated because the consistency that core brings.
Absolutely, and it shows that ability to adapt. Valorant's a game where the meta shifts rapidly. Agents are added, things are buffed and nerfed, maps are added and changed, and NRG has showed that they can adapt to whatever is thrown at them and come out on top and be a dominant force in any tournament or league that they're competing in.
Yeah, and that is the reason why we have continued to just praise this team for such a long time now. The consistency truly is incredible. But let's actually go ahead and check in with NRG because IPOC standing by with some words with Sam, of all people. Let's go ahead and see what's going on.
Thanks so much, GB. I'm going to grab Som real quick. How you doing? Really quick question ahead of today's game, I guess, in terms of the 3 Chinese teams here at Champions. Billy B, the biggest unknown. How are you feeling in general about the matchup today?
I'm feeling good in terms of our team, but obviously all the teams are here at Champs for a reason, so we're not going to treat them any differently between everyone else. So yeah, we're just going to play.
Okay, well, thanks very much for the insight. Good luck today. Back to you, GB.
100% understandable on that one. You got to treat every opponent, like the way you would treat anyone else in this tournament. These are the best of the world, that they're here for a reason. Sam has had an incredible year in itself, maybe, but someone who has been firing on all cylinders as of late, not only in the calling, but also in-game, has been finesse. This man's been immaculate.
In Tokyo, he was performing better individually than we've seen in a long time. And that's on top of what you were already talking about, Don, with this guy's consistency in calling, being able to adapt through all those different metas. And I think it's the fundamentals he brings to this team. His mid-rounding is really unparalleled across other IGLs within our scene. And when he's having tournaments where he's performing, where he's popping off on top of that, I think it propels NRG from a contender to a team that you could favor to win tournaments.
Absolutely. FNS has always been known for his calling and not his individual play, and his teams have excelled despite his individual play, right? But Tokyo, he showed that when he shows up individually and he's putting up big numbers, he can really lead this team to the top.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, again, when you look at the stats holistically, right, you could be like, oh, but it looks relatively the same, but it's the small details, it's the impact in the server that Finesse has had, like you saw on those plays that we just ran, or even his calls. Everything about what this guy has been doing has been clicking, and it's been working so well.
And I think that translates through to the rest of the team as well here. Like you were talking about, they brought in Som at the beginning of this year, they made these changes, and for some, he was a player who was so unknown, underrated. It was his first in Valorant, but he has stepped onto the international stage, and I think he's been a top 10 player at every single event that he has played at thus far this year. And I think you can credit his team, giving him that environment to get used to Tier 1, to thrive on this stage, and also credit to just his talent and flexibility, doing that while playing the controller role, while flexing across so many different agents. It's just such an impressive thing to be able to do for a player so young.
Absolutely. I feel like people forget that Sam was insta-locking Jet almost all of last year, and now he's dominating as one of the top controllers.
He was playing Yoru more than anything else.
Yeah, Yoru.
Besides Jet, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was absolutely absurd, and now he's locking controller, and he looks like one of the top controllers in the world easily. And it just is a testament to how this NRG squad is so well put together. The calling is so good, and they enable all of their players, not just their stars, to be the best possible players they can be, and combine to be the best team that they can be.
Yeah, the system works for NRG, and I think Sam is a perfect example, and really just emphasizes why NRG have had so much success. So actually, Mimi and I actually had an opportunity to sit down with Finesse and Sam to get their thoughts heading into the tournament. Let's go ahead and check it out. Joined by two incredible folks. We got NRG's Finesse as well as Sam here. And fellas, first and foremost, obviously, congratulations just on making it to Champions, getting to this point. It obviously has to feel like a little full circle for you guys, right? Being in this position yet again. You were here last year. Now you're in a spot where, I think a lot of people look at NRG as one of the strongest teams in the Americas region and poised to win a championship, but yet you guys have always been in the top 4. What do you do to break through to get that championship, hoist a trophy over your head?
You just have to get to the closest thing you can get to perfection as a team, and that takes a level of effort, obviously, a ridiculous amount of effort to consistently get that chemistry up to that level. We haven't quite reached that all the way up until this point, I feel. So we're pretty comfortable going into this event.
It's constantly pushing for that. And for you, Sam, this year has been a lot for you. It started off with, I think, a lot of people doubting, who is this guy? How's he going to be able to perform at a Tier 1 level? But now at every international event that you guys have made it to, you've performed exceptionally and been one of the best players on your team and internationally. Did you ever see yourself making it to this point a year or 2 years ago? And what has that progress been like for you as a player?
I mean, yeah, I had a lot of expectations for at least myself. I kind of had like an image of myself before I even started playing with these guys, of like kind of like a goal what I wanted to be in this team. And I think up until this point, I've been doing pretty well. I've been meeting my personal expectations. Obviously, we haven't won anything yet, but that's definitely on the goal list too. And yeah, I mean, it feels good.
Yeah, well, I have no doubt, you know, you guys are on an incredible path, and it seems like the chemistry is there, but we got to figure out how good the chemistry is. Okay, that's what we're here today. Okay, so we're gonna do some funnies, we're gonna do some shenanigans,
like a little fun,
a little couples game, if you will. So let's start off with a real simple one. All right, and I'll ask the question, and then you answer for your teammates. So, Vanessa,
go ahead.
He loves
fun. What is Sam's favorite color?
Come on.
It's an easy one. Come on, man.
We talk about this all the time.
Yeah, all the time.
All the time.
No, we don't.
Surely you know.
No, we have different. What kind of conversations do you guys think we have?
Probably just that. Like, what's your favorite color?
Sorry, are you two not friends? I mean, I know Mimi's favorite color.
No, you don't. Of course.
It's
no,
blue.
you don't.
I love blue.
She loves blue.
See, you guys.
Take a wild guess. I had to.
I mean, maybe John's just not a real one. Do you know?
I think I have a.
I guess red.
Red.
No, it's blue.
What's his?
But I can guess yours.
What is it?
Purple.
Oh, you should know mine. I've said it multiple different times.
Honestly, just.
What's yours?
Mine's teal.
Teal. Oh, teal's
Okay.
actually a go to color fist bump for that one. Thank you. Okay, next question.
Next question. This one, I think, might be a tough one. Who's the better streamer?
I'll give it to him. He's just done it longer.
But you're the guy who promoted the match of the century.
Okay, listen. If I put in the effort and the time that he has, I would be better, in my opinion. But because he's had more time and he's had more like experience with it, he's better. Similar to Tarek. Tarek's mid too. Like I could take these guys at the highest level if I put in as much time into like streaming as I do to competing.
So you're saying it's just like playing. You put in the time, the dedication, you could do it?
Yeah.
I just think I have it in me, yeah.
He has the streaming dog in him.
Yeah. But also like a little delusional.
No.
Oh.
It's fine though.
What do you think about that, Sam?
I mean, I think
you're
if
the guy
he
who's put
really,
in
I think if he really tried, he would maybe get to like a half of me.
You know, we've had
maybe
this
a quarter of Tarek.
We've had this conversation so many times.
Why did you have this conversation? How'd that start?
Well, first thing I asked him, I'm like, if you and I streamed every single day, and Tarek took like a month break and came back, do you think we can compete? And the answer was a resounding no.
Not a chance.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say Tarek's definitely the king of streamers in Valorant, and he's obviously a close second, but we'll make it someday.
Yeah, he'll overtake.
Seems like they have pretty good synergy.
Yeah, I think you guys are going to be perfectly fine. Appreciate y'all taking the time, and of course, best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Looking forward to seeing what y'all do. But that's going to do it for us here. Back to you guys. Thank you so much, me. Can I say you're looking quite adorable lately? In any case, though, learned a lot, kind of. You know, because we have more questions, but the streamer one, they kind of just hung on that one for a minute. But I do agree. If you basically put the time in, anyone could be a big streamer.
I disagree with that. That's not true. Don't lie to the audience.
I mean, they said Tarek is mid. Is that true? Is that true, audience? What do you guys think?
Is that true, audience? Do you think that Tarek's mid?
No.
There's a lot of out there. Wow, crazy. Just messing around.
But I lie.
In any case, though, guys, let's go ahead and move on to NRG's opponent for today. It's, of course, China's Bilibili Gaming, and if they are making that international debut, and they're going up against one of the best in Americas. This is going to be a tough one for them, Mimi, but this team has what it takes despite the doubters.
Yeah, Bilibili has been around in China for a while, but they've yet to have that opportunity to go international. At the beginning of this this year, they picked up YZ, who's been one of the kind of most exciting talents out of China. And that was kind of their initial player pickup to propel them forward. But then to qualify before Champions, they pick up 2 new supportive players in K-Knight and Yosemite, and I think really leveled up the way they're playing. Well, we look at FPX and they play a lot of really wacky comps and are trying to define their own style. I think when I watch BLG, the influence from international teams is clear. They play a ton of comps that Fnatic plays, that is the meta internationally. And I think, well, some of the other Chinese teams we talk about as just being really focused on having one insane star player. This team, I think, has really put an emphasis on building up their fundamentals. But the question is, how far along is that versus a team like NRG, where that's kind of their whole shtick?
Absolutely, and I think that's the big question is we know China has the talent. We've seen a team like EDG come in and be the worst team in the tournament and then come back a year later and place top 5. We know that the Chinese teams can work hard, they have the talent, they can get it done. The question is, how far along on that journey is Bilibili right now? Are they ready to take down a juggernaut like NRG, or is this just a step in their experience ladder to eventually take down an opponent like that later on?
Because remember, for EDG, it wasn't just improving as a team, it was also building experience. Going international, it's very different than playing at home at China. Different scrim environment, different place. It's hard to adapt to these new situations. And for BLG, it really is how quickly can they try and follow in EDG's footsteps.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I was talking to Finesse, I think just the other day, and we were talking about just them having kind of like this home field advantage, not needing to travel, you know, halfway around the world to go play in this tournament. That does play a role in this. You may not think so, but as a person who's traveled a fair amount of my life, as we all have, jet lag is a pain. So I think that, you know, Bilibili, obviously they probably have came in a little earlier, maybe they're getting over that, but it's still that massive culture shock. And also it's just that time shock as well that can really like throw you off, and you're gonna be playing on a big stage in front of a great crowd. So this is truly going to be an interesting matchup to see where BLG is. And look, EDG has already shown that China is ready to play on the world stage. We're just wondering if this is simply the beginning. But let's actually go ahead though and send it back over to HiPop, because earlier today he had some words with Bilibili's Jackson. See what he had to say.
Thanks so much, GB. I'm actually going to try and grab Jackson here. Obviously, EDG have been the first team internationally from your region to really impress. For those not familiar with Bilibili or the region in general, what's your team's identity and what are you hoping to showcase here at Champions to the World?
那想问到我们教练的是，其实 EDG 可以说是来自森瓦的队伍，第一个可能给世界留下比较深刻印象的队伍，所以说可能很多人对 CN 赛区，包括说对于 BLG 没有那么的熟悉，所以说这次你们想要为大家带来怎么样的一个面貌？你觉得你们是怎样的一支队伍呢？
我们是16支队伍当中唯一第一次参加 S 级赛事的队伍嘛。然后我们能够参加这次冠军赛，我希望能够和各地区的队伍学习到他们的比赛经验啊这些。今天的话就是大家目标就是展现出自己平时训练赛水平的内容吧，打出练的东西。然后我希望场上的队员们能够把随机应变的能力也展现出来。
So I must say, maybe for BLG, we are the only team out of all the 16 teams that we don't have the international experience. This is our first time to participate in this kind of S-tier tournaments events, and it feels like maybe for our main goal for this event is we would like to learn more from the strong teams, to learn more experience, to accumulate more experience from other teams, and also hopefully it feels like for today's game, our team would like to focus more on our own strengths, our own in-game contents. Hopefully we can show you guys a good performance, and hopefully for the in-game contents we can show more.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much and looking forward to the game. Good luck today. Back to you, GB.
Thank you so much for that, HiPop. Great to hear from Coach Jackson there, and thank you, of course, Wendy, for the translations. But interesting, though, Psycho, because I actually want to get your thoughts on this, saying coming to this tournament, you want to get this experience, but this is Champions. You know, it's obviously going to be a tall task to like try and win it all, but, you know, quite interesting that is a direction that they are focusing on here, learning and building.
Yeah, I think it's very pragmatic from them, and I understand that approach from the coach, and I think it's also great from the players, right? You know, we're basically saying to our team, we're going to come in, we're going to play these teams that have more experience and might be better than us right now, but we're going to learn from this and take that experience later. And it takes that pressure off of them. We're not saying, hey, we have to come in and we have to do well, we have to beat these teams. We're just saying we have to learn. As long as we're coming in, putting in our best effort, seeing what we have and matching it up against them and seeing what we can learn from them in that experience, that's a good way to approach it.
Yeah.
And then from there, if they make a deep run, so be it.
Yeah, and that's what it's always been with these teams who are getting their first shot. EDG didn't do well at their first tournament, but afterwards they continued on and they made their run eventually. Building that experience, getting the team comfortable, and also just setting realistic expectations while still obviously aiming high is, I think, a really good approach that we also heard that FPX is going for when we were talking to their players.
Yeah, and again, nothing wrong with it, but, you know, always great to hear that kind of insight be given and, like, what the objective of the team is. And, yeah, a great idea, just relieving them of that pressure and letting them go out there and do their thing. And who knows, success may very well follow. It's going to be awesome to see how this works out. But, of course, guys, we have our MasterCard poll real quickly. Who's going to win the first match of the day? A resounding NRG at 89.4. Do you agree with that, Mimi?
That is very unsurprising, considering this was posted on, well, I guess it's not Twitter, and whatever it is, that the website that a lot of people from the US use.
Well, let's go ahead and get this show started. VALORANT Champions starts right now.
Won 2 tournaments, but we're coming into this Champions, and I don't know if we're ready yet. I mean, the last time Chronicle was in the Champions, he was in the finals. Yeah, what was it like to lose champs?
I guess my team is bad in elimination.
I'm always anxious, and I think that's why we're always so prepared.
まあそうですね、アップダウンがチームとして去年からすごい激しくて、それとモチベーション的にも辛くなる時はもちろんあったんですけど、でもなんていうかな、もうマラにもすがる思いで割と迷惑だろうなと思いつつ、ボスさんにちょっと IGL について質問したり、そうですね、彼の手を借りたという言い方が正しいのかなと思いますけど、すげえ親切に答えてくれて、ありがたいっていう気持ちもすごい大きかったし、すげえなっていう、尊敬の念がすごい強く感じましたね。
I don't think I'll ever say I'm the greatest IGL of all time. If you ever heard me say it, it would mean that I've kind of lost touch with reality and who I aspired to be when I first set out with this goal.
まさか1試合目で当たると思ってなかったけど、いい試合にしたいなと思ってる。
For this Champions, having a trophy under my belt, that's all that matters.
Şu an daha güçlüyüz. EG'ye karşı Tokyo'dan daha da güçlü bir oyun sergileyeceğimize eminim.
They're looking way better. This revenge match is going to be like probably one of our favorite matches to replay.
Zaten buraya kadar çıkmışız. Bundan sonra zaten bir korkumuz yok.
就是可能正常在我们日常训练的时候就不会想到太多，但是真正就是今天现在我就是离舞台这么近，然后就想到就是离比赛的日子越来越近的时候，就整个人的心跳就会就随着时间推进就越来越快吧，就有那种。
Last time we were here, we ended up coming second place when we feel like we should have been able to win it. Now it's redemption. We let this slip away before. We don't plan to do that this time.
其实那种响应的心是一定不会消失的，不会说因为对手太强，我们就不会去响应。
We're a completely different team from Brazil and Tokyo. We just trust each other more.
All right, congrats to you both on making it here. Champions 2023, pretty big deal. Good job to you both. So first match of the day, let's get started. NRG, you are higher seed, Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So BLG, you will be Team A. And we will start with your first ban. Fracture?
Oh, no.
Haven? You're fine, you're fine. Your ban?
Ascent.
Ascent. And map number 1.
Number 1. He's been.
He banned Ascent.
Lotus.
They want to play Lotus, side on Lotus.
I'll pick attack.
Attack. Map number 2.
Split.
Split. Side on split. Defense. Okay, we're going to go to the next set of bans, starting with BLG. You have Fracture, Bind, and Pearl. Bind. And then your ban. You have Fracture and Pearl.
Ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture. So map number 3 will be Pearl, side on Pearl. Defense. I'm going to run through this, make sure we're all set. First set of bans, we have BLG with Haven, NRG with Ascent. Map number 1 is Lotus with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Split with BLG on defense. Next set of bans are Bind and Fracture, makes Decider map 3 Pearl with BLG on defense. Good luck to you both.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Billy. Energy.
Energy are looking to hold a trophy over their heads yet again, but in their way is a team with nothing to lose and everything to gain. It's NRG versus Billy Gaming to kick off the day.
Last champions, NRG, their core let the win slip away. Second place in that one and top 4 in both events they've played internationally this year. Their only target is a win here at Champions, and it has to start now versus Billy. The expectation is a dominant game in their favor, but Billy, this is their first shot. The only team at this event to never go to an international before, an opportunity to learn and an opportunity to impress.
Absolutely, and with no expectations on their shoulder, anything can happen here. Energy have everything to lose and nothing to gain, in a manner of speaking. They let it slip away last year, and they're not ready to let it slip away this time. Everything that they have done this year, every practice, every bit of preparation has led them to this moment, and they're ready to grasp it.
Yeah, it genuinely feels like this is a team that, you know, they're coming into this tournament with the sights set on that grand finals, to be in that championship game, to compete for a world title. But the long is going to be, the road is going to be long and difficult, rather. And BLG in their way. And honestly, look, I think it's safe to say that at this tournament, you can't count anyone out, especially a team like BLG that have shown that they have those fundamentals, Mimi, and can actually perform, who knows, maybe even at Energy's level.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see if it's possible to hit that one. But I think that one is a good opportunity for Billy to be comfortable. They've picked into Lotus, which is one Energy has struggled on a lot in the past. They played something like 4 or 5 comps between Americas and Tokyo's, could never quite get it down. Towards the end of that one, they switched to basically the Fnatic comp with the Sky instead of the Fade in that one. And that worked a lot better for them. But on the side of Billy, they've been playing the basic Fnatic comp. They've gotten with the times on the meta. They put YZ on the Raze on this map. They're super proactive on their defense. Well, I never feel like actually doing too much craziness with that star Raze player. So I think this is a point of comfort for them.
That's right, and I think that they have the star power in their Raze player to make these plays. They just need to set him up a little better and support them. However, I do like the Energy comp. I think the Sky is the best solo initiator for this double controller meta that seemed to have cemented itself for this map. So it'll be interesting to see this play out.
Yeah, we're of course going to be jumping to the action in a minute here, and you know, I think that for NRG is a very clear desire to just really continue to show that they are, you know, one of the top dogs in the Americas region here. So really for NRG, and I think if you set up the expectations of what the game is supposed to be and how it's supposed to play out, I feel like anything less than NRG just coming into this and just looking dominant, looking strong. I think if they show any cracks in the armor, it is going to be a little problematic for them, and people might actually smell blood in the water when it comes to NRG, because it has happened before.
Sure, but like you say, it's happened before, and it's happened almost every time. This team is notoriously slow to start at international events. They win the opening matchup not as much as you'd expect for a team of their caliber. They oftentimes have slipped down to lower bracket, but they are the best team at, in those tough situations, rallying back and still making a run out of things. So even if they have some issues in this opening match, I still have a lot of faith that this is a team that can rally back. But of course, the expectation should be a fairly dominant win here for NRG.
100%. I mean, we've seen it time and time again where they come into these international events and stumbled a bit in the group stage.
Maybe he's getting some of the villain arc in there.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Taking your advice, Psycho?
Yes, sir. Somebody was paying attention in my tutorial earlier.
Psycho's villain training
That's
101.
Right. That's right. Might have to have a conversation with him later and hand over some sunglasses.
Yeah, well, and they're going to need that kind of energy, I think, on this stage, right? Like, you want that kind of, I love to say this phrase, like a delusional confidence. You know, you kind of have to have it from time to time when you go into this, because how else, you've seen what NRG is capable of doing. Like, BLG's seen this happen before, so you need to just come into the cycle and be like, you know what, man, we're going to win.
That's 100% right. I mean, that's with any match, right? You have to come in and believe that you're able to do it. If you don't believe that you can do it, you're not going to. It's as simple as that. So the mentals are obviously in a good place for these guys. They're feeling confident and they're ready to take on the Juggernaut and Energy.
Yeah, and it's Juggernaut indeed. And here is your Prime Gaming agent select for Lotus.
No changes in this one. It's going to be the double controller on both sides. Psyche, you were talking about the difference in initiators, and I really like these Sky comps. I think especially for Crashies. Every time I talk to players who've played against this guy, the best way they describe him is annoying. He's so proactive on rotations, especially on defense, to constantly be getting information. He balances the timings on his Skybirds really well to keep NRG at an advantage and set Finesse up for the excellent calling he's known for.
Genuinely feels like Crashies is like a human UAV.
He sure is. He sure is. And funny enough, we had a segment back in Champions Desk last year in Istanbul where we talked about how Crashies just has this tendency and penchant for being at the right site at the right time on defense. His rotations are near flawless. He is throwing utility, he's throwing Sova darts, he is throwing Sky Flashes when you're trying to hit his site, and he is annoying.
The information is going to be important, but for Bilibili, I think everyone is looking at YZ. He's been one of the best talents in China for so long, and now he gets to make his international debut on his best agent. We'll have to see what he can do.
Well, the time for talk is over, so let's go ahead and jump into the match, shall we? And kick off day 3, and who better? Let's go ahead and make some noise for Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. But I think they've alluded to this. But Mike, I want to ask you, where do we set the bar in this game? Expectations for NRG and the same for Bilibili. Where do we put that bar of standard now?
I think NRG being the kings of consistency, we set it almost at second place, right? We lean into the history, into the results previously where I don't want to say necessarily they disappointed in the final results, but that's always the expectation of this roster. And actually was key to pick up from Finesse actually saying that we're a different team now. Once again, from lock-in, from Tokyo, we're developing once more. I even remember saying actually, even when they dropped out of Tokyo to Paper X, obviously only then going on to get to the grand finals. Finesse, I think individually, had one of his best performances.
Okay, let's see what we have in front of us. I am very interested in the quality of game we're going to be seeing from both sides to an extent, right? NRG, high expectations, want to see very much a dominant performance here. But what sort of resilience can Bilibili provide here? Is there something that they can show off here, be it individual, be it as a collective? That's where my curiosities lay. For now already, NRG, comfortable steps towards the site here, not meeting much resistance at all.
No, full 5v5 here after the spike is planted, so we'll wait for this flag to come through. Maybe try and find some value. Going to be put on red alert, but actually NRG getting aggressive in. Victor will find one. Trade comes through from YZ though. Yosemite on the long way round back through spawn, Lauren.
If he gets the timing right, he could do some serious damage here. No one really watching this.
Did he make a step there?
He might have done, but I don't think they noticed it. He's going to reap the rewards already, making some real problems here. Down to a 3v3, but the time is starting to tick, and they gotta get a move on here. Storm holding the line perfectly with Victor, and all those threats are unfounded as first is found for NRG.
Beautiful recovery for NRG. The flank only coming through to 1 kill. Unfortunately, I mean, initially a 3-man play back through the side towards Mound. Could have come to something, but straight away Ardis disengages, and you can see that's the green light for NRG to get aggressive, find this kill onto Rin, and continue to solidify this site hold. Here's whether or not that trend does continue towards the buy rounds, and Bilibili are happy to concede sites.
Yeah.
Maybe that just being a pistol round strat.
also just want to see how they approach the economy management, all the other factors that we kind of not necessarily overlook, but something we expect from teams who make it to champs consistently, like NRG, right? We don't really look at them as a team to be as aware of the minutiae. We don't keep track of it because it's kind of expected. But for someone making that international debut here, we do have to keep track on how Bilibili approaches game.
And just coming back to what Jackson said in the interview as well, they're playing relatively with no, I don't want to say, you know, no fear, but almost as if they're here to learn and maybe take some risks. Whether or not they're able to tap into that aspect and really cause some damage, cause some problems for NRG. Som will be tested here, but that's little Cobra round to start things off for Som with the Bulldog.
Farm it up, baby.
And that's a very quick lesson to learn.
Yes, it is. Keep an eye on the cam. Oh, it's beautiful stuff from him. Just cool as hell. Nice and comfy. That'll get you feeling out the game pretty early on. Sitting on 7-0. No stress so far. But this is the big round, right? This is the buy coming in for Bilibili. If they're going to make a bit of impact, if they're going to make a bit of a problem for NRG, this is the round to do it. And it's an aggressive start, and it's instantly decimated. Victor is looking nasty. They're starting to get more and more confident, feeling out the quality of opponent. And right now, they are absolutely diffing them.
Yeah, NRG not pulling any punches so far.
As they shouldn't.
Find themselves in a 5v3 here. On the side of things, Finesse might catch himself an engagement. Simply playing ahead of the wall here. Definitely has the weapon advantage. Yeah, she's slipping deeper. Does he hard clear Finesse here? Actually does. Still gets the better of Finesse. I feel like he almost had the advantage there with Yosemite looking the other way.
Yeah, he did for a moment's time, but again, still looking towards that C site. Som just drifting in. Minimal resistance being shown. A little bit of pressure on the cross, but the spike is there.
Still favourable head count here for NRG. HP bar's not looking too healthy for Bilibili.
I'll find you.
Gonna fight back in here. Gonna have to find a kill fairly early on with NRG disengaging from sight. That's gonna seal the deal here. 10 HP. Som's even heard these steps retreating actually, whether or not they're gonna try and apply further pressure, remove this rifle. Got plenty of time to do so, but Hank heading all the way across the A site and create a bit of distance between them.
Yeah, this is going to be a case of can Artis get there quick enough? Let's have a little look. Don't think he can. Yeah, you're going to be seeing Bianc. Just keep the head down. Try and keep hold of that singular rifle, and bear in mind, this was the best opportunity Bilibili had so far, that full purchase in place. Now, of course, the bonus round going NRG's way, their money is going to boom. They are going to be in the best position possible. And again, if you're looking at these fights, this kind of extended fight here, that dry swing towards kind of the back of Waterfall, we're seeing NRG take confident fights. And they're kind of asserting that dominance. For Bilibili to stand a chance here, they're going to have to quell that pretty soon.
It's a tall order to come out here and obviously open versus NRG, but then be put into recovery mode and constantly playing from behind, playing reactively versus a very aggressive NRG. Victor seemingly let off the leash once again. Kick this round off, but won't be greeted on the other side just yet.
You might have noted potentially both players here. Yosemite just drifting out. Easy find for Som there.
My boss.
Rin now was alone for a moment, but again, we may not see the commitment from NRG. See what they decide. They're still above a minute here, and they've got that first blood, so working rather perfectly in their favor. Lockdown for Artis is ready. Som had that ult from almost the starting round, if you roll your mind back. So again, this has been quite the clean affair, and the late round aggression not going to be fully rewarded here. Rifle drop trades coming in, but again, the biggest issue is that one rifle. Maybe YZ could be the one to make this one work. 3 in front of him, and NRG almost stubborn in approach. Didn't want to really walk away from this.
This will be spotted.
Nice.
YZ will find one, but down to 32 HP. Really licking his wounds after that. Crashes in Som elsewhere. We'll find the plant. Any resistance on this. Still got a paranoia to work with. Crashes does have a flashback as well. The other side of things, actually, decent amount of utility for YZ. But HP Park, got to be a concern.
A massive one at that. Maybe could work off Knight here, but again, that paranoia could be invested. But again, just opting to go straight in, maybe try and go a little deeper. Smoke towards the spike, swing goes in. Some light work towards Knight. They're not going to be too fussed. YZ does have to try and work out that utility, though. There's still a couple of issues in this. He's dealt with NRG. Consolidating another. This is looking a little bit like a bloodbath, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's no real reason for NRG to deviate from... Yeah, exactly. So they're going to be rewarded opening engagements, and really in the buy round, you're looking for Bilibili to start to mitigate some of that risk and play a little deeper. Not really give players like Victor, or I mean, you could say Crashies and Som as well in that regard. Yeah. Som's 10-0, by the way.
I saw them considering an operator for a second there. Didn't end up going for it. I think it was YZ. Oh,
but
told a lie. There you go. Back to it. This time, Finesse can be forced a little bit further away with the paranoia, but he already noted that presence in that last round, so maybe a consideration going forward. The Bilibili do want to be exploring those sort of options, but again, as you said, why deviate from the plan? They still have so many tools in the kit for NRG, and an unfortunate miss there. That's going to stink.
And YZ falls, he loses the paint shell, no ability to shut this lockdown down himself. Actually, Victor could have fallen on the way in, but Detain will come through. NRG still with relatively easy access to site. Give them a chance to find the plant as well.
You can see the player commit towards the side, though. Crashies doesn't want to fall away from this. Som TPing all the way out. And Crashies does actually catch one. Oh, Crashies! Destroying him on the way back in. NRG, very comfortable so far, Mike. I haven't really seen them pose much of a threat yet from Bilibili.
Sure, and talking about here, no ability to really get the finances rolling and get themselves into a position where they can execute any sort of plays or strats that they have built up for this defensive side of Lotus. Looking very one-sided now for NRG. Bilibili actually going to call a timeout here. And a tough discussion to have when you're trailing by 5 so early on.
Yeah.
On your own map pick nonetheless.
Yeah, and the thing is, when we're looking at this, when we're looking at teams who, when we're talking about maybe don't have that experience yet, that we're looking at the kind of spacing, the trading, the kind of utility work, some of the more minutiae pieces to it, which we're seeing issues with here.
I see, but you see an NRG tap even heavier into that.
Of course.
To play that to their advantage. Not really having to work the map too much. Like I said, they're being given opening engagements and they're winning out time and time again.
Yeah, and I thought maybe that operator could be a nice factor to maybe do a little bit of early work, get a favorable start to one of these rounds, but Ardis, well, we saw what happened to that operator. Gets dropped to the floor, and it was game on from that point. So I don't know what the plan can be for Bilibili. I don't know how they can fix some of these core issues when you're meeting an opponent like NRG this early on. It's a really tough task.
And the other thing, just to come back to the point from the interview, what do you really learn from a loss like this as well? When you're not having a chance to execute any of your game plans.
No, it's a tough one for them. And look at the purchase, going for what they can. A couple of ults, though, and very close by to a couple others. You've got Bianx very nearby, Rin as well, very close to the lockdown. Showstopper one away for Victor, however. And we've seen it before, we'll see it again. Rinse and repeat. Bilibili, though, going to get aggressive this time. Try to switch things up.
Force them away from the space early on. NRG didn't fancy committing to that engagement. Finesse going to be played in on the other side of the map, though. Yosemite will fall. Creating an opening here. There's a bit of a gap in terms of the rotation timing here. Seeker's going to make things even worse for Bilibili.
Yeah, it paints such a very precise picture of how far back that defending side
Plays
is.
Ardis in as well. Look at this. Oh, hang on. Wow. I thought it played Ardis in.
Yeah, I thought he'd be cleaner with that, but Knight going to be able to pick up the frag. Now, in the meantime, though, they have got the spike down, so 4v4 timing there for Som. Just going to miss that little bit of a window. That's a little bit of a look back, but again, that smoke will be dissipating at some point. When does he take a peek? There it is. Spots out the player. The timing! Punished! This could be the first! This could be huge! Victor and Crashies in a 2v3. YZ just wants to get on the side. Now it's all on Crashies. He's fallen! Bilibili finally drawing some blood.
You find a response here. A couple of very quick decisions made as well. The isolation of Som. Ardis as well inside B site. Beautiful kill from Knight. Let's make this one doable. Get themselves on the board at least. Light investment here as well. I'm not sure how many rifles we actually did see come through, but on the back of the pit being available for Yosemite. See how far they can carry this now. No ultimates left here, Finesse being the closest to the pit, 3 orbs away, but Bilibili on the other hand, plenty of tools at their disposal.
This could be a huge swing point for Bilibili. If they're able to keep this up, this could be the gateway, right? This could be that last round just gone could be everything to them. And again, it started with that aggression. It started with them taking over that mound control. However, for now, you can already see the adjustment from NRG. Looking at other options across the map, but so far matched step for step by Bilibili.
Curious here with only one member of Bilibili Rin over towards C.
Blinded.
This one way's gone up, yes, but looks as if Ardis is going to head back across and get decent progress back towards the lockdown. Not really going to be able to contest this space on Mound. NRG just looking to maximize value from this before a decision is made. And already seeing a big adjustment after that timeout. Look at this mini-map here. Nobody really taking close contact on the side of Bilibili towards any site. NRG have been given space to work with.
And on default's just somewhat given them that access point towards C now. Resetting these players. Now going to force out the lockdown though. Flash goes in. Looking like they want to commit through this. They got about 6 seconds to try and handle it, and Rim plays forward. Going to fall eventually to Som, but now has to fall away. And caught in the heels, Knight goes forward. This is huge actually. Putting the pressure right back towards NRG. And now FNS and Ardis with their work cut out. 10 seconds to make something happen, and it's looking unlikely. I think they have to pull the plug on this round.
Great response here. You see how desperate Victor is to find the paint shell onto the lockdown and remove that layer of pressure, but NRG have to pull the plug. We'll concede a second here. It'll take a couple more to break the bank of NRG. They follow up with a consecutive round. And Knight actually getting down and dirty in the smoke here. Crashies finds a response, but even here, I don't know if Crashy's initial plan is if we can keep maybe 1 or 2 people up, alive and kicking on site, we'll find the plant and concede the fact you're going to be detained in that situation. The responses from NRG maybe to stamp their authority once again on Lotus.
Nice to see that adaptation come out from Bilibili, showing they've got a little bit of depth here, kind of showing they've got that capability to match up on this.
Why is he just chilling at wallbang, taking a sip of his drink? Happy to sponge a little bit of damage. Call's been made though. There's already 4 members of Bilibili over towards A site, Lauren.
Yeah, but Victor's a little bit further ahead of this. Paint shot towards back of site. Plant going to come in. Last time around, we're successful in the retake. This time around, going to have to be tested a little bit further here. Delayed on the plant, but going to make it through. No one working off that initial barrage of utility here, as Victor's going to get away with holding this position a little longer, forced forward, but now FNS going to be holding on. Again, struggling to make it down that first drop, but suddenly they draw blood. Crashies falls and it opens up a chance. Som now has too many targets, but he deals with them so well. Snaps back to attention. Stunning from Som.
Follow up that early map ace with a 4K here to secure the post plant. Looking snappy there from Som. Bilibili looking as if they have a real shot at this retake, but another round that in the blink of an eye, Som flips in NRG's favor.
Just lovely work from him to divide it so comfortably. They were all 1v1s. Every single one of them. There was no trade coming out. There was no instantaneous pressure, no unfair fight for him. And you just can't give him that level of room. Trying to get aggressive, Victor does not want any of it. Knight is there, though, to backfill this, so at least gets the trade out. And he needs to back away from this soon. They're going to be able to clear that well enough, and he has.
First real push out towards rubber we've seen from NRG that feels fairly committed. Resulting in a 1-for-1, both Rays players dying. Asking when are NRG going to be able to stamp their authority back on this map already. Looking to continue or follow through from that 4K from Som to reset the tone a little bit.
maybe noting the amount of presence on A from that earlier, more committed push towards Rubble. You see Artist considering maybe some presence towards B, but deciding against it in the end. Maybe just trying to be more of a potential threat than an active one. End goal looking like C. We still have Rin here. Kit of utility in the way as well. This is still going to be a tough take with 36 seconds. Do they pivot?
I was going to say, the thing though, they have removed the alarm bot outside B with the nano swarm, so looking to plant the seed of doubt. TP cancelled in towards B. They're going to commit towards C site here, but the nano swarm should absolutely farm here. Rin gets 2.
Rin does, but Knight's the one on the site. Gonna hold them back, and with 15 seconds, gonna need Artist start walking on water again. He's got the first 10 more seconds now, plenty more targets. Can't get there this time. Bianc does very well. It's Billy closing up the score here.
A good read from Billy as well. You can see the rotation coming through to reinforce that C site hold from Rin. There was a window where he's going to be isolated.
The funny thing, they didn't respond to that fake rotation, right? There was that pivot towards B. They were trying to indicate, put 2 through the door. We saw that TP coming in. No one moved.
We're almost, it looks really concerning as well, because both times that the alarm bot's been removed on B site, you don't see a response from Billy. It's not as if you see a Prowler go out somewhere else, a peek out towards Rubble, or even confirmation inside B site. So whether or not that is just the reads aligning for them and setting up on C, but they're definitely here to greet NRG, and some of the later rounds not necessarily suiting NRG in that regard.
And that's the curious part here, because NRG, by all accounts, are kind of playing a more standard game, right? You're trying to toy with that, bringing the additional player to the wrong place, kind of try to play with those rotations and expectations. Billy aren't playing the same
They're
sort
not
of game,
biting, no.
which is wild.
Yeah.
So it's like, do NRG then go more simplistic? Is that what it is? You stop pulling the fakes, you commit behind it because no one's responding anyway. I mean, there's options here for NRG, and I'm wondering what out of this timeout they actually go for.
Obviously, after Billy's timeout, you see the adjustment playing much deeper, digging their heels in, not committing to these opening engagements, which I'm happy to see has continued.
Yeah.
That's where NRG definitely were in control of the start of this half. Initially, 4-player setup outside the B corridor. And there's not going to be any commitment from Billy here at the start of the round. Reveal sent up, not dealt with, but we know confirmation behind it. I think now NRG have got a similar read that Billy haven't been responding to this alarm bot falling, so Victor's found the opener.
Yeah, it's just that disrespect, right? They've kicked it up a gear. Sometimes going simplistic may work. We'll have to see if it actually lands in the end, right? Now, with Victor getting loose, that's a problem. Have they got the plant coming in, though? Waiting to see when that's going to fully be contested here. There's the swing. Individual work is not going to help here. Crashies is making light work of this. And once again, there's that gear shift. There's that depth from NRG. I'm expecting simplicity, and you noting them not respecting the challenges on towards B, the challenges on those, a little bit of utility being broken. They made the most of it there.
Yeah, they pounce on that very factor. Being as well, I even said, it doesn't feel like the later rounds, the slower rounds really suiting NRG. This one just completely blindsides Billy. No chance to even really probe on either extremity, and that's where you can really, I would say, place blame, but maybe fault these deeper defensive positions. No, they were losing out engagements early on. Now, actually, commitment here for the TP from, all right, YZ here to offer some support as well. But no harm, no foul.
So now, what do NRG do, right? This is like that problem that's in front of them. That how do they try and navigate out of this, right? So they did something quite simplistic off the back of just that alarm bot, really. But you can't do that every round. And hold on, look at the pace change here. Flies in, finds nothing. They're already looking towards B again. I think they found a little bit of maybe an approach that's going to work. And Som exploiting it. Finesse is there. And yeah, simple is working. And it's obviously well executed. It's well done still, but there's none of that depth. They're not trying to pull rotations. They're just trying to win the fight, but there's a problem here. Som now overwhelmed. That late round push back in works perfectly for Billy. Maybe getting too comfortable here. NRG getting pressured, but Crashies. The position not good enough this time. Bianc fully aware of it. Leaving Finesse in a 1v2.
He's going to challenge the lockdown. When's going to find the headshot, Lauren? Good question, maybe the overinvestment, but Billy will find their 4th here on the road to recovery in terms of this half. 74 stat, I mean, it feels like Billy are half committing towards these deeper positions, because one thing you don't want to see is somebody swinging ahead of the wall and getting isolated just by a paint shell. One thing I will say, Finesse's Viper Wall cutting off in towards B, causing some real issues for Billy. But not the commitment here needs to be just towards a retake. Setup, I'm not entirely sure, but...
We're back to B. This time around, though, the ult's going to come out. You're going to see somebody invest this, and they've respected it enough, but the push out from Rin is quite precarious. Could get pincered here, could be in trouble.
Victor's made it all the way around the backside. He's going to be able to flank this rubble setup here. Finally pins down the kill. Stops the showstopper.
Is the door broken? Yep. Oh, that could have been scary. Close enough by on the other side, and Artist waiting patiently in towards B. They've divided them so well. They've manipulated this map. They've herded them into that B site.
The pit's going to drop, though. Why is he giving one away? They've relinquished all of this control on B side, but...
Big play in for him, and he actually can't handle it. The white swing from Rin, so valuable. It's a 3v3. They're not out of the woods at all. Yeah. Oh, what a shot from Biang. What a player, actually. Really picking up some key kills here in these later rounds. Som has to evacuate the site. Still going to get hit by the ult, and the timing for Victor there. Just a window away. Spots so many players, though. Som now, he's going to be screwed. Bianc is just bulldozing through the site, leaving Victor, in an unwinnable scenario. Billy on these retakes, showing some real potential.
Talk about it being the road to recovery. 7-5, you've got to be feeling really good about that as Billy.
Absolutely.
Switching sides.
They're getting absolutely shut down in the first few rounds of this half. They're showing real resilience here, Lauren.
Yeah, thoroughly impressed with some of those retakes coming in from Billy. I didn't love the early rounds, but the late rounds, those kind of post-plant workbacks were beautifully crafted. However, that's not for us to discuss. Let's find out what the desk thinks.
Thank you so much, guys, and it's time, of course, for our Verizon high-speed moment. Let's go ahead and dive into this one here. It was really early on. You already know what's happening. It's Som for our Verizon high-speed moment of that match, or of that half, rather, with that ace that he managed to pull off. But it gives us an opportunity here to talk about Som, maybe because this young man has been exquisite for this team. This obviously is a different instance. Players rolling out on mound, just getting dominated by my favorite gun, the Bulldog. But it does show us, at the very least, that Som is just like a patient player and has been just, this half was great for him, regardless of the fact it was 7-5.
It already seems like Som is maintaining his consistency at these global events. He's been a top player at every single one that he has attended thus far, so no surprises to see him showing up here. But I was surprised by how well that half ended up for BLG, despite the fact that players like Som were playing so well. I think at the end there, they adapted really well and were showing us some great retakes, in particular, Psycho.
They sure did. I mean, it took them a little bit to get the read on exactly what FNS was trying to do with their attacking side. I don't think they're used to playing against a team that plays so slow, and once they slowed it down a little bit and committed to actually playing for the retake, the retakes actually look pretty clean. The spacing on the entries into the site, the trades went in their favor, and they managed to scrape out a couple rounds. I mean, 5 rounds on defense side Lotus, looking great.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want, honestly, on that defensive side. And I think we did see the issues with BLG early on. I think some of the pressure getting to them with energy showing on one side of the map and a player contacting up the other and getting instantly punished. But they did clean that up. In the second half now, I think this is where NRG thrives. Sure, it is a attack-sided map generally, but NRG with this Sky comp are really good at toying with the rotations. Always watch where Crashies and Victor are on this map and if they can get ahead of the BLG rotations.
Well, let's see how this all pans out. We're going to send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the second half.
All right, we've got a bit of a game on our hands now. 7-5, I don't want to get too early into this, Mike. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves just yet, but this scoreline is something certainly to note, right? It felt like NRG couldn't quite get a beat on what Billy were doing sometimes. Very uncharacteristic of a traditional opponent. However, on the side switch, can they keep it up?
And on the side switch, well, hold that thought for a minute. Artist might be given an opportunity to clean up here. Som, does he go unchecked? Actually not going to punish on the first. We'll find the response. That's 17 HP finally dealt with.
But they're ahead of that paint shell, but they're not ahead of the frenzy. Now Victor with it all to do. This could be Billy off to the perfect start in the second half. Ooh. little bit of chip damage and then some. Hold on.
Perfectly timed paint
Reposition.
shell from Victor.
This could be huge, though, because he's got that readjust as well towards short. They still may think he's up towards that top side towards CT.
And they smoke off up towards heaven, so...
And he's got the spike. Just so close by. Gonna force Billy to try and play this out well, but it is Victor. And they're starting to step in. When does he move? He hasn't seen them yet. They're
Victor's,
on the
he's
site.
missed the cross.
Spike now picked up. He's going looking. He's starting to consider. Has he noted the
The
spike?
penny's dropped.
Here he's seen a pixel though, and he's found one. Now can he find the follow-up? Keeping his boombot till late game. Does he play patiently? We know where they are. He doesn't. And already on the move. Victor's on the hunt. Prowling behind him. 56 HP on Knight. Leaving a trail of blood towards that C site as Victor closing on in 3 bullets to play with in the mag, and that's all he's opting for. Not hitting that reload as he's closing the gap. Trying to stay unnoted, uncontested, and with a final bullet, he finds it. Saving NRG from an uphill struggle on the second half.
Great recovery from Victor to close this one out. You're almost getting a little concerned there when he misses the cross. An opportunity for Knight and Yosemite to slip into the night with that spike. The Red Bull clutch from Victor to kick off the second half here.
But that was
a sigh of relief
yeah,
from
risky.
NRG, yeah.
But looking at those early fights, Mike, when we looked at Som's position, they're trying to take these very one-for-one fights, almost kind of ego fights, but they're not winning them as cleanly as I thought. So do they need to adjust now? Do they need to fall back a little bit? Where's the balance to this? Because I feel like you can't play a super passive game against Billy, but I feel like there is a balance to be struck.
Actually seeing some light shields invested on the side of Billy.
Oh.
Just a sheriff in the hands of Yosemite.
Right.
We'll see if they, if they can catch one of these upgrades. NLG have as close to full invested outside of the Stinger and maybe the Spectre.
It's tough though. How are you going to find a player out of place here, right? Oh, it's not there. Oh, FNS with the freebie. Catching a 2-for-1 on that, didn't even mean it. Even a bit of chip damage it looked like as well.
We're going to FUT in. This will find the first ring will fall. Again, the smoke just causing problems for Billy. No safety on the way in. And a Prime Gaming flawless hit to follow up the second. Really boost the finances of NRG early on. But coming into the second half, we're talking about Billy not really having the opportunity to execute some set pieces and really explore the playbook too deeply. Here on the attacking side, scoreline aside, I think we do see we have a chance to see exactly what Billy wants to bring to the global stage.
That's what I'm hoping for, right? It's that ideal that they can kind of determine the pace a little more. Because I think they've got NRG to respect them to an extent, Mike. Like, to an extent. We're still seeing some ego checks here.
Checks.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right
Respect, yes, but I would say maybe more humbled.
But we're not seeing over-aggression.
No.
We aren't seeing NRG running hyper-aggressive on the defending side. So this should allow Billy that chance to actually...
actually,
these plans.
halfway through the first half, we did see that adjustment from NRG where they were getting away with very fast and loose rounds where they were being rewarded time and time again in terms of the opening engagements.
Yeah.
Then Billy slowed things down. A few times NRG actually let the clock run very dry in terms of options. So you could definitely argue they've been forced to maybe respect what Billy bring to the table today. And now, very small margin for them in the second half. Billy need to get a round on the board here, especially after a Prime Gaming flawless in round 14, to maybe reset the economy a little bit and give themselves a steady footing.
All right, eyes on the prize then. Let's see what Billy can do. They've got the buy in hand here. No big ults yet in pocket, but just off the back of that timeout, they've been told what the approach is. And it looks like a, oh dear, Knight! It's a crunch. So much utility put towards that backside of the wall. There was no way out for him, really.
A freebie as well. On the back of utility alone. Testing Billy's recovery factor once again here in a 4v5 in their first buy round of this half. We drifted away from this yet. Trailblazer going to confirm presence behind this as well, probably spotting
2 or 3.
Yeah, maybe even 4.
Yeah, it could be.
To be honest, with how Yosemite was positioned behind that stack. You'd argue that probably is the case with Som now, considering filling some of the space in towards B side. Another confirmation from Crashies. And still got another flash in the back pocket as well.
Still haven't gotten rid of the alarm bot, right? So it's like there's that safety.
And we're at 45 seconds here, Lauren.
Exactly. So if it is going to be a B split, that alarm bot's in place, the door gets broken. So again, going to draw in the additional player of FNS. He can focus towards short, but does get tagged from main, so he's going to know that this is going to be that B piece coming in. But still, lots of utility in the pocket from NRG to play with. Some with the full kit ready. And oh wait, they are. They're looking like they want to try and take over a little bit of space here, but it's a risky fight to have with a Bulldog bite. Some takes down Rin, trading back Biank's work, and now down to the last two. Biank's been a bit nasty, but they're going to need more than that this time. That's stunning, though. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. And now Crashies in a tough situation. Hard lines of sight to break. Trying to draw the player in. Pushes forward himself, catches one, turns on the dime, spots him, but time running low. Desperately trying to grab that rifle. Biank on the swing! Heroics from Billy.
There's your recovery in a 4v5, no less. Billy able to flip a B-side post plant here. Fight tooth and nail, giving everything to convert that one. NRG just unable to respond to that aggression. I mean, C-Link, initially, it looks like Som's really stood up to the challenge. Was it Ardis that fell initially?
Actually, my brain is rubbish. Why are you asking me these things? You're the analyst.
But no less, yeah, Billy convert the round. We'll leave it at that.
And by all other standards, we kind of call that a costly round, right? We'd be a little bit harsher on it, but for an international debut, we'll give you a little bit of leeway on that. Considering, for me so far, Biank's really been quite the standout. How are you feeling about these individuals we're seeing coming out from Billy?
Here for, like I said, once we get into a couple more rounds here in the second half, some of these players from Billy potentially going to be able to stretch their legs a little bit. We did see confidence boosters in the first half as well. Some got to be careful on the backside of that door, but Victor's found one with the paint shell once again. A ton of damage done onto Billy.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. Scattering a little bit. Look at the bailout from Biank, finding two. Keeping them in this round as FNS backfills this, though. Should have probably claimed the second, doesn't. Rin's got it and brings it back to a very winnable scenario for them. A 3v2, favorable numbers. As Ardis and Som have to navigate back on the site. Did he know the barrel?
Ardis spotted it for sure.
Might have done. Didn't spot Knight, though, and handling them both. Billy taking apart NRG here.
Bring it within two. We're just about at the brink now of resetting the economy. Actually, we do here. It's just going to be Sheriffs and maybe some SMGs coming through from NRG. So Billy have done the hard work after conceding the first 2 rounds in this.
I asked you about the individuals. You could have said Biank nice and easily on MVP. It wasn't the player I was expecting to be looking at. I know a lot of people were looking towards YZ or kind of looking towards these sort of players, but hey, when it comes to LAN, Biank's looked real good. Now, breaking the money, Mike, as you highlighted, this should be an 8th for Billy. Knight on watch duty.
Definitely looking to play damage control here for sure. Maintain this financial position, because there's a couple, hang on, Yosemite struggling to pin down the first. Crashes and found one with a stinger.
Yeah, but Knight's on the case. Cleans up all 3. And the C site is open. Maybe a little overzealous on the ult, but why not? Should get you some free space here, but still. As it stands, this is huge. This is going to be the 8th there. Probably quite clean as well, unless Som or Ardis can do some big damage, which is tricky. But just those Sheriffs, Paranoia, yes. Some Nano Swarm, sure, but not much to really facilitate their ability to close the gap here. What can Som get out of this? Has to clear close, will do. No one there. Deep post plants. Smoke back up in 2.
Trying to get a cheeky defuse up on the banister here. This is going to be Som to attempt it. So we'll throw the crosshair placement off, but the paint shell going to force him there. Knight actually finding an ace of his own, Lauren, to give Billy their 8th round.
Here we go.
A little bit of sweat on the brow of NRG.
Guys, what's going on?
What's this?
Guys, come on now. But this is huge, right? This is actually... Oh man, what
Well,
a
to come back to the
game.
same
Hold on.
discussion,
Yeah,
talking
talk
about
to
being
me.
forced to respect Bilibili here and potentially arguing, yes, they've been humbled. This time it is actually an indicator of that. Chet desperately wanted to get a grip back on this game because first 4 or 5 rounds of this was very one-sided. We saw the adjustment from Bilibili, able to close out, I guess, a successful first half in terms of the initial scoreline. I'm talking about once that confidence builds, a few players for Bilibili able to stretch their legs a little bit, and we're certainly seeing that now, Lauren.
I'm pleasantly surprised. It feels a bit weird, right, when you watch it, right? Like, it's not the traditional game we've been seeing, but Bilibili are making it work. It's actually kind of nice to see NRG pushed in ways that we didn't really expect. Now, do we question the depth of NRG? Not really, no. We know that they have abilities to pivot. They have depth to this team. They have adjustments. Again, when you've played at internationals, you know, you're one of the more favorite teams coming out of a regional league, you get a couple of caveats with your name of, okay, we know for timeout they have a couple of nice set pieces to lean back on, or maybe some good adjustments. We don't know that about Bilibili, but they're not the ones adjusting right now. Knocking on the door at 8-9, NRG pumped the brakes and they wanted to change something up.
Was key speaking to Som earlier, he talked about we treat every team the same. Don't necessarily look down on anybody and give everybody the respect they deserve. Certainly here now. You have to go back to basics. A little bit of proactivity to kick things off here. Perfect paranoia. Victor will find Knight, the hero of the previous, and elsewhere, Artist will find Rin. He's doubled down, Bianc's fallen.
Okay, YZ and the 70, this isn't comfy anymore. You're in spawn, you're banking on your 70's work, right? Giving away a little bit of the position, that's fine, but you gotta hope that your 70 is telling him, get moving, man, I need you on the site here. He was a mile away.
In fact, I didn't actually know if Yosemite had retrieved this orb on the right. Didn't see it on YZ's cam either, but would have been a chance here to get the plant for the pit. Committing to this engagement, you're right, needed it.
Had to be clean, had to be easy for them, wasn't to be at all. YZ, this is a lot to ask. A 1v4. It's going to need mistakes from NRG, which I feel like after a telling off by Chet, you're probably not going to be making. Let's see what they can do here. YZ, you might have a fair fight on the first. Oh, hold on! More than a fair fight. Pageshell back on, turns away. FNS just finding the timing, but almost.
The pressure got to him a little bit there. Tried to throw the paint shell out, secure that side and clear the other.
Got real close though.
A tall order for a 1v4, but that's the way to put your name up here on the global stage. NRG a successful round after the timeout. They said probably after a telling off from Chet as well. But comfortable in the purchase for Bilibili. That string of rounds, 3 consecutively. Actually, even here, looking at their ult cycle, looking very healthy if they can find another round. Bring this within 1 round once again.
Yeah.
They're on the brink of some very big ultimates.
Wonder if they've got the longevity though to go toe-to-toe with NRG. FNS opting to invest that Viper's Pit towards the C site. Gives himself a little bit more safety, but you can still see there's a fair amount of intent here. Bianc sticking around long enough that at least wants to get the orb, so 2 away now from that Nightfall coming online. Beyond that though, Bilibili taking their time on the map here. It's looking like ult work, right? As you said, they were very close by to having that big snowball round. Now they're even closer.
Potential even here if they can fight for the rubble orb with 4 people drifting this way. Chance to maybe get the lockdown or the Viper's Pit available. Is Rin actually waiting to try and backstab Artis here on B site?
I quite like the idea of it, but they still need to kind of further that pressure, right? You've got to really add that question mark of doubt to Artis' mind, but the pressure coming through connector side, this is a problem for Artis. Unfortunately, him very calm under pressure, but he's got a lot of players coming his way. Finally falls back, respects it. The paranoia will caught him, so right choice made, and just spams through the smoke. Finds Knight perfectly, dips out before taking full damage, and there's lockdown, but how far do they chase on this? They do chase it! Why is he chased that far? Someone's waiting for Rin to go exploring, but still there's danger here. They have to respect this lockdown now. They have to move away.
And that's actually an opportunity to punish the back line here. Crashies will find Yosemite and stuck behind their snake bite now. Finesse will continue to apply pressure. Bianc has to give this one up, Lauren.
That was lovely. the way NRG approached that on the way back through, catching some of these players in those deeper post plants, that was the kind of expectation I have for someone like NRG here. Billy didn't seem quite ready for that.
Another begins.
Another example of NRG looking a bit more coordinated, a bit more calm, more collected in terms of the approach. Just getting a freebie through the smoke to start things off definitely makes it easy. We saw just how much trouble he was in, how much pressure was coming his way. See, straight away, as soon as Rin's Nano Swarm is spotted, Artist concedes the space, but in that scenario, still to come away with 1 kill. The big win for NRG. Billy might find some space here on Rubble, Lauren.
Yeah, because it was a triple stack from NRG over towards the C side, so actually, they could get real close here, and they've got Bianc one off from the ult, you got YZ one away from the ult. The rest have it on YZ, just going to invest theirs for this one, to pick up that ult. And it looks like he's in the evacuation side, but look how close NRG are. It's a 5v5 purely on the A side here. This is going to be very chaotic, as YZ wants to take that space, secure it, ensure it, and make sure they have to leave the side fully. That could be huge. Oh, Sis! Oh! I thought it could have been so much more, but it's Knight to follow up towards Victor, and now down to 3. NRG are in trouble. Nightfall did not catch. Som gets a second lease of life, but now revealed. Position noted. How much more can they do? The close flash finds no one, so they can step forward. The lockdown as well to boot, but Som connects perfectly on the form too! Straight through the smoke! But he wants that lockdown gone. He's going for that, and he's done it. Now leaving Bianc and Yosemite in such a tough situation. Artist trying to clear on through. Does he spot them out first? Yes! Great find. Now just Bianc. Drop of the pit. Bianc still going to deliver. Oh my God! What a moment! Bianc rips him apart.
A beautiful conversion from Bianc. Som finding 2 crucial kills to come forward, pressuring the lockdown.
That's a superstar in the making. If Bianc can keep this up across more maps, across another series, what a player.
A beautiful Red Bull clutch to keep Billy in the game here on map 1. Finesse left scratching his head about it.
That was all the ults though, Mike. They put everything into that.
Yeah, NRG, couple of orbs away here and there, and actually going to see a brawl here. Victor
where'd he go?
Lined it up.
Where'd he go?
He's found the backstab.
Knight just somehow evaded all that vision, and look at the pace change here from Billy. You want aggressive? We'll give you aggressive. Crash is the only one to slow it down, but by now... Wait, hold on, Bianc's got the spike. Oh, but he's got the kill! It doesn't matter. Bianc's on fire, and Artist is all alone.
A phantom moment leaves him on 10 HP, but Billy will capitalize. They'll find the plant. See the pings on the minimap. They know exactly where Artist is. And the money as close to reset here on the side of NRG. I mean, Victor's going to have 2250, 850 for Som, but not looking pretty elsewhere.
NRG, the crazy thing is NRG are at currently what? It's going to be probably what, 10 to 11. They're still ahead, but my God, it doesn't feel like it. It
Certainly
really
not in the second
doesn't
half.
feel
I
like
mean,
it.
you take away that 5-0 lead to start things off.
Sure.
And that was even saying Billy recovered into a 7-5 half. Been very impressed with their ability to really, bring the game to NRG, set the pace in a number of these rounds. And go toe-to-toe with them. Early on, they were losing out in the scrappy engagements time and time again. But I'll come back to the same thing I said earlier. We're seeing Billy now in the second half, a chance at the double TP.
Look at him.
I mean, Victor, through no fault of his own, is lost in the source.
Yes,
he's vulnerable, he's flashed up.
What's going on? Wait, they've broken the money, I think, as well.
Yeah, no, they have.
Oh, my word. This is actually huge. This could be the first big upset. I think we've seen a couple of, 60-40 games maybe go the 40 way, or it depends how you look at them. This could be genuinely an upset. I'm not going to say too much yet, because it's only map 1, right? And NRG are still in the lead.
I'm saying nothing.
I'm just saying this could be the first real upset. At least on the map. I'll curtail it there, that's it. As it stands, aggression, an Artist rewarded. Takes down Rin, but the trade comes in. Crashies expected, yes. But, punish Bianc is just a monster at this game. That Prowler should catch, it does, yeah, indeed. Victor needs to fall away from this. That Sheriff's not going to find what he wants. Nightfall as well to boot, that's a lot invested. But let's try to match this rotation. noting no one on the drop of that wall.
Billy going to get ahead of this though. Capitalize, find themselves a plant on C site.
Any
set
weapon
themselves up. I mean, it's only Sheriffs on the side of NRG. One now recovered in hand of Victor.
Oh, if they get another kill, it's game on, right? Like, then that retake's got a little bit of leg to it. So I'm holding onto that paranoia, waiting maybe until Victor gets a little closer by. And do they even consider it? Maybe that question mark does start to arise soon. Another pixel spotted, both players now seen, but they don't know the third. Som sends a paranoia and Victor starts working. That's the moment to strike. Pops the ult. He needs to get this, and he does. Oh! Forces Yosemite away! And now so low, though. Yosemite's still standing, still sitting pretty. Just waiting on that classic. They're so low. He's got a 1v1 to win. Victor, desperate to try and hunt him down. He can't get there in time!
Oh my God. Yosemite with the Red Bull clutch to tie things up here on Lotus. NRG desperate to pin him down.
Well,
There's no timeouts left, Lauren. They can't take a breather. Billy have got them up against the ropes here.
Can't fault Victor in this one, man.
Oh, no.
He tried. He tried so
Beautiful
damn hard.
paranoia to set things in motion as well. Now the confidence starting to build for Billy. You can see that pack mentality coming into effect. Victor actually bringing an operator out.
Okay.
To say, does he get aggressive here? He's actually posted up on a very early angle, but Billy with another very good read, anticipating some aggression.
I guess we saw a touch of it from Ardis. So maybe that's just enough that you're like, let's be a little cautious. But if they clear lazily, if they don't invest utility, if they don't go through a protocol list, this new look, this little adjustment could be devastating. They don't like it. There's something. They've got a feeling there's something weird about this, and they don't fancy it.
Cover going out.
Smoke sent in. Here. Crashies. How much does he get for this? Sees nothing really. God, gear shift at this point from Billy.
Big adjustment as well, because Billy have been drifting towards A side late on. Now with Ardis' setup here.
Oh dear. Deep breaths, folks.
The stars are going to align once again. Is Knight going to get behind the operator?
Wait,
look
where
right in
he's
front of
TP.
it.
Still going to find value though, Victor. Perfect working to find Biang. That's a big scalp to claim.
The hero recently.
Absolutely.
In the last few rounds for Billy.
Time to pivot. They're trying to go quickly, but the Seekers will give away the full game here. Crashies is going to note this lovely mid-round fact finder there. Crashies forced forward on 20 HP, and YZ going to punish. The spray not good enough. YZ on the follow-up, and the site's now theirs. 13 seconds for the plant, but it's more than enough. No one to challenge, no one to deny. And now down to 3, that operator not looking so comfortable in the hand. Maybe it is. Maybe I lied. Victor going to find YZ. You can see who's being played in here. Yosemite waiting. Ardis checking, still going to get the look, still gets the tag down to 31, deleted. And it's all on Knight in a 1v3, spots 2, it ain't enough. Ardis keeps NRG alive.
By the skin of their teeth. Billy catching a beautiful time. I mean, nothing connects on the paranoia here. It's a snake bite and a paint shell to really open up B site.
Match point.
Operator finding a crucial kill on the way back through onto YZ, who's the one to open up this site. That's the angle. And Ardis, I mean, this is phenomenal work from him. The fadeaway on the second, already the damage done on that first peak.
Beautiful. Okay. It's been a close enough run that we're on Bulldogs here for Billy. That's not a pretty pie.
One off the showstopper for YZ, so we can find a kill early on. He could be the catalyst. I mean, a Guardian in hand on the other side for Crashy, sure, an operator for Victor, but
yeah,
certainly inventory-wise, overall, NRG with the advantage, so. And they have a lockdown. Doesn't need the kill. YZ's actually found the orb. He's the key player now for Billy. In round 24 to force an overtime versus NRG. I didn't think we'd be saying that today.
Absolutely not, but happy to be here. This has turned into a bit of a heater now. Going late back towards C. We can all see it. 3 players for NRG are here. Paint shop. Why is he going to send it? First, look, Som gonna send the paranoia, and it's a connection from YZ. Som goes down, but there's still 2 more players. Crashies on the floor. YZ the one to follow up. And now Finesse, can he hold the line? Can he hold them back? Soaks the damage, takes down 2. Buys him a couple of seconds and a chance, and it might be gone. Oh, it's all on Artis. The man is incredible, sometimes second to none, but still, this is no easy task. 3 players are locked down and pushes forward. They've got him to OT. Unthinkable scenes here, Mike. We did not expect this to be happening.
And Billy already celebrating on stage as if they've done the hard work. Yeah. They've taken NRG to an overtime in map 1. Was their map pick? Yes, but certainly in terms of expectations, Billy exceeding on all fronts.
This is their international debut. Let's put that in context here. Billy pumping the brakes and probably need to get these boys right in that mental place, right? If you're a coach, you've got to get them back focused in on the server, because this is probably, again, highlight of career so far already. Let's just, you know, for what it is. An international debut, you're not used to this. You might be jet lagged, different stage, different setup. Your opponent's right in front of you. And not only any opponent, you got NRG. I mean, a deep run team by all accounts. Do you think you'll listen?
No. No.
But this is monumental for Billy. And a wake-up call for NRG. Sure, we know that probably long run, you run this game back 10 times, they'll win it more often than not. But still, for what it's worth right now, in this matchup, it's OT.
I want to come back to the mental game aspect of this, though, because like I said, you could see the step change for Billy. Once they won a couple of key rounds, a couple of frag-heavy rounds where they're winning out gunfights and, you know, really taking control of NRG. On the other side of things, we've seen NRG sweating in a couple of late-round situations where, you know, backs against the wall, somebody needs to deliver a clutch, and I don't know, just how sustainable is that?
It's
with a completely unknown entity on the other side of things. Sure, some says they treat everybody the same. Well, we don't treat any teams differently. Here now versus Billy, you got to argue their expectations were very different coming into this matchup.
100%. 100%. So, I think we're all in the same boat here, just wondering where this goes. Will this be the upset, or will it go back onto trend and be that one blip on the radar that we kind of go, that's a weird map, but let's find out. 12-12, it's OT here between Billy and NRG. NRG kicking things back off on the attacking side here. It started off beautifully, absolutely dominating Billy in regulation. However, the adjustment came in.
A slow creep, from NRG towards this orb outside A. Billy already with a decent read, though. 3 members behind this. Victor, no secrets about it on the way in.
Careful.
Created a lot of space here.
They're so close by to this, though. Pain Shell. Not going to do as much as they would have wanted here. Paranoia does get sent. 4 on the site. Artis slightly disconnected. Boombot goes in. Paranoia not going to connect on that front line, so that's going to be easy work for Som. But look at the back line falling. Oh my word, Billy! Eviscerating 3, bringing it back down to a 3v2, making it a 3v1. Crashies last alive, locked out from the spike. You can't really deny this now.
Can't swing on this.
Look at it. There's a firing squad on the other side, and Crashies desperately tries and fails. 13 to Billy. Finally taking the lead in OT.
Switching sides. Match point. Make them big.
NRG going to capitalize on getting a reset on the timeouts here, but this is fairly unprecedented. Bianc with 2 huge kills once again. And ultimately, it's the head count here that pays off for Billy. And what a stark contrast on stage here.
Oh, yeah.
You see they are fired up right now. And I gotta say, it poised to close out map 1, it feels like.
Yep, yeah, coming in like this, picking up that first round in OT, I mean, that's gonna just set them sky high, right? Because that was the half I was a little bit more worried about at times as well. They were, you know, a little bit here and there on that, but what did NRG do? Oh, I'd hate to be in the comms on this timeout. I'd love to hear it, but I also hate to be on the receiving end of it. Like, you have such a tough predicament in front of you. You've got a team of an unknown quantity with absolute sheer confidence in front of you. And you've got to somehow deal with that as they've finally taken the lead on that point.
See what the approach is here for NRG. It seemed fairly tempered on the defense, at least once Bilibili were able to start executing some of their set pieces. We are going to see that later Killjoy setup, Ardis over towards A site instead. Well, we see a similar attempt towards Mound, or take some space outside B. We see NRG toying with that idea a couple of times. Well, Bilibili actually going to step the pace up once again.
Maybe. Yeah, this is an interesting adjustment.
There's a variation, a slower variation of their default, at least in the early round here, anticipating some aggression.
Well, that did feel like that was the, I guess, answer that NRG looked for. We saw that kind of aggression coming out, especially from Ardis in middle. We saw, who was it? Victor rewarded on the C side of the map as well with that operator at some point. So not too surprising to see that be at least a worry in Bilibili's mind. So playing a little bit more meticulously, a little bit slower.
Find you.
This is the first real look at side of work. About a 1 minute markup. Turret gets dealt with in middle, but no response off the back.
Third being, look at the minimap. NRG feel as if they've got the read towards Bilibili's setup, and with the Yosemite and YZ positioned here quite late, they might be able to confirm or at least sell this fake.
Is it a double? It's
a double
fake.
pump. They're thinking, they're banking on somebody seeing these smokes on C site. But there's nobody there from NRG.
They didn't know how well they'd done.
This is going to be a bloodbath.
Two are running, two are going C, two are going C right now. FNS and I think Ardis are just... No. They're coming back. It was Victor who's going. Oh, okay, this is going to be ridiculous. And now 25 seconds of 5v5 on the side. YZ goes down. Ardis holds the line but gets traded. Victor with a paint show comes in. Som wants it on the action. Yosemite does get the trade out. Again, this is ridiculous. Down to 2. Making it 2. Oh, Bianc! As if he's the one standing doing this. NRG stunned out of the server. Bilibili claiming map 1.
I mean, you talk about coming here to Champions to learn something from your opponents, and you put up that performance on map 1. Their map pick, sure, but a statement made here by Bilibili in the opening map of this series, who, by the way, they got absolutely dominated in terms of the first bloods. Like, it was so heavily favoring NRG, the recovery factor looking fantastic for them.
I just wish I could see the bookmaker odds on this sort of game, and I mean, what a turnaround. It felt like NRG had that lead for the vast majority of this map. As you said, leading the way on first bloods, a couple of key statistics. I mean, look at this start. Again, it was sheer dominance, wasn't it? You'd forgive someone to think someone's got the scoreline wrong if they just tuned back in. 14-12. Such resilience shown, and again, that, I guess, moment for Bianc to really elevate the gameplay was outstanding. Top fragging against all.
Somebody has to check this math, but a 14-12 scoreline. Bilibili had 5 first bloods.
That doesn't...
I'm just saying what the numbers are showing.
I'm sure
that is absolute madness to me.
So unorthodox.
Yeah. Hey, talk about as well, coming in having no experience. You're going up against Crashies, Victor, Finesse, some people who have the most rounds played on LAN, on the international stage in Valorant, and you put up a performance like that. Absolutely amazing from Bilibili.
Yeah, this is one for the books for them. Truly some memories made in just map 1, but again, this isn't just a one-map series. This is a best of 3. We've got a long series in front of us potentially now. I think we're going to see a fired-up NRG going forward, or at least I'm hoping we're going to see a fired-up NRG going forward. Otherwise, what a whimper to go out with.
Ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
gives you wings.
Push me up to the side. You were looking pretty on my couch, needed somewhere to hide. Oh, I've been like this. I know where it ends. I know where this ends. So try to coexist. Try to keep you off my mind. You were looking pretty in my car. Can we go for a drive?
Oh, what a dream start it is for BLG here for their debut. I am now joined by their coach Jackson and Wendy here to translate as we head into map 2. Now, first of all, you guys didn't even win a pistol round on that map. You lost the first bonus as well. Normally, in those positions, it's impossible to win the map. So how do you think that your team were able to do it?
那要问到我们教练的是，其实，在第一张图的时候，你们是输掉了2个手枪局，而且其实，在第一个的奖励局也是没有能够赢下来。我们很多时候会觉得这是一个不可能获胜的情况，但是你们做到了，完成了翻盘。所以说，你觉得你们能赢下最关键的点是什么？为什么能够打得这么漂亮？
就是我们一上来确实被打得有一点措不及手的，然后叫了暂停之后，就告诉了他们一些防守的一些要点嘛。 确实就是队员们执行的都非常不错。然后到下半场的话，就是我们到下半场的首战局开始就觉得这个比赛的走向就是没有自己想象中那么困难，然后就是可以打的，然后大家就是放得更开了，然后每个残局都抓住了机会，我觉得这就是我们赢了的点。
Yeah, it feels like definitely not a good start for us, but after that we got that pause and we just made some adjustments. I told the player that some strategies that we need to focus, and after that it feels like all the players they adapt so well into the actual games, and I feels like coming into the second half of the map, although we lost that pistol rounds, but feels like it's not a very hard game for us. It's still winnable, and after that we just would like to make some adjustments and have a good focus into the game, and after that we're able to get that win.
It was a beautiful win. Thank you very much, Wendy, for translating. Thank you, Jackson. Good luck in map 2. Let's see if BLG can pull off this huge upset.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu. We can confirm Bilibili is in fact gaming as they picked up their first map win in a global event, historical as well, which was massive there. And to do it in overtime, and to do it in the fashion that they did it, you gotta love this BLG team. They definitely brought it to NRG.
My question heading in today is how long is it going to take for China to have a second team who can compete with the top squads internationally? At what point will there be enough learning, be enough experience internationally to get here? But already Bilibili have shown up at their very first event after losing 5 rounds in a row, have an insane rally in the second half to bring this one back. And well, I think we did see that their retakes were good. They had good coordination. It was really just these insane plays from individuals as the catalyst to bring them back.
It sure was, and a lot of these pop-offs were coming from K-Knight here, just making incredible plays, TPing into rubble, getting behind people, coming up with flanks, just getting these crazy 2 and 3Ks to close out these rounds. And I'm loving what I'm seeing with him. I mean, we might have a competitor to Demon 1 for villain of the event. He's standing up, he's yelling. The map concluded, he's yelling at NRG as they're walking off.
Get him some sunglasses.
Get him some sunglasses. Let's get him out there. I love this.
The first global event for him, and he's just looking so comfortable up there on the stage. They needed these clutches too, because NRG won 21 opening kills. BLG only got 5 of them. They lost 60% of their man-up scenarios. That never happens. BLG somehow, despite being down 5 rounds to start, despite losing both pistols, despite being down at the start of pretty much every single round, still had it in them to bring that back, which just makes the win even more insane than it already is as just an upset in and of itself.
That's right, losing both pistols, losing one of the ecos, you know, just coming in halfway through the first half of the match just behind by so much, but it really just came down to these individual hero plays and really good team coordination to really like figure out what energy you're throwing at them, slow down their game a bit, tighten up their spacing, and really trade out these rounds. And man, what a comeback from Bilibili. I think that's something that's going to carry this confidence into the map too.
Well, it's interesting, you know, going into this, we weren't quite sure where Bilibili landed, but the one thing that we did kind of establish, at least when we were talking about it, maybe when the cameras went on, don't remember, it's all a blur, was that this is not a team that's coming into it with like that kind of flashy or that kind of, you know, very like, oh, star player does this, or, and yes, they do have YZ, excellent player in its own right, but you're seeing the structure in this team, and we're talking about the retakes, right? Like all the things that they needed to do to keep themselves in this game. It feels like all that is there for BLG and spades, Mimi, and it makes me think that this team has a lot more than meets the eye based off of that first map win.
I thought they had more structure compared to the other teams they were playing against in China. I didn't think they would compared to the international teams, and I still don't think that. I think this was a very loose win. They still gave away a lot of opening kills. They still made a lot of mistakes, but what mattered was the recovery and how they were playing in the late rounds, which propelled them to the win in this.
Fair enough, of course there. And but Psycho, what is your take on that though? How do you feel about this BLG team and their structure as a unit?
Well, I think it looked great, especially in the late round, as Mimi is saying. And you know, they said they came here to learn, and they were learning indeed. You know, halfway through the map, halfway through the half, they were picking up on what FNS was calling, and they were adapting to it. So I think that despite losing both pistols, despite losing all of these first bloods, you know, they're still closing out this win, and that bodes well for this team. If they can learn from this map and fix some of these mistakes and kind of tidy up their structure a little bit more, they're a force to be reckoned with in this tournament all of a sudden.
That's fair. But of course, let's go and take it over to the other side of the stage. And first, we're going to have our aim lab shoot around. Here's Sam, but it gives us an opportunity, though, talk about NRG, because this team was coming into this with a lot of hype. Everyone felt like this was a sure thing for the team. And as we've learned in this sport, Mimi, nothing is a sure thing, especially these global events.
Absolutely not. And Sam is the player who was the star of the show in the first half. He started the game 7-0 and ace on the second round, was performing incredibly. Honestly, all the players for NRG actually looked like they were continuing with the step-ups we saw from this team in Tokyo. It really was that second half that kicked them. But if there's a team who knows how to rally back from losing a map, from going down in a series, it is NRG. They have gone through so many lower bracket runs, so many comebacks in BO3s like this. I don't think there's a team more familiar with this pressure, Psycho.
That's right. I mean, we talked about this at the beginning of the game. You know, this is a team that is known for coming into these group stages and stumbling a little bit. You know, this is not unexpected for them. They may drop this map, they may even drop this series, but we know that we will see a deep run from these guys because that is what they do.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. You know, and it's not a situation you really want to find yourself in. But if there is a team that has, at the very least, tasted this type of disappointment in the past, it is most certainly going to be NRG. But of course, that takes us over to our second map, which is going to be split as we get ready for the agents, like the Prime Gaming agents. I'm gonna make sure I get that one in there. And here we go. So out of the gate, nothing really that's standing out to me. You know, you got the Cypher in there, but actually no Sentinel for NRG, which no real changes there, Psycho.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect them to change this map up. It's a map that was pretty good for them throughout the season. It's always been a good map for this core. You know, I really like the Astra from Sam. I think it gives you a lot of stopping power on the defense. It's something that Bilibili may struggle with the Omen.
Okay.
Map 1 to me proved how good the individuals of Bilibili are and how good their mental is to recover in the second half. This is where we need to see consistency. And on this defensive side, against this double duelist comp, it can be tough. NRG has ran over a lot of teams. They were stomping teams like Na'Vi, like DRX in Tokyo on this comp and catching people off guard with the pace. Bilibili, though, I think have a good comp to play against it. You can set up a lot of trap plays with the Cypher, the Raze, and that Omen Paranoia in conjunction. And this is where I'm looking to see more of that structure that we've really seen them strive towards in China.
Yeah, interesting clash of styles for sure, and we'll see how this ends up panning out. Of course, excitement in the air as we jump into this. Can Bilibili shut this down? Can they get a 2-0, or will we be seeing a Mat 3? I don't know, but I think the Shrine wants a Mat 3, but for now, let's send it back over to the casters for the call.
Thank you so much, analysts, for kind of taking us through what was probably a very unorthodox start to the day. I don't think many of us saw this as the way things were going to begin.
Show me your pick'ems. Anybody who said they saw this coming.
Yeah, I'd love to see them. But let's now talk as realists, right? Because I feel like map 1 was a bit of a dream. It was one of those imagine ifs. There's a chance. There's a, you know, those tiny fractions of a capability of it happening, but it did. Now we get into the realistic thing, right?
Stats from the crowd, I like that.
Nice counting work. Very nice. But now we look at NRG's home map. Something that's been a stronghold for them. That's always looked comfortable to an extent. Is there a chance in your mind here? Where does this go now? I want your thoughts.
Well, it's interesting. I remember making a comment in Tokyo regionally. There was a few series where they really struggled on the defensive split. Now, Bilibili, maybe with the wind in their sails, a little bit of confidence here.
Oh.
For example, Bianc, YZ, maybe firing up just a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a chance for Bilibili to potentially cause some issues here. I mean, whether or not we're going to see it, Bilibili rely on a solid scoreline here from their defensive side, but that certainly is a concern for me because there was a few times where NRG just, it looks as if they feel as if they got a grasp on how the round is going to conclude, and then out of nowhere there's a Bianc 3K, there's a YZ paint shell that lands into a showstopper that completely opens the sight up. And the other thing to consider as well is their conversion of disadvantages on map 1. So NRG definitely need to have cleaned that up coming into the second map here, Lauren.
Then let's find out if lightning strikes twice. The first map, you could call it an upset, you can call it what you want. Make it 2 maps, and then suddenly you've got everyone's attention. But can they really do it here? Rin gonna be the first to fall. Victor off to a blistering start. And once again, one of the key components was that B take. It always looked so beautifully crafted, and once again rewarded.
Plant will come through, no resistance just yet from Bilibili. YZ actually with a Sheriff in hand, still has the paint shell, but not much else in the form of utility, so barring some opening kills here from Bilibili, should see NRG lock this one down.
There's the flash, but it's not going to blind Victor at all. It's Crashies. Oh, this is comfortable for NRG. Just knighting one left star. Hold on. It's down to a 1v2. 24 seconds, but you got to land these shots and fast. Try and dig some out of this position. That ain't going to be easy. Apparently, it might just be Flash going to connect in 6 HP. 2 more bullets to play with and 1 target to find. Crashies holds. And NRG make it past the first hurdle, but what a key round to amplify what you were just saying. How many times do we think we see the outcome and then it shifts?
Exactly. It looks like they're completely locked out of this site, especially with the first kill going in favor of NRG. But time and time again, Bilibili will find a reason to fight.
It's ridiculous, because it almost feels like the round's done, right? You're thinking about the timer, you're thinking about every aspect, you're thinking, okay, this one's looking pretty wrapped up. They're not going to be able to dig out Som from that deeper spot, and he did. But still, the scoreline is the important factor. And it's the first for NRG, more contested than I'm sure they'd like, but you look at the buy coming in for Bilibili here. Only light, but a couple of shorties, a frenzy or 2, and a classic for Knight, and that's about it. And Ardis taking the first steps now. Keep in mind, we get to see Ardis on the jet, so always a joy. Crashies with the rifle as well. So 2 out to play here.
Yosemite unchecked as of yet, but Ardis seemingly aware of the possibility. Knight goes exploring. We'll find Finesse. The attack comes through in his favor, but
They didn't clear diligently. They overwhelm in the end, so they get Heaven control. This then pulls in YZ, but again, look at... Again, another punishment! NRG, come on! Got to be sharper than this. A couple of chances made here, but YZ should be... Oh, dear!
That's a Phantom.
That's a big upgrade. And the Spike's all alone. FNS was on the other side of the map. He's actually in.
They're so split,
spawn.
Lauren.
Yeah, this is Som now having to play Survivor, right? He's got to stay alive. Keep your eyes on YZ here. This is all about timing. Som didn't quite see it, I don't think. Maybe expecting it. YZ.
No.
The timing! No way! That's the Spike down! FNS! This is a round a coach and IGL will be caking themselves for. FNS with his work cut out here, and YZ in a very tricky angle. Not again! Ladies and gentlemen, check your corners.
Let's keep going.
Things descend into chaos there, and both teams so split.
Yeah.
I mean, YZ was so disconnected from Bianc. This kill with the shorty, it's just pivotal. And here, again, you talk about checking corners, but the time's already gone.
Oh,
Finesse has to literally charge towards the Spike. I mean, he comes all the way from defensive spawn.
1-1. What a flip too. Okay, can NRG do it back? I guess that's where the weight really lays in this, is that can they maybe answer this? But now they're up against a hefty purchase from Bilibili.
Trailblazer to, I guess, confirm behind that initial flash, but NRG looking to stack up behind it. A little bit of misdirection or denial of information here. They'll try and play that to their advantage.
So who does this fall down to? I guess really Knight. He's got a lot of support that will be there through middle, but they're not close.
A deep trip, though, so the information will come early enough. Still, reinforcements coming back through ropes.
They'll get to Heaven on time. The Flash is going to know that there's someone there near Pillar. They don't know quite where. Ardis is close, but speaking about close, YZ's there, and it's a blender. Knight delivers. Yes, Crashies gets a couple back, but he's going to need one more. And he tried. My God, he tried, and they made it costly. Second for Bilibili.
And flipping round 2, though. There are a couple of players for Bilibili that do have the finances to support another purchase. See YZ actually opt for a judge here.
Sure.
Maybe playing into corners, not being checked in a previous round. I believe, what was it? Yosemite with a frenzy initially went unchecked in May or so.
Oh. Beautiful shots from Crashies, but man.
Well, 3K in the pistol as well from him.
Yeah. Could be on for a good one for him today. That'd be nice.
Seeker's online already.
Blinded.
Looking for NRG to maybe stabilize here early on.
Can they calm the tempo down here? Once again, high priority towards middle. To play. Oh! Shouldered by Yosemite, but you're going to have Rin actually just holding that angle. That was lovely work. First blood found. That flash will note that there's another player here, but will they consider Ardis being this deep already, or does it even matter now the ult comes through? Yep, he's going to have to be very careful, because look how ready to brawl they are. All 5 players for Bilibili were willing to challenge on middle.
I think we're only seeing 2 on the other side of this neural theft. Wow, an overstep here from Yosemite. Ardis will punish. Finesse unable to find some space elsewhere, though, with his position revealed. NRG a little earlier this time around will regroup outside 8. So Knight will be tested once again. Flash not going to connect from Bianc. Yeah, I thought maybe it was going to go a little deeper, but he's not going to rotate off it.
Massive timing for the Seekers as well. So Knight's positions revealed, one towards screen. Yeah, that's huge. The Seekers a little bit of an MVP this round, but it's on Knight to try and over-deliver. He's got a freebie on Ardis. Maybe a follow-up. He does! Takes down Crashes too, brings it back down to a fair 2v2. But keep in mind, YZ still has that judge.
Some will get the divide off this.
He's flying in!
He's gone in!
He's going to try and find Som. Where is he? Says hello, gets him! That's ridiculous stuff! Bilibili, no respect! Could not care less. They're facing NRG. YZ stuck on the judge and flew in from rafters. What are we seeing?
I mean, NRG is completely caught off guard. Paranoia connects, yes, but YZ is completely overstepping, getting all the way onto site. Inside that smoke, actually, that's planted on the spike here. Gives him a little bit of room for comfort to reset after the double satchel. And a 3-1 scoreline to kick things off here on Split.
I'm stunned, Mike. I'm really quite stunned. I thought maybe map
When
one.
do we get worried? I already am.
Now I'm already worried. It's because of what Bilibili are doing and how they're doing it, right? Unorthodox, confident, really something to watch.
What a stark contrast to the start of map 1, though, and that's the confidence factor coming through. Ardis, though, looking to switch things up with a Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Well connect.
He's checking that corner from now on, isn't he? Not going to go unnoted. Knight now going to be drawn in. Should be. Oh, the Paranoia, lovely. Halts that a little, stalls it out. Oh, YZ still doing so much damage! And Rin found some. Knight's reposition is perfect, playing deep from CT, allowing them heaven control. Making it hard work. Rin, careful now, that was a little bit overzealous almost, but Knight's there with him. No singular fighter now, no singular chance, as Crashy's left with so little to play with. The A site, yes, available, camera still there. 2 flashes and a stinger. I mean, Crashy's is good. I don't think he's this
The timing of the camera. Just heartbreaking for Crashies. Decent chunk of damage, but there's still a judge. YZ will convert Bilibili's 4th.
This is wild. When do we see the timeout, do you reckon?
I think we see it pretty early on, to be honest with you. Yeah. Wow.
There we go. Yeah, this is not going how NRG wanted.
And look how quickly Bilibili are just able to collapse into like a 3-way crossfire. There's no pressure from main. I guess the focal point here for NRG is up through Mayo after Ardis finds that opener. But Bilibili don't want to concede any more space whatsoever.
And again, this plays into that, okay, first picks found, cool, NRG should have upper hand from this point forward. No, not against Bilibili.
Well, I feel like even here in the first 5 rounds, the First Blood's a very different affair.
They have been.
The scary thing is what can Bilibili achieve when they're not in recovery mode? Time and time again, round after round.
What I wouldn't pay to hear the communication right now.
Yeah, get me in comms now.
Yeah, please. Fly on the wall,
Yes.
just hearing that. What are they saying? He's got to have to work for your love today. He's got his work cut out. 4-1 facing off against an opponent that certainly wasn't on the radar to this extent, right? You can respect your opponent, you can play a good game, you know, you're not going to come in here playing, you know, silly Valorant, but at this point you now got to dig deeper, right? They're showing you a style, they're giving you a little bit of a challenge you weren't potentially expecting, so where do NRG take this now? Do they try and brawl out a little more? Because as I said, we've seen those fights in middle, but those crossfires
I don't think that's going to suit them. I really
agree.
don't, Lauren.
So then what do they go for?
I mean, I'd be curious to see if they do slow things down again, if Bilibili start digging even deeper, taking space away even further, you know, focusing finesse on one of the extremities, potentially Som elsewhere if that's how NRG's default lies. And those will be even more concerning rounds.
Okay, so the operator's coming out to play for Ardis. on the attacking side here.
An indicator of the pace slowing down potentially. Try and work a pick here and get away scot-free. It's going to be Som and maybe Ardis to take some control towards B, but we've seen a switch up here. Knight actually investing his utility over on that side of the map, and a Viper's Pit from Yosemite. So maybe nerf Finesse's impact a little bit in this round. Will be confirmed outside.
So I'm looking at who's drifting. So why is he going to slowly shift away from that A side of the map? Again, this is all just trying to figure out the other team's hand, right? We looking at Ardis here, yet to fire a bullet, but eyeing up towards B. 3 players already on this side of the map. Is Bianc going to make their way over? Do have the divide if they want it.
You do actually have the Viper Wall here as well. Invested from Yosemite, so cuts off Heaven and B main. It's going to be difficult for YZ, or risky for YZ, to really backstab and execute there, or a split. As if he's going to retreat to the safety behind that tripwire and maybe consider a rotation through spawn, but divide going to come through here, Lauren.
So this will basically be on how much can Bianc do, which is going to be hard, but still going to find Victor. Flash through, and now there's support. Knight's there, plays ahead. This aggression unfounded, but perfectly placed. The 3 are irrelevant to the round now. Stuck towards main. Billy playing outstanding right now.
And another neural theft that's going to reveal the positions of everybody on NRG. 15 seconds left on the clock. This round's done, Lauren. NRG going to have to cling to these rifles.
10 seconds left.
Well, Yosemite's actually going to find a peek here in spawn, potentially, to remove one.
Oh. Do they have the flip? They've got funds to pressure
they can throw a body or 2 at this.
Not too many. And the operator's down indeed.
That's the one that NRG definitely wanted to hold on to. That's something they wanted to lean on in the next few rounds. I mean, Knight, it's so brazen for him to get ahead of this as well. And he's rewarded for the aggression. Issue being, this isn't really a round where, you know, he can dash past the Viper wall and somebody, you know, flash behind it. Crashes obviously then be the second layer to this execute. So unless he's rewarded with a dry pick, it's difficult for them to really crack through. Like I said, the Viper's wall from Yosemite really causing issues.
And now we look at the buy coming out.
He's still got a judge, Lauren.
Why wouldn't he? He's loving it.
And he's got a showstopper.
There's 3 potential victims in middle. Oh, he's away. Oh, they can't get away in time. The trade comes out, but he takes down Ardis. So he's just holding. We know that he's got a bit of a want for going walkabouts, this man, though. He's walked smokes a couple of times. He gets a little bit ahead of himself. I mean, I guess you've got to pick your poison at that point, and if that's how he likes to play them, fair dues. But we're looking towards the adjustment from NRG now. It looks like the eventual end towards A, but it's not going to be without trouble.
2 kill trips here for Knight as well. But concern being Victor's got a showstopper and 2 satchels. They're burnt pretty early on. Going to be caught potentially by 1,
Oh,
he still gets the kill.
Huge over delivery from him, but Bianc only good for 1. Lovely trade for Som. Great spacing on that. Now with the plant going to come down, the last 2 going to have their work in front of them. An uphill struggle, to say the least. 2 toward Pillar and 1 towards main.
Paranoia and 1 snake bite to work with on the side of Billy.
They're not subtle on this. They're not trying to keep themselves concealed by any means.
Toxins going up.
First challenger could be FNS. 17 This is just audacious play. He's so confident, it's disgusting. Walks the wall, takes down FNS, and now they got game on. Rin needs to find value though as well. They're both by Pillar here. Rin gonna get closer, still 1 smoke to hand. What can he do about this one? Oh, that's not ideal, not at all. Som's made it there in time. NRG finally break back in the game.
The back of the showstopper, like I said, Victor actually caught up in one of those trips. Knight unable to find the kill this time around before the flood approaches from NRG. And here, YZ going 1 for 1 in mid. Again, we talked about Yosemite being happy to get aggressive. Maybe in some of these situations you want to see maybe a second player behind YZ. Find that trade initially, and that goes a completely different way for Billy. Call a timeout, maybe just an opportunity to take a breath, consider what position they're in. 1 map up, 3 rounds ahead. Chat been thirsty the last few days. Already this early on in the event as well.
Oh, I mean, you gotta spread the net as wide as possible.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Or cast it as early as possible.
Sure. Yeah. Now, 5 in a row though is a big streak for Billy. It's ridiculous to look at the score, right? And you've already got YZ on full money. I'm trying to read the signs. I just saw it as it went away. I'm nervous for NRG.
Well, the one thing I'm nervous about is seeing Bianc currently at 2 and 4. If he has another few Bianc rounds,
just decide to start getting 3Ks.
Yeah.
Fair enough. 1 off the ult as well, so he's doing pretty well for himself. On the other side, FNS 1 off. 2 away for Crash. I mean, Crash has been cycling through those Seekers real quick.
Does this look like they've felt comfortable about a few A-site hits? YZ though, an operator.
This is down there and a flash to start with. Hello and goodbye for Victor. It was a short-lived round. As YZ ain't falling all the way back. Holding a little close here. Gonna have to finally slip away. Artist, the next challenger, but they're not gonna reveal his position quite quickly. Noting both players on either side. Artist dips away, believes Crashies to the task, but YD. YZ, are you, excuse me? Excuse me? Sorry. No. The timing at Finesse. Hello, look behind you. Someone turn around. Someone do something. And Finesse can't do enough. What are we seeing?
I'm talking about NRG having, I guess, an opportunity to exploit what they feel is a weakness in this A-side hold. The read from Billy. YZ, even using the judge a little bit, mate. Buy an operator here.
Do the same
PK
thing.
main.
Yeah. Just walk A main as well.
I mean, this is literally shut down in the first 5 seconds of the round. And here, the paranoia from Finesse, checking the flank constantly, allows YZ to shift walk up with an operator up ramp.
They're doing it again.
These are just some tilting rounds for NRG to lose, though.
Absolutely. Artist, Victor heading on in. Knight. Oh, he's gonna address the backline first. Takes away FNS. Victor's fallen as well. It's only Artist alive, but Artist is looking a little pissed off, looking a little mean. And they might be able to clear the side, but they haven't cleared all the players. A 2v2 now. YZ can't catch it that time. Great shot from Som. And 70, the last one alive.
30 HP.
Ooh. And you got Artist being bodyguard. Kicking it up a gear here. The original import. Yeah, he's had enough. Big round from him. NRG getting one back on the board.
They stick to their guns. Sights set on A. Another situation where you almost want a second body with Knight here.
Yeah.
He's unable to really act upon his trips because of this double duelist setup from NRG. They're able to just overwhelm, and it's so risky for Knight to address the front line. Like you said, he swings onto the back line, his finesse coming out of the smoke. As the second wave of that execute.
Almost out with the money from Billy. They did kind of build up a mass.
YZ's back on a judge, though.
Well,
he's got 4,200 in the bank.
Yeah, it's an active choice. So here's the switch up, though. So NRG kind of laying down the intention of this A piece, right? Trying to get them paranoid about it. And it's not without some bodies behind it this time. Maybe a little bit of a split, maybe just a different look here. But look at the attention towards middle. Artist in danger this time. Yeah, not going to get away with it. And the judge reigns supreme again.
Vulnerable, walking into a judge. You just don't win those.
Knight gonna play ahead. He's ahead. Do they check Kid? No, they don't. Victor, unaware of the chance that he could slip on through. We gotta know it by now. Billy, give no respect, no credit to NRG. And look at YZ again. Look at this position. Please check, please check, please check. Someone check, someone check. You're gonna lurk this way. Oh God, this is devastating for NRG.
No more charges left. A 7-3 lead here for Billy on NRG's map pick. Map 2 of this series, no less. Some ultimates just about coming online now for NRG. Some tools at their disposal, yes, but they are not in control of this half so far. Billy just, I feel like they're just going from strength to strength. Why is he almost just playing mental games now, flying around with a judge?
I'm so glad we got to see him in his strong look as well, because we saw kind of Bianc having that banal pace change, a gear shift, maybe just trying to get aggressive behind the knives. The stingers coming out. A little bit of a deeper hold though. YZ's here. Can't catch Artist this time. And Artist gonna double dip. He wants in. He wants blood. But he's already taken down a 50. He's getting flooded. There's challenges everywhere and Knights on the gates. Great trade for Victor. YZ, he's trying to be stylish from the vents. The paranoia did land, so now there's problems because they already backfill in the site and the judge claims its victim. Gets its pound of flesh, and there's Bianc. You said it, problems could begin if he starts to heat up, but now maybe Victor. Oh, just dragged down. Billy outclassing NRG in every single way.
I mean, we see a total switch up in the approach here. Billy just so willing to get down and dirty, scrapping things out with NRG.
Yeah. And normally, if it's a scrappy game, I also put that to NRG. They are great brawlers.
To be the ones to, well, potentially brawl, yes, but slow things down, start controlling. And you really test the structure of a team like NRG, and that's where they excel. We were talking about, I guess, the opening stretch of Lotus, where the fundamentals were on display, and NRG were leaning heavily into that.
Operator's hit.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Operator, oh, Som.
Okay.
Nice. Taking
Good
that
read
away.
from Som.
Really well read.
Artist wants it.
Bianc's also got an operator. He's on the other side of the map, so I'm not so worried. And a quick take towards Heaven. Noting nothing. It's
Victor's
on
got the
Knight.
spike.
Yeah, I'm getting a little worried with this. If he goes back in and doesn't recheck this diligently, there could be issues. And you know they'll walk a wall, you know they'll take a risk, but Rin is the only one standing on 1 HP. Oh, he's taken down another! 1 HP was enough to take down Crashies, but it is a 2v3.
This pit is so awkward though, Lauren.
Oh, what is this? What's Bianc do? He slipped in, maybe unnoted. Yes, unnoted, but handled by Artist. The 70 can't do it, and Artist takes control. Takes back a reasonable amount of rounds here. But it's certainly not easy. 8-4, Billy showing up massively in map 2.
And with the pace they've shown on the defense, I'm going to come back to the same comment at the start of this map. I'm very concerned with NRG stumbling a couple of times in the regular season on their defensive halves. They're going to be able to really slow the pace that you've got to assume Billy are going to bring to the second half.
I'm hoping so. I hope we see that kind of blistering pace, and what an incredible upset we could have in front of us. Something that none of us expected. So I'm curious what the desk makes of this so far.
Oh boy, baby, I love this. 8-4, BLG is up, and it looks like China's really trying to establish some dominance here on the global stage. But Mimi, you know, BLG, everything is working for this team right now.
Yeah, I want to take a look at round 4 and talk about how good BLG is at supporting their side anchors, which is critical against this double duelist comp that NRG was running. You'll notice here that BLG is in an even number situation, and Bianc is going to get taken down pretty unluckily, getting spammed through the smoke by Artist. Knight is completely alone anchoring this site, but immediately you see from Rin that Omen smoke being thrown into support allows him to get forward on this angle and find two. And this Omen smoke will come into play again. You see the paranoia coming through from CT as the judge is double satcheling in, and this smoke again works to separate the two members of NRG and end up cleanly winning that round for BLG. I found that they were so good at using their util to set each other up and being proactive in the mid round. After the first half of Lotus was over, BLG has looked like a completely different team, Don.
They sure have. I mean, they've really stepped it up. And I said it before, I'm sure the confidence of that first map win would carry into the second map, and it seems to have. Knight is looking just as dominant as he did in Lotus. You know, coming up big for them here on the A side as the anchor. And, you know, their teamwork and coordination, the way they're coordinating their utility to get onto the bomb site and push these guys off of their hulks is just phenomenal. You know, from watching these guys, you wouldn't even know that they haven't been in a global event before.
It's incredible. NRG, they've struggled early in tournaments before. They've gone down to the lower bracket in groups. That might not be the biggest surprise, but the fact that BLG is just 5 rounds away from upsetting them, this could be huge, Shubi.
Oh yeah, this could be a monumental moment for these players. Let's go ahead though and send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
I'm nervous, GB, I'm nervous. 8-4. NRG not known for this side of the map, Mike. This is where things can go from bad to worse, but it starts with a pistol. Can they course correct, or do we have the upset of the tournament so far?
Som, we get a confirmation on the other side of... Well, actually, maybe not. I mean, I'm not seeing any pings come through here. I don't know if he did spot anybody on that jump peak.
They're so close.
They're ready to explode. Well, explode? Contacting out.
Oh, that's gorgeous from Billy. Again, sheer confidence. Stop it, stop it, stop it! Okay, FNS turned around in time. But already there's a plant, there's already a man advantage. They're better in kind of the disadvantages, but they hold the keys to the castle this time. FNS, we get the good timing on this one. Crashy's noted, flash up in 2.
2 flashes for Bianca as well, and the paint shell for YZ.
But they're so close. The timing on this is very, very uncomfortable. Pop flash, sure. Artist kind of turns that, so he gets a fight on it, dashes away, goes back for more, spots out another, but it's Rin to find FNS. Now all eyes turn towards Artist. Crashy succeeds, and it's only on Artist now. The 1v2, so much work. 3 HP, he can't do it. Billy, off to the start they wanted in the second half.
I thought they were going to flash out through the wall or something, but they're completely dry, just contacting into B. And they find Som solo in hell, literally.
Yeah.
With 4 players and Billy staring him down. And they solidify this site hold as well. Like I said, concerning, yes, they're converting disadvantages in the first map, but we're seeing a very different result here on split. No investment on the side of NRG. A shorty, a sheriff, YZ, back on the signature.
There we go. As he can check the flank, it's fine. No, excuse me, hello! Oh, Som, it's not what you wanted. We talked about checking your corners, eh? Hello, buddy, that's 2 right there. Make it, YZ's gonna see you. Someone's gonna see you, someone! See Victor! He does some good chip damage, but they're gonna need more. YZ is just a nightmare to handle.
A fiend with this weapon.
He absolutely is. I hate it, and I love it. He's still going. Oh, my heart is breaking. He's gonna get them all.
Still here, amigo.
YZ is monstrous. Bianca on map 1 was the standout. Map 2, we can see why people were saying he was the one to watch.
2 off the showstopper coming into round 3. And no doubts that he's probably still going to have this weapon.
Oh, more than likely. Oh.
10 for the scoreline, Lauren. NRG unable to get anything going just yet. You can see the energy starting to rise on stage.
Chaos. I was wondering if we're going to have a Cinderella run from a team. This could be the first look at the first couple of steps. However, they ain't done yet. NRG have a bye. But it's got to be like a 5 standing, you know, like
it's got to
really
be clean, yeah. As close to flawless, you'd hope. There's only really Yosemite that's struggling down at 600 credits. I mean, if you're trying to judge in every buy round, you can maybe afford an extra rifle here and there. Artist getting curious.
Don't you know what happened to the trap? Oh, but he's quick. Spray on that. He has the one way to be able to fall away from. Why is he unable to kind of close down on that chance?
With Rin falling, you kind of look towards Yosemite maybe to make use of his utility elsewhere, but I mean, look at it. It's to basically deny a ramp speak and really give them much of an opportunity to pressure. Hang on though, Knight might catch some fortunate timing here. But with the trip placed there, it makes me feel like they are going to commit towards this B split.
Heaven's pretty open. Yeah, FNS can kind of fall through, but it's really hard to hold from the back of this corner. Som and Artist could be in a little bit of danger here, actually, yeah. So many angles to worry about. Maybe a misplay, but maybe Artist is enough to hold. He's not! Billy breaking back in again! A 2v3 in their favor.
Well, flipping a 4v5 potentially here. They've got the man advantage in the post plan. And Yosemite with a very deep position here.
Crash. Enemy remaining. Bye-bye. And Victor, I think you're walking from this one.
Yeah, this is going to be 11 for Billy.
This is obscene, Mike. Can we just talk candidly for a second? What do you think the percentage chances were in your head of this happening? Yeah, go on. I'm saying 5.
I'm going to be honest, I came in to think it was very one-sided towards NRG. I wouldn't have even committed to a percentage odds on this.
Yeah.
And that's not to undersell Billy at all.
No, you go for what you know.
They've exceeded expectations here.
Brilliant performance from them.
I mean, they even speak candidly about it themselves. Yeah,
we're here to
learn. Low
learn.
Expectations, we're here to learn. We have no experience. We just want to take away from some of the best teams in the world.
Right now, they're taking away a lot.
Exactly, they're taking away potentially the first series versus a heavy hitter. The kings of consistency on the global stage. Oh,
Oh, he's giving it.
He's giving it.
Let's go. Oh, you love to see it. Timeout for NRG. Well, well, well. As I said, I think a lot of us coming into today, if you went off what you know, you go off stats, you go off previous results, you go off factors of real importance.
And I don't mean to be disingenuous with that. Like I said, there's maybe a handful of teams outside of, you know, like Loud, Fnatic, NRG that you look at some of these. I don't even want to call Bilibili a dark horse, but an unknown entity.
Oh, maybe next game.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Maybe next
I'm
time.
sorry. All right. No, it's not even an EMEA team.
But I was going to say.
Oh, 4 rounds though. That is rough. No, it's all right. Tom had a good game. He got an ace at one point. It's all right. I'll be fine.
You're clutching.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying real hard.
7 rounds to recover here. Investment coming through. Bulldogs, a Guardian. The Blade Storm here for Ardis. It has to start now, Lauren.
Okay.
If Bilibili hit 12, you got to argue with the way they've been playing, they're going to close out.
You'll get a YZ round. You'll get a round out of something.
You're due one. Yeah.
All right, NRG. Come on.
Yes, this should
Give us a little something here. Give us a reason to believe. Because right now it's been Bilibili the whole way through. Now, aggressive start. Knight the first challenge. Bianc with a trade. Ardis does take down Knight.
Victor's HP down to 23. Going to get healed up by Crashes.
This is a quick pivot. They're looking elsewhere on the map too. They're looking to try and flex towards B quite quickly, and the showstopper's there. This could be an explosive take. Som is in danger. FNS. Don't know if he caught that paranoia. He should be fine for now, but here comes that explosion. Why is he going to dive on in head first and try and find Som? He's got him. Gateway open, but FNS clutching onto this. Desperate to hold on, and Victor's by his side. They're not giving up yet. Bianc still standing there with a 1v1. And out of everyone, it's Crashies. The opposing number keeps NRG with a little bit of breath in their lungs. 5 rounds now.
But they're clinging to life in terms of the finances, Lauren. Going to force basically a full repurchase here, and Bilibili sitting comfortably. The crowd
they want it.
Finally with a chance to get behind them, a reason to cheer here. So they definitely need it. The road starts with 1 round, another 6 to find.
Here we go, just 6. Can they turn it down to 5? Can they keep this one going? Victor wants to be active. Not afraid to fight. There's Ardis challenging towards middle as well. Looks like Bilibili aware of the chance of that aggression. We know it's a common shift for NRG to look for opportunity. Cautiously clearing towards middle. Ardis waiting. Spot, yes he does, spots the cross. That's very indicative. Do they continue to follow this path? Because by all rights, there's no one holding A.
Well, Crash is actually going to early clear with the Trailblazer here. Is anybody spotted him?
I don't think he saw Knight.
I don't think they did. They're already coming across towards screens, but
so far ahead though.
There's a paint shell to slow things down. Crashes commits to it.
It looks like desperation. Speaking, oh no! Mistakes happening, you can see the frustration. Starting to crumble in front of our eyes. Victor down to 11. No heals this time, Crashes is gone. It's mostly on FNS, Som and Ardis to find those next steps back in here.
Finesse needs to find something on this flank, but the Bulldog in hand. He's not going to commit towards it.
No. So there's 3 on the site. 1 towards that little cubby. And Ardis, first man in. Dash into the smoke, draws the eyes. Victor does find it. Ardis tries, but he fails. And now down to just 1. YZ, can they find him in time? He looks up towards the top, but Som again! Greatness from Som now. Another round, another step closer, and another lifeline.
Showing composure here, so much patience to set up ahead of that retake, and NRG successful. It's a paint shell and the dash to really set things in motion for them. Again, only 1 survives.
Was it 5 rounds now?
That should work.
I'm gonna keep count. It's tough for me.
That'll work.
And Bilibili forced down to, I mean, they have a few rounds like this with SMGs they can throw in.
They still scare me. Even
Yeah, they do, because if a pace change comes out here, I mean, YZ still got a judge. He's on a full buy, basically.
Yep, he's happy. Oh, speaking of, there he goes. Almost caught. Oh, no way! Artist just got knocked out. That's a Vandal upgrade. He don't even want it. Boombot's going to clear it. No way, that's a 4. This is ridiculous. This isn't the round it happens. No, not like this. YZ is surely going to put him on 12. Carve it into the scoreboard. Unless Crashies goes huge. He's desperately trying, and he's absolutely succeeding.
My word.
When NRG need it most, Crashies is there.
Another clutch from him.
All right.
And he stands up and delivers here. The Red Bull clutch once again from Crashies to keep NRG's hopes alive here.
Look at this start, though. That is obscene, isn't it?
I mean, he's just so slippery.
Yeah.
Ardis, you can't even call this overzealous from Ardis.
Nice.
They have to do something to slow down Billy in rounds like this.
Yeah.
It's only really the open plant that is Billy's demise here. If Rin gets a safe plant and ability to reset after that, gets a fair engagement, maybe there's a chance. Billy forced into a timeout here as they're on the brink of a snowball round, Lauren. Everything except the Seekers available, and they're missing 1 orb for it. Another round where NRG only 1 survives, so as a byproduct of that, there's a Guardian and a Judge in the inventory for NRG.
But they keep finding something. They keep getting these little rounds here and there. How many more can they get away with? Closer and closer.
How many more has Crashies got up the sleeve?
Nice Crashies. I'd give him 2 more. He's good. He'll be all right. All right, what we got?
Who's Keith?
Keith.
ISOM.
Ah.
I don't know if there was a heart there we can see on that.
ISOM.
Yeah, just ISOM.
I'm scared of this snowball round. I think NRG will be as well. Probably what the timeout was for, discussing what to do with this, right? Oh, Judge is back.
Judge is back. Showstopper's back.
I mean, pretty good. Pretty good for YZ. 3 in a row. Can they make it 4 for NRG? Get up to 11-8. We asked a lot of them to try and turn this game around. Billy keep getting damn close. Early ult from FNS. Does not want to entertain a B hit. Does Billy even care? Oh god, no they don't. Well, YZ certainly does. Oh, FNS gives him a taste of his own medicine. YZ down out of the round. Judge dropped this time. It's 4 alive.
So secondary objective, the pit will fall, so relinquishing some of that control. Ardis will spot Yosemite.
Patience now, and does he peek? He's checking in. We can see how close they are. Great shot spots the other 2. No tip, but Knight's still going to find him. This should be relayed. This is FNS now. Potentially on a platter, but keep your eyes on the spike. He's going towards B. FNS standing tall, showing him how it's done. That's going to be 8 surely. Bianc was exceptional on map 1. No chance here. FNS. The brains and the brawn this round.
Just 3 more. Another round, Billy will be down to SMGs, maybe a Judge as well in hand. The heroics here from Finesse. But the job's not done yet. You can see on his face as well.
Oh man, this game's heating up now. Okay, so a couple of those ults got burnt though, right? So keep that in mind. We thought that snowball round could be happening. Some of that's been removed. YZ already opted to invest his in just the round prior. Tagged up, that's a big damage. Bianc gonna have to invest all of that healing here, which is fine. Gets him back up to sitting pretty, but very indicative of the hit coming this way. You've got 3 players now on that early lead from NRG.
Confirmation there from Crashies on the Trailblazer. Not going to be anybody to greet here inside ropes. How deep do they explore? Finesse is positioned all the way up towards heaven. There's no reason for him to rotate just yet with 3 members of NRG up this close.
Do they re-clear ramp? Do they re-clear ramp? Oh, no. There's a trap. There's a trap. There's a trap. Som, there's a trap. Som, there's a trap. Turn. Look, the flash of paranoia. Oh, it's devastating. Billy bait them in perfectly. And this could be the heartbreak round. Artis and FNS though, heroics from FNS and just that round gone. Artis always good for it. But this is the round to do it on. First challenger found. YZ down. Yosemite. Oh my god, not again. Not like this. Yosemite pulls the trigger. FNS is gone. It's on Artis in a 1v3.
An operator in hand though. This is gonna require a miracle, Lauren.
But it's Artis. Someone answers the prayers. It used to be Artis answering, not today. Noted early here by the utility, will have to fall away. Mike, that trap play was ridiculous, out of this world.
And NRG are so eager to take the initiative, be decisive in this round. And like I said, come back to that earlier discussion, deny some of the space and some of the comfort that Bilibili have found with setting the precedent in terms of aggression, in terms of control. And it's a round on just Stingers and SMGs.
How sick is that?
YZ finding the upgrade, applying further pressure. We'll put Bilibili on map and series point here on Split.
Oh, what's the buy like? They should have good funds here for NRG. On the other side, it should be a full purchase too. And this trap play is going to be carved in the hearts of NRG. Incredible work from Bilibili to break that out at this point as well, showing they've got that depth, that ability. And now it's OT or it's bust for NRG.
I'm seeing just finesse here.
Oh god. So
well, we need another finesse round. He's gonna have his hands full, Lauren.
Does he just back away?
NRG walking mid elsewhere. Early confirmation and no presence to Bilibili step up the pace here.
They're already through on ramp. They felt no resistance at all. It looks like they're trying to clear quickly. Yes, Artis makes it there in time, so can backfill towards Heaven. But now the problem's fall back towards Finesse. Pain Shell to force him away, committing towards the side. The Paranoia said he's in danger, and he's dead. YZ's already in, and NRG and Dire Straits here, down to 4. Sight waving Bilibili's flag here. All gonna be invested to Plant, gonna come down.
5v4 in favor of Bilibili. Needs someone to open this round up. A divide available with the pit down. It doesn't really amount to too much.
Here we go. This is it. Hold your breath. As now the fight begins. Knight takes down Som. Looks for follow-up. Finding anyone. YZ's there. It's down to Victor. It's down to Artis. It's all that's left is Artis. And the unthinkable might just happen here. The true upset of the day. The upset of the event so far. Bilibili besting NRG.
You can see what it means to them as well. To come back to that same thing at the start of the day. We're here to learn.
Wow.
An amazing performance by Bilibili. And a stunning loss for NRG.
Give it up to them. They just put on a fantastic show. The fact they faced NRG first, one of arguably the best teams.
What a rough draw to start your first Champions run.
Kings of consistency, always delivering individual excellence. I mean, NRG has it all, but today somehow did not manifest it in time. A valiant attempt at the end there, but that trap play will be echoing through their minds going forward. But truly the upset, Mike, I didn't see this coming.
Absolutely not. Credit where credit is due. We talked about some major concerns in map 1.
Sure.
Still, Bilibili able to actually flip that in their favor. We're now in overtime. Map 2, you see the confidence. Just what a contrast. And actually dominating the first bloods in the second half, which was something that was a real concern. Like I said, yeah, they were still converting 4v5s, but I mean, that's not something you want to rely upon. Even with Bianca and YZ putting up a couple of rounds here and there, it's still such a flaky thing to pin your hopes on.
What a ridiculous matchup that was. Fantastic start to the day. Truly, I think the upset so far that's caught all of us off guard, but fantastic nonetheless. And to really break it down, to get into the thick of things, the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, well, do you believe in magic? Because they sure do. Bilibili managed to walk away with a 2-0 victory over NRG. Words that I never thought I would say here at Champions LA, but if there's one thing I love, it's being shocked. It's being caught off guard. This is what this sport needs, and truly, you never know what's going to happen in the VCT because players can come from all sorts of regions around the world, create incredible combinations, and then this happens. Magic happens here in LA, Mimi.
This is only the second Chinese team to have won a match internationally, and it's in their first ever showing. They've never been to a global event before, and here in their first chance against one of the teams who has made it to top 4 in every single global event, going all the way back to Champs 21, they make it happen. What an incredible moment for BLG. Not only did they win Psycho, but they do so dominantly here on Split.
Oh, absolutely dominantly. I mean, they started off a little bit slow there on Lotus, but managed to pull it back. But Split, they were in the driver's seat the entire time. And I think it's just this perfect storm of, a bunch of different factors here. Energy are notoriously slow to start.
Yeah, it's just that like comfort on the stage all of a sudden out of nowhere for this BLG team. They've come out, they've surprised everyone here. And on top of that, the players just look so good, right? You were talking about who's going to be the villain. It might be these guys. They're talking trash up there.
Might be all of them.
They look great.
Oh, they absolutely do. And I mean, just especially K9. Look at him standing up, screaming at the other team every time they get a round win. This guy is ready to go constantly. And we talked about this team. If they were able to take out Energy here, we may have a contender on our hand for this tournament. And it seems like we might.
Yeah, I really genuinely do believe that BLG is looking like an extremely competitive team. And yes, you could talk about Energy's history of, struggling in the opening matches, but something about that just looked rather special. And that is the reason why BLG walks away with a 2-0 win. I'm sure everyone's going to be combing over that for quite some time, but I believe we do have our Verizon post-match interview. We do, Yinsu. She's standing by, waiting for me to stop talking. Yinsu, take it away.
From BLG and Wendy here to translate. What an honor it is for me to share a stage with you, K9. First of all, congratulations, Gongxi. You guys put up a massive upset. I don't think many people expected you to beat NRG. So talk to me, how did you guys do it? Why do you think that you beat them today?
那首先恭喜你们非常漂亮拿下今天比赛的胜利，也是个很好的开门红。其实呢，有很多人可能不看好你们，但是你们完成了是以下课上，成功拿下了比赛。所以说，你觉得你们为什么能够获胜？你觉得你们是怎么来计划整个游戏的？
首先第一个问题就是我们为什么会获胜吧？我觉得这离不开队员们每天的训练吧，辛苦训练吧。然后在场上其实。大家其实都是第一次来这种国际型的大赛，所以我们可能心态上面会比较放松，对。所以我觉得是心态上面和每天的努力训练，所以可以拿下这场胜利。
I feel like the main reason that why we are able to get a win for today's game is definitely the practice made by the whole team, the effort put in to practice, and also the good men's side all of us had. Because this is definitely the first international journey for all of us. So with the rookie here on the stage, because of that, we just kind of have a very relaxed men's side. We just like to enjoy it. And after that, I would just give the credit to all the practice made by us and also the good mental.
Yeah, you guys played super well today. Now, K9, I know on the team you have a lot of energy. I know you like to tell jokes, make your teammates laugh, lift them up when they're down. So talk me through what that was like for you in this game in particular. Were there any moments that you felt like maybe you really had to get them back together?
那其实我们一直都觉得我们的小 K 是整个队伍内的一个气氛担当嘛，很多时候也会讲讲笑话，包括说和队友们互动，能够让他们更加振奋起来，团结一心。所以说回顾到刚才的这场对局里，你会不会觉得在某一些瞬间，你觉得可能是需要大家更多的一起集中，然后一起活跃气氛，然后稳扎稳打拿下呢？
我觉得这是肯定是需要的。就比如说我们在图2下半场的时候，其实是一度被对面拿残局，1打3，对吧？所以我们的气势可能是需要用言语来，可能当时不能拿比分来提升我们的气势，那当时就要利用这个言语来提升我们的气势。所以说，问题是什么来着？
就是你觉得有没有一些瞬间，就是你们确实需要好好的来鼓励自己？
就是那个1打3之后吧，我觉得那个时候确实是需要。 就是改变一下，做出改变嘛，对。
Yeah, definitely. I must say there's some moments that we really need to cheer us up. Especially, I would like to talk a bit more about Split, the map 2, and especially in the second half, the opponent's team, they were able to get so many scores. They win a lot of crunches, and also after they got that 1v3 victory, it feels like although we can't get scores around that point, but we need to communicate to each other, try to have a very good momentum, try to cheer up each other to focus on the game.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for translating. Thank you very much, K9, for joining me, guys. Give it up for BLGK Knight. And what a start this has been for Group C. More upsets on the way, perhaps, because right after this, Fnatic and Zeta will be taking the stage.
Energy are looking to hold a trophy over their heads yet again, but in their way is a team with nothing to lose and everything to gain. It's NRG versus Bilibili Gaming to kick off the day.
Som now has too many targets, but he deals with them so well. Snaps back to attention. Stunning from Som.
Struggling to pin down the first crashes and found one with a stinger.
Yeah, but Knight's on the case.
This is going to be Som to attempt it. So we'll throw the crosshair placement off, but a pain shell going to force him there. Knight actually finding an ace of his own, Lauren.
Then to Paranoia and Victor starts working. That's the moment to strike. Pops the ult. He needs to get this, and he does. Oh! Forces Yosemite away! And now so low, though. Yosemite's still standing, still sitting pretty. Just waiting on that classic. They're so low. He's got a 1v1 to win. Victor, desperate to try and hunt him down. He can't get there in time! NRG stunned out of the server. Bilibili claiming map 1. He can check the flank. It's fine. No, excuse me. Hello. He does some good chip damage, but they're going to need more YZ. Oh, my heart is breaking. He's going to get them all. Are you okay? Carve it into the scoreboard. Unless Crashies goes huge. He's desperately trying, and he's absolutely succeeding.
My word.
When NRG need it most, Crashies is there.
What did I say? I promise I win. I said it, bro.
It's a trap. Stop, it's a trap. Turn, left to flash the Paranoia. Oh, it's devastating. Bilibili bait them in perfectly. The true upset of the day. The upset of the event so far. Bilibili besting NRG.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
of VALORANT Champions. I hope you guys had a nice break because we are just getting started. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I got Mimi and Psycho here back with me for a long-awaited rematch between Fnatic and Zeta, although Mimi, under very different circumstances this time.
Yeah, way back when at Reykjavik, it was a huge upset when Zeta beat Fnatic, but a lot has changed since then. Fnatic has won both the tournaments this year. They're on track to build themselves an era and possibly clean sweep through at Champions. And Zeta have struggled. This is the first event since lock, and they're making an international appearance.
That's right. I mean, they missed out on the home Masters event at Tokyo. That had to be a huge letdown for them, and I'm sure they're coming in here with a vengeance. It's been so long since these teams have matched up, but since then, Fnatic have established themselves as this powerhouse of VCT globally throughout the year.
I mean, let's talk about Zeta because they've made their way here through LCQ. Again, one of the teams I don't think many people expected Mimi to make a run like this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were expecting someone like Team Secret to win in Pacific, but Zeta honestly had a really clean run throughout. I think they played to a lot of the stuff that used to work well for them. These really slow attack side defaults where they pick apart their opponents, but I think they also threw in some new stuff. They're running a lot of these Rays, Neon comps, starting to innovate and change up their style a little bit to great effect in that LCQ.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. They're obviously mixing it up. They're watching what's working for other teams, and they're trying to figure out how can we apply this to us and apply our strengths and put our own little twist on it. And I think that they're in a great position to make a good run in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's so big to see Zeta back at an international event because obviously they've made history in the past. They were the miracle run of Reykjavik last year, but they haven't made a roster change since then. They are the longest standing single roster that we have here in Champions. So to see them really stick together across so many different metas and make it again to an international event, I'm sure it's a big moment for them and for the Japanese fans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course, under the leadership of Laz as well, I feel like the star player of that team. What do you make of the Chamber? Because I feel like ever since he brought it back and had a lot of success with it, a lot of other people have followed suit.
They sure have, and I think that we had an inkling that Chamber might be coming back, and you know, obviously the teams that were doing well this year didn't have as much incentive to experiment with Chamber, but you see a team like Zeta who missed out on Masters. They're looking for what can we add, what can we give ourselves to give us that edge over these other teams, and Laz has really cemented himself as, you know, dangerous on this Chamber agent, and I would be paranoid about contacting corners with this guy in the server right now.
One of the reasons I think Zeta had the fall off that they did was because of the meta shift. They were great under Chamber meta when Laz was harvesting in every tournament he was playing. And it's been a long time since he's been able to play that agent. He was stuck in the Killjoy Cypher jail that so many other players had to transition over to. But now he's back in his comfort, calling for this team, and they look back in form.
Yeah, and is that, you feel like, the correct approach as well to stick with that Chamber against Fnatic today?
I would lean into it for sure. I think that they need something that's going to give them some bite against Fnatic. Fnatic are coming in as the clear favorites. You know, they know what they're doing. They've got their chemistry down. They've got their playbook down. You know, they're ready to go. Zeta are the ones who have the onus on them to take control and actually bring home this win. So I would lean into the Chamber and anything else that they think they have up their sleeve to take these guys out early and make a statement early in the tournament that we are here to play and we're contenders.
I mean, we've seen one upset already today. Who knows? Who knows? And speaking of Laz, Doug caught up with him outside.
Laz, quick question for you. You're back on the international stage. How do you feel individually heading into the tournament?
世界大会に戻ってきて、今のチームのコンディションはいかがですか？
コンディションはいいですね。で、このインターナショナルの舞台に勝ってこれたことをすごく嬉しく思ってます。試合が楽しみです。
We're just very happy to be back on this international stage, and our conditions are very good. So very excited for the match.
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
I think this is the theme, right, Zeta? They're just happy to make another international tournament, but their opponent, the expectations is completely different. Because Mimi, some have even said if Fnatic don't get the triple, the 3-for-3, then it is not an era. The dynasty doesn't count.
I think it's fair to say that we're at the beginning of an era. It's dawning right now. If they win Champions, no one can dispute the fact that this is Fnatic's era. No one's ever won back-to-back before, and winning the three-peat, making that run continue at Champions would be such a moment for this Fnatic team that has been working so hard for a trophy to establish an era like this since the very beginning of Valorant.
Absolutely, and as someone who's coached the team, you know, I know what it's like when you set out at the beginning of the year, you put your roster together, all sights are on Champions. Masters, you know, winning VTT, winning Master, these are steps along the way to get you that experience and to give you that confidence to go into Champions and bring it home. So this is where it all ends. This is what everything leads to. You know, there's always going to be those doubts if they don't take this tournament home. But I think that they have the firepower, they have the chemistry, they have the playbook. They can really cement themselves and say that this year is the Fnatic year.
And every tournament you win, every moment you spend on top, it gets harder and harder to maintain that position. We've heard from so many different teams who have won tournaments how hard it is to repeat because everyone looks at you, everyone is studying you, stealing your ideas, and you're forced to really adapt, reinvent yourself, show something new in every tournament to be able to stay on top. It's such a difficult task, but Fnatic has already done it once.
Yeah, they became kind of the record breakers, right? The history makers. We've heard from Laz on the side of Zeta, but let's hear from Durka from Fnatic. Over to you, Doug.
Durka, if I may, a very quick question for you, sir. Given that
New Jeans Super Shy.
Thanks, Durka, for giving me the opportunity to bust out a choreo on the desk. I've always wanted to do it, but that was a New Jeans Super Shy. What a giga chat, and I feel like there's a theme, right? Psycho with this team. Every single player seems to have a bit of a giga chat or cold moment in them.
Oh, they absolutely do, and I think that's the scariest thing about going up against this team. There's no clear, defined start. This is a true super team. Every player on this roster is one of the best in their roles, and anybody at any given time can take over the game.
It's insane. And they haven't even changed a comp yet this year, right? This is a team who we're always talking about them pulling out new stuff, changing up their style throughout, but they haven't even had to adjust their compositions in a big way. That's just how good they are at perfecting the little details. And honestly, when you're on top like that, you have moments to have fun and have that swagger.
Yeah, I mean, same comment, also no Pearl either. Here we have a tweet from Boaster who tweeted, if anyone finds the ability to go back 2 years in time, then feel free to anti-strap me. And Psycho, I saw you reply to this tweet because if you guys zoom in on this tweet at home, at some point you'll see that some of those strats that he's talking about came from your team back in the days.
That's right. I mean, we went up against Fnatic at Champions last year in the playoffs, and we're able to take them out. So, you know, I think definitely Boaster pulled a couple plays that he liked from what we ran against him and added it to his playbook. And hey, that's what teams do, right? And you usually name the team or name the play after the team you stole it for as like a sort of homage, right, to them. So, you know, Energy runs this play against you. You know, you really like it. You add it to your playbook, and you're like, okay, guys, we're going to run the Energy this round.
I guess my follow-up to that would be, how deep do you think Fnatic's stratbook really is? Because like Mimi said, they haven't changed any comps. So at what point do you feel like they're going to run dry and teams are starting to be able to anti-strat them a bit better?
Well, I think they're just so far ahead. I mean, we've seen this year how dominant teams are who have managed to keep a core together. It's something that's been talked about a lot this year. You know, the teams that have been able to keep 3 or 4 players and just make minor adjustments and keep their IGL and keep their playbook, keep their coach, you know, these teams are dominating, and they are so far ahead of these other teams that their playbook just continues to get deeper and deeper as these other teams struggle to try and catch up. And I think that's where they're at right now. We're about to see in this tournament, have other teams adapted enough? Have they learned quickly enough to catch up to where Fnatic is in their dominant position?
Yeah, and they've spent a lot of time building out this stratbook and adapting. The first ever global tournament, Fnatic was there, 2nd place. They played a completely different style than what they're playing today. Sue, I'm sure you can speak to this, but Boaster, as the IGL of this team, has been through it all in adding new ideas, in adapting, and putting in that effort, that work to make it to the position he and his team are now, and to the position on top with really being the team defining the strategy for so many teams in Valorant.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're going to bring out today. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the map selection and see where we're going to be headed today.
All right, let's get started. Congrats to both of you for Champs, another event for the 2 of you. Let's jump in. Fnatic, you are the higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Zeta, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban.
Team A. Bind.
Bind. Your ban.
Pearl.
Pearl. Map number 1, your pick.
Pick Fracture.
Pick Fracture. Side on Fracture.
What do you want? I think attack. We'll go attack.
Attack. Okay. Map number 2.
Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven.
Defender.
Defense. Okay. We're going to go the next set of bands, starting with Zeta. You have Ascent, Lotus, and Pearl.
Ascent か Lotus か? Ascent, Lotus?
Sorry, Split.
Ascent, Lotus.
Ascent, Lotus, and Split. Yeah.
Ban Ascent.
They ban Ascent. You have Lotus and Split.
Ban Split.
Ban Split. So map number 3 will be Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, I'm going to run through this, make sure we are all set. First set of bans, we have Zeta with Bind, Fnatic with Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with Fnatic on attack. Map number 2 is Haven with Zeta on defense. Next set of bans are Ascent and Split. Map number 3, Decider, is Lotus with Zeta on attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Zeta division.
Zeta, they missed out on Tokyo, but what a statement it would be to take down the team that lifted a trophy in their home country right here, right now. We've seen an upset already today, Mimi. I don't think it would be, it's not gonna be impossible, let's put it that way, for Zeta to take them down.
It's not impossible because we've seen it before. More than a year ago, Zeta took the stage in Reykjavik against Fnatic. They beat them there, went on a run to go top 3, had the breakout performance for Japan at an international event, and they've been trying to recoup that same kind of run ever since. Now they have a chance here to get revenge on Fnatic for not only lifting that trophy, but also to repeat history.
Yeah, and let's talk about the map vetoes real quick, because Fracture, Haven, Lotus. If you're a Fnatic fan, Psycho, looking at that, you got to be feeling pretty comfortable and happy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Fnatic definitely have a map pool, and it's essentially these maps. I mean, I'm sure going into this, Zeta must be confident on these maps to pick them into Fnatic, and they must have some sort of game plan cooked up.
I think they only had to show 4 maps at Tokyo for Fnatic. They were dominant in that event. And now the question is, has Fnatic reinvented themselves at all? Have they changed any compositions with that time since Tokyo? Because constantly having new things, surprising teams, can be the key to staying on top when you already are that team everyone's watching.
Let's not forget, in Tokyo, they were losing to EG on this map, Psycho. That was one of the places where Fnatic just couldn't find an answer for. So we would like to think that they might have changed something between Tokyo and here.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had some time. You know, they're definitely at home scrimming these other teams, getting prepared for this. They come to Champions, they're scrimming these teams in LA, getting ready. I'm sure they have something cooked up, and they know that this is their moment. If they want to take this championship home and take home the three-peat, they need to set this tone right now.
Well, if you take a look at the Prime Gaming Agent Select, if you can't beat the Mimi, why not join them? It is the Sova coming in.
And we have not seen Leo on Sova in so long. It was always his best agent. He's excellent here. And taking a page out of EG's book, I love it. Fnatic is the team who I think really started the trend, who EG was influenced by in putting an emphasis on farming your ultimate orbs and always having an idea of how to combo ultimates. And now taking some of that back from EG, who had initially drawn inspiration from them, is kind of a cool to see it go full circle for Fnatic.
Absolutely, and not every team has been able to pull off the Sova. I mean, we've seen teams try and fail, but Fnatic are definitely the team to do it. Leo is just absolutely incredible on this. As you said, they kind of crafted this initial idea, and I'm excited to see what else they've cooked up and added to this, because we talked about earlier adding layers to their existing playbook. How deep does this go? What new things are we going to see with the Sova?
On the side of Zeta, they're going back to this double duelist comp with the Chamber. This is the new version of Zeta. This isn't that squad that was slow on every single attack that we saw way back when they were at global events. We'll have to see if it's enough for Zeta to find an upset again.
Well, it's the first time this year Fnatic has changed their comp. Valorant fans, get ready to be entertained, because we have two of the best in the business with us to take you through this series. Give it up to Dog and Balla.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Balla, there is something in the air today, and you can't help but feel like it's really throughout the entire tournament. We just came off of a crazy upset. I mean, this would shatter expectations, though.
You're suggesting a lot, right? This is the best team in the world, hands down.
Yeah.
So I am very much looking forward to see what kind of shape Zeta can show on a stage, which they haven't graced our presence with for so long. It's been a long time since lock-in. It's been a long time since that miracle run, way back when they beat Fnatic back at Reykjavik in 2022.
While also winning over the hearts of literally everyone. And that's why, you know, there are so many people that are excited to see them back on the stage, but this is quite the foe you're facing against first, and Depp is already, oh my. Well, it certainly could have been more troublesome. It could have been a lot more damage than it was.
That could have been horrible.
Yep.
But instead, Depp gets such a deep position, and he clears the south side almost entirely. So right now, they have a great idea of what's going on. And I'm surprised to not see anybody from Zeta moving right now. They should have known it was A side a long time ago there.
They are a bit more cautious and a bit more concerned with this, aren't they? Chronicle's getting the spike down. You see Fnatic still have some control, some positioning over towards Dish. Courtesy of Durka, they have a really good setup here.
Despite the long rotate and the very late one, they get some really good post-plant positions to actually retake here from. So both sides entrenched at this point.
Boaster's going to have to be one of the first to be dealt with, and yeah, they don't even check him. He was still down under hell, and I mean, Fnatic have just wiped the floor with Zeta in this round.
You really expected a little bit more there from Zeta after all the time that they took to set up in that. But it's two corners they don't check, just two corners. And despite maybe a good opening strategy, they would have potentially just found Alfier by himself when Depp dove past him in that one.
Yeah.
Despite all that, nothing for them. So that speaks to potentially what we might see here. Some nerves, some discipline not checked up right now. And what the desk was talking about a lot, how slow Zeta play.
I have the spike.
It's completely flipped on its head in the first round.
Marshall in the hands of Boaster, and he's already finding value with it.
I mean, this is a classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every single round on Fracture. Attack side after the pistol round win, which comes quite frequently for this team. Boaster with that Marshall farming as many orbs as he can.
Hey, he's already gotten a considerable amount. He's already more than halfway. Boaster get the ace, baby. The crowd's gonna go wild. Oh no!
I mean, 2 aces in the anti-eco would have been crazy today.
Yeah, that would have been nuts. I mean, he gave it a run, and he was close. Just not able to connect, though. Ultimately, Fnatic walk away with the win on the round. They keep 3 rifles. Boaster's very close to having his orbital strike online. It wasn't as flashy as we would have liked, but it got the job done.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, considering how the rest of the round played out. Boaster was just holding for these. I mean, I was talking about how he usually farms orbs, but instead he's holding for the kills. Alfir was the guy holding the orbs. Is that Boaster or is that Kong Kong? I can't tell.
He looked the same, didn't he?
Now this swap for Fnatic off of the fade onto the Sova is going to be really interesting to see in these next couple of attempts. They had so many opportunities to face off against this composition that they know how you can counter it. But such a wild comp from Zeta. Almost nobody playing this Paper X EDG style comp. One thing that I've noticed Fnatic being so good at on all maps is moments like these where, you know, you're in the bonus round, you're trying to get some information. They're so good at freezing and just allowing some time to elapse so that they can let their thoughts actually settle here. And it always allows them to have such good calls after this. One of the reasons why Boaster has really stepped up in terms of reputation for his IGLing ability this year.
We'll see if he's able to do anything with what you were just referring to, trying to be able to settle on the round, get any information that he can, and then work around it. Laz looks to be the first to contact here. Fnatic want to burst towards B. Remember, we don't see Chamber very much, and we're not going to see him anymore this round either.
And Chronicle taking that first contact too. Just ridiculous.
30 seconds left.
There were so many people that were excited for this Chamber pick, for Laz on that Chamber pick in particular. But a brutal start. Meanwhile, Fnatic going to continue to pounce forward and trample. Boaster falls, though. Yeah. There are a lot of guns on the other side of this, so Durka with 2 big ones.
They can't get to this yet. Alfir has to be the guy to deny Depp. He has to go through.
Be quick. He's got to be quick. It's gotten to half. That's a bonus for Fnatic. Huge play from Alfir.
The other 2 players there, Leo and Chronicle, were both either a body way in front of them, controlling their space, or just completely mollied off, so they couldn't do anything either. But bonus conversion, this is the scary part about Fnatic, man. You let them get started, and it takes so long to chip back at that lead. Thankfully here, Zeta, Depp with the amount of flanking he's been doing, does have his overdrive online, so they can go for something crazy. And looks like they're setting up for a dish push. But look, Durka and Leo are going to use some of their util here to actually just completely deny this.
And Depp does not seem to care, but Durka and Leo both handle it well. A little bit of damage done as 10 was there too. The orbital strike used, but Chronicle receiving the pressure on the other side.
A very risky peek there as well from Chronicle on the last player of 10. Oh, Alfir is in their spawn. Should have heard them there.
Spike planted.
And now with the plant, it's wide open as well for Alfir, no matter what.
He was out of range of the turret. So that did not get him any info. 10 has crept his way up, and the only question is Chronicle aware? Does he know?
Oh, the jiggle peek just missed him.
Just barely. I mean, we're talking about seconds, but Alfir swings out at just the right time to get Fnatic 4.
Now that crossfire ends up being pretty brutal there for Chronicle and Alfir. And I love Alfir missed the jiggle, sure, but then he gets into an off angle to get the next peek on it. So his timing works out really nicely no matter what. And check this out from Boaster as well, ulting off this push from Arcade so that this isn't a pinch coming in from Zeta. Really nice adaptations there on the fly to deal with that aggression, but maybe a little bit readable there from Zeta, given how Depp has been playing so far, how he's been constantly going for flanks, and how that was the only tool in that round.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Because of the success Fnatic have had, they find themselves up 4 with 3 ults in this round. Leo halfway to his too.
Yeah, but some control here. Are they really just reacting into A after all that?
And Laz is by himself, but he is playing from a safe position. He can get away.
Has the op too.
Just a second late, man.
You were talking about expectations from Laz on the chamber. And I was waiting for the op to come online.
Uh-oh, Showstopper's out. 10 finds nothing, but it's Durka who gets the kill. They've got the Rolling Thunder too, they have everything.
And if they needed to, Alfir's lockdown. No response from Sugar Zero on that Brimstone. Doesn't have the ult to cancel that out. They're falling way back though. Look, there's 3 players at the back of halls. Once they open this door, they're gonna be surprised to see it's Alfir there. They're like, okay, that's normal. There's gonna be a crossfire at the top, but There's 3 players waiting there.
Yeah, there's no way you expect that much. So you've got to deal with what's in front of you. That's Jerka, and then you have to deal with the flank from behind. Alfier gets another. You see the molly coming through from Boaster, who was one of the members off site, and they're just going to go hunting. 2 members here in spawn. They're trying to get the op out of the hands of Zeta, and they do.
Wow. Fnatic checking all the boxes right now. And Zeta, unfortunately, at this point, you really need to start looking to get that op back online for Laz. And you need to start some, I mean, nice dodge there from Derka. It's funny, we were talking a lot about Leo not playing any Sova. Up to this point, finally, since Tokyo. But Turk is still not playing any Jet. And you can see, I mean, he's just so comfortable on that Raze. One of the rare duelist players who can play both the Jet and the Raze.
That's such a high level, man. Such a high level. You think about their Tokyo run, never touched Jet. Starts off champs, doesn't touch Jet yet. And if he's going to keep putting up performances like this, there's really no reason to deviate from the plan.
Yeah, he's been teasing a lot. And no matter how this map goes, I'm assuming we're going to see it on Haven as map 2.
Yeah.
But right now, Zeta, their first time out, and they've got to come up with solutions. The thing is, they've been so aggressive on actually trying to set up these plays up in halls, A main. That's been the majority of the gun rounds so far. But Fnatic are so comfortable to just wait it out, figure out where that setup is, whether it's implicit information that they're getting from the rest of the map, or whether they're seeing it head on, like that north side pinch that we saw. And it's not even gambles that Fnatic are taking against it. It's super, super safe. Look, never a single player on one half of the map.
And the half that you're mentioning right now, the northern side completely empty, and you see Zeta set up on the mini-map, either expecting pressure from the side, from that side towards Dish, or wanting to apply a bit of their own. But nothing found.
It's so fluid there. Derka's Boombot is intended to spot, okay, is there anybody pushing tree? And if there is, they're going to go for a crazy fast trap with Chronicle's stun. Now this allows them to slow things down, really re-clear everything you can, get the space potentially for Alfier's ults, but on an anti-eco, yeah, he's going to invest it anyways. And you notice the thing that they did in the last post plant, right? They were all 3 holding the molly. Here there's, again, a lot of emphasis on holding this lockdown. Only one player getting on site here, Derka with the dash.
Boaster's here by himself, and you've got Leo close by, but not again. Once again, just one. There's a second layer to this, though. You see, you think you've dealt with the first trap, sure, but there's another. This one's Leo. The stun, you imagine the push is going to be coming anytime soon. Depp trying to find some space, and he's certainly not quiet about it. He was ready for it this time. At least wise to it, but kill's still not going his way.
Nice. Good from Derka. Here's any movement there. Already sees that smoke, knows he's going to try to creep into it.
Last left alone. It's just a tap, it's just a threat, and it's another round for Fnatic. Bala, you know, we talked so much about their run at Tokyo and how it really felt like they were playing perfect Valorant, or as close to it as you could get.
Oh,
I know it's only been 6 rounds, but this doesn't feel any different.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think for me though, I'm looking at the side of Zeta and I'm thinking out of that timeout, you know, what are they talking about? What do we see evidence of them talking about? I think they focus a little bit more on the strategic side there and not on calming people down. Because once again, we see a corner go unchecked.
Yep. Is that 3 now?
That's 3.
Yeah.
Against Fnatic, those are the types of mistakes they're going to punish you every time on.
The lights shine just a little bit brighter on the world's biggest stage. And with that comes the exposing of mistakes, of critical lapses of judgment.
Wow, this execute is so brutal.
That's another kill. I mean, it's an opener for Boaster. Deb's able to buy a little bit of time, but not much. Not enough for it to be significant.
He had no space there to play. There was a molly, there was a fault line coming through, there was another dart as well from Leo. I mean, this is why this composition is so strong. And they're not even punishing.
Well, no.
The molly might get him.
Yeah.
Oh, Spike's not planted.
Yeah, he hadn't committed. He wasn't really able to get enough breathing room. And the barrage of utility keeps him back. But Fnatic, as is typical, slow things down.
And this is with 50 seconds. Normally not executing this early. So still a lot of room for them to work.
Yeah, you can wait for Leo's dart to come back up, which just popped. You've got Chronicles' fault line that's going to come up shortly as well, right on cue. And with that, you imagine they combine them, they find a little bit of space to at least recover the spike. Not able to get a kill off of it, though.
There's no more util here to actually deny this plant anymore from Zeta.
They've weathered some of the early aggression from the defense, but can they do more? See that aftershock through. Chronicle has fallen. It's just Alphair and Leo now. 1 nano to buy some space, to buy some time, to provide some cover as Orbital Strike segments them off even more. An aggressive satchel in from 10 as Crow gets 2 and the defuse comes through.
Really nice stuff. That's that patience that is so synonymous with Zeta. When they really recoup, when they really understand, okay, here's the couple of extra tools we have, the Aftershock and that Orbital Strike. I misspoke. I thought they used their Aftershock at this point already. And with that Aftershock getting the kill on the planter, that's how he has that Orbital Strike. So it's like all the win conditions there, they put them in their mind and they completely executed on them. Well done from Zeta. That finally gets them on board. I'm wondering now if we're going to see sort of the same resurgence that we saw from a team like we just saw in that first game where it looked super flat from Billy. And then all of a sudden they came out swinging. All of a sudden they got energy.
Yeah, they did. Zeta finally on the board, though.
Laz was talking a lot about that. About what they learned from their LCQ run was, and watching Tokyo in person, was seeing, you know, players like Kankan, players like Boostio show and leave the emotion on the stage rather than reserving it back. Are they going to be able to find that momentum to bring that emotion out?
You've got Crow's got his Rolling Thunder. He's close by. But again, this quiet approach from Fnatic early on. Hey, it's a stalemate. No one daring make a sound. You imagine if there's attack from the drone, Durka's going to want to go.
Look at this path.
Showstopper.
Oh, kind of messed up the second satchel there.
It did not give him enough go.
He's not clearing his corners.
That's a cleared corner. Or the lack thereof. Yep, Depp cleans him up.
And missed Aftershock Molly combo too.
Spike still committed though. The Rolling Thunder goes just a bit wide as 10. And Crow go untouched. Alpha looking to pounce in tower. No, he can't.
Watching here.
It's just Leo by himself now, and he's just got to sit back and watch. I mean, a 1v4, a couple members weak, but there's just not enough for that.
2 rounds now in a row for Zeta. And that perfect Valorant from Fnatic starts to show some cracks. A missed combination up in tower allows space for Depp to play a little bit longer. And then once again, this A hit, or this B hit, not quite working out there.
Wow.
And Breach ult as well coming in. Yeah, it definitely missed that second satchel there from Durka.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what happened. It looked like it just disappeared. Either way, he would have gotten such a deep path.
Revealing area. Right.
Dart cleared instantly towards halls. No early aggression from Zeta. I think we saw that a couple of times before the timeout, but that's something they have moved away from here.
And they are doing a great job dealing with the Sova from Leo.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in that last round, the drone was supposed to get a little extra value. Here, the dart, I mean, always there's an early dart spent by Leo somewhere on the map. I do have to say, I think Fnatic is playing this attack side a lot differently than you would see from a team like EG, where a lot more of these arcade pushes are coming in frequently.
Laz has the op. He's going to be able to get away. Do they pursue, though? No, it seems like they're far more interested in getting on the site, making sure it's clear. You see that dart out from Leo, but Laz getting one. Depp trying to hold him things up from up top, and he does. Chronicle has fallen. The spike is currently sitting on the ground, but there is room for it. Boaster has a chance to make a massive play here. If he can find the right timing and create enough space.
Oh, these stuns are brutal for Alphair.
It's impossible to get through. Oh, there's Boaster, but he gets caught. This is another round going in favor of Zeta.
Absolutely, and a shocking commitment from Fnatic on this B hit. This is now 3 rounds in a row that is getting shut down from Zeta. And you're also seeing, as Alphair on the last couple seconds of this round, not going to be able to find that spike and plant it, and you can already see 10 so far away. The commitment here from the game plan for Fnatic is to get on the site without using your key power ults and post plants. So you could use them later on.
Sure. Well, that is damage dealt, but Zeta's money should be okay.
That's definitely some value there. Nice pick from Laz again. That's been slow. I was waiting to see whether we were going to get this timeout from Fnatic, and it is coming out. And this is where I think you need to start addressing this, because so often these executes are missing a little bit of a gap or something here. In these last 3 rounds, there's been 3 instances of that. And that's purely because they're not really committing these ults. You've had the Sova Hunter's Fury for quite a while. Boaster, his Brim ult has been back in that last round. Chronicles ult is up now as well. I'd much rather see, as we see a little streak here from Zeta, a shutdown of any sort of these early holds.
Yeah, just something to break the momentum, sure.
It feels like they're in a space of comfortability. And I also think that Fnatic are thinking Zeta's going to adapt so hard away from, away from tower when we have the Brim ult, when there's a Sova ult, like, you're really focusing on making sure you don't get drone tagged, all that stuff. But Zeta's really not caring too much. They're playing up in tower. They're not worried at all about it. They're not adapting to what is in the hands of Fnatic, and I think that's causing some, mismatch in how Boaster's ideas are working in the server.
Well, maybe the brief conversation with Mini will be enough to, again, break this trend. You see it on the timeline 3 rounds in a row after what was truthfully a dreadful start for Zeta, but they have found some semblance of footing, and they've kept this thing competitive for now. 3 ults on Fnatic's side, and they're key ones at that. We'll see if they invest them here. Heavy bunch towards B, and it's going to be going into Laz, who still has the op. No challenge yet. Surely he hears that Roomba, though, waits for it to go and then re-peeks. There's so many layers to this from Fnatic, though, man. You've got to get past Roomba. You've got to get past the drone.
I mean, I kind of love what Fnatic have done now that I've seen the plan a couple times here against Laz. It's so often that he has to spend so much to deal with the drone, to deal with Leo.
Yeah.
It's neutering him. Comparatively to what was happening in LCQ, he was a beast on the chamber.
They've just gotten onto the site. I mean, I don't want to say for free because they did invest a lockdown and created some space.
Oh,
Laz is
no.
detained and he's cooked.
Wow.
Oh, what a brutal way to go. They invest the Hunter's Fury too. Crow falls. Depp also takes damage.
I'm curious how they knew he was there. They saw the detain. Must have heard him right before.
Just enough. Durka playing in the smoke. Zeta trying to claw their way back into this round with the 3 guns that remain. And ult 2 in the hands of 10, but can't imagine it's going to be invested here. They have so many layers to this, as we talked about previously, man. Like, it's going to take some massive heroics. And Depp with 20 HP and time just not on his side has to get out.
And there's what I was talking about, though. 3 investments of the ult. Yes, some of them were after the plant had already gone down, but specifically Alfear's lockdown just gets them on that B site. And I think that's a great call. Again, remember, I just mentioned how Zeta was not trying to counter what ults. Oh, he was shooting his head under right before. Did he forget about the lockdown?
Could have.
Yeah, that one hurts. And the fact that you got another kill out of this as well is just ridiculous. I mean, that's a setup already where you have the lockdown and then you have the Brim ult. We've seen it so many times. Fnatic has pioneered this where you just instantly Brim ult the space that you don't have with that lockdown.
It's interesting, too. Here, it seemed like Fnatic were ahead of what Zeta was going to try to do. They repositioned Laz with the op, and they guessed correctly.
And as well, getting through halls here. I'm guessing that dart was finally not broken by Leo, and they instantly go into this. But it is surprising to see that in combination with what you just said, them pushing back the chamber on drop already.
Early Rolling Thunder. Oh, it
popped his
seems
ult.
like, I thought they were going to try to pinch, but Laz just plucks him out of the sky, and he finds a second. That op was quiet for a while, but comes back to life at just the right time.
I'm looking for where the 3rd smoke from Fnatic was, because that's an angle you've got to be worried about. Laz with 3 from it.
10 feeling some of the pressure and having to reposition. The spike is out of reach here. I don't know that Fnatic can recover this.
I mean, you'd have to jump up, drop. Yes, it is Leo. Yes, it is Chronicle. Those two players, no matter what happens, you think they have a chance, but this looks very unwinnable, and they won't go for it either. Leo's not even opening the door, not prodding, nothing like that. They're just going to save the weapons for the final round of the half. And they are kind of low money. You have to see Durka load, Boaster, Alfier with the only 1.8 that you'd get.
10 seconds left.
It would have been rough.
You gonna clear this box?
Bit of spam?
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. 4 for Laz, and you know, we were talking about the financial implications. That rifle going down.
That was the least important rifle out of the two.
Sure.
Leo had 3.4K, so he could drop one now, where Chronicle wasn't going to be able to drop anyways. But yeah, you're right. I mean, any sort of economical value you get when it's such a, I mean, at the end of this, it could be a close half here. Could end up with a 7-5. Absolutely, you look to moments like that.
Yeah, unexpected too, given how the half started.
And Zeta's gotten Fnatic in a spot where there's no ults online right now. For Fnatic, and you can tell how much they rely on those so frequently.
On the other side of things, Laz is the only one who's close to his. Depp has his online. But again, patience from both sides. Such a delicate game they play.
I think Fnatic actually confused about how to approach the situation, given that 10 was in halls at the beginning, given that they did break that dart. Oh my goodness, the timing.
This is bold too. He hasn't shown here.
Did he just spot
him? That ping looked real.
That was Alfier pinging that too.
Yeah.
Oh.
What a pen. And the op at this point has been fired, so they know where he is. Do they push into him or do they rotate away?
Oh,
they want to go.
Dart combo with the stun too. They got both players on site right now with that. They're gonna flood those Zeta. Have to be careful.
Yeah, I don't know that they're ready for, I don't know that they want to flood at this point. Fnatic haven't fully pushed out for them to take this fight. Now Fnatic pounce ahead of what Zeta's trying to do. The defenses from, they're left in shambles. There's nothing left. They just crumble.
Beautiful stuff from Fnatic there. The freeze again. You know, they went outdoor for about 20 seconds before really committing to hitting that site, and the combinations of Yuto were just really nice. Durka as well getting his ult online. For sure was going to get another one if Alfier didn't pop it. Tap right there in that moment. It's just so nice from this team.
$8-4 half in favor of Fnatic. We're going to throw it down to the desk for them to break down that first half.
Thank you very much, you guys. Now, Laz, he really came alive towards the end there, but I really want to quickly address a story that he was telling in the Daily Tease we saw this morning about Boaster, his opposite IGL on this match, because Laz said here that he was a little bit desperate and texted Boaster to ask him specifically about some advice on being an IGL. To my surprise, he answered my questions very kindly. I told him, I hold him even in great respect. And Psycho, what a great story this is for them to be able to go up against each other. But you can also see the impact maybe Laz has learned from Boaster and speaking to him about how to IGL.
Absolutely. I mean, what a special moment between these guys. I mean, you know, when you're young, up and coming, even just where's Laz is with Zeta now, you know, like you're trying to claw your way up the global events and improve your placements. And you reach out to somebody like Boaster, who is just larger than life for you, and he actually responds and gives you advice, right? So this is someone who not only he's spoken to and gotten advice from, but someone he's studied constantly, obviously draws a lot of inspiration from, and that should make it a lot easier as an IGL to call against him.
And then playing against someone who is an inspiration, is an idol to you, also adds another element of that. And I think we've seen a lot of the back and forth of the calling from these IGLs thus far. I thought Zeta initially had good adaptations to start to play a lot of those flood retakes on B, but Fnatic turned around and did a great job of actually punishing Laz there. They put a lot of util into making him feel uncomfortable anchoring on this site. We've seen this go back and forth, but Fnatic, no surprises, up at this half, 8-4, and now they go into the second half defense, where this Sova comp is so good to allow you to push forward, take extremity control. So Zeta's going to have to be really careful about how they're holding onto the map control.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters, Doug and Bob.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, an 8-4 half in favor of Fnatic. It was dominant at the beginning, and Zeta started to show signs of life. I think as we prepare for what's ahead of us here, Zeta on attack, they tend to go slow.
Look at this push here against Laz right now. The stun,
well,
and that's a long-range Sheriff wallbang. Off of the turret contact, and Zeta's gonna try to flood back into this, but you've got Leo inside of sight.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how fast you're gonna go. If you're Dev, you're not gonna be able to get past him, at least initially. But the second punch of Sugar Zero was enough to clear things out. Numbers in favor of Fnatic, albeit slight, but still there. Woo! Oh, that was well handled. There's 1 HP on the man. 1! That's all it takes for him to go down. But once again, these kills going back and forth. Chronicle.
He dinked him.
Yeah, he did. He cleans him up. Clean 2K from Chronicle to get Fnatic the round.
He got a collat. Double headshot there. Dinked him through his teammate. What is that?
Not your day.
And Fnatic, I mean, in full control again. When you thought, okay, Sugar Zero coming back through halls, he gets that kill. Alfear's instantly back in the space that they were already controlling. And that was the one thing Zeta needed to do. Once they got that plan off, they needed to regain control of that.
And that is a brutal start for Laz to go down that way.
Yeah, they've been, I mean, doing a great job.
One enemy remains.
Unlucky 10.
Unlucky indeed.
Losing the pistol now. That was going to make things incredibly difficult to come back from.
Standing ahead.
This is a dart for potentially Poster to find something. Maybe an extra push. Maybe the just getting the orb is enough there.
We'll see if we see that one again, because he got pushed off that angle instantly.
Oh yeah. You already had the, must have been a stun or something like that from Dev. So. Maybe just some noise for him to back off of.
Or the fault line from Crow. Yeah, there was something that pushed him off the angle for sure. So Zeta get what they want. They keep Boaster back. They get the orb. And it seems like they're going to go hunting for a little bit more.
Just farm up in this case.
Yeah.
Would not be too mad to see this. Although, if they do go for something like that, and they continue to explore the map, they're missing an opportunity right now. What we can see, what they can't, is Alfear alone on this B site, and he doesn't really have a denial set up. So they could get the plant down and make this really interesting.
Boaster's close by. He still has 2 smokes, and they're going to push him to spawn. Yeah, I mean, I guess take the fight and see what happens. Lay things out how they may. And it's gone 2 for 2, but Alfear tipping things back in Fnatic's favor.
Enemy remaining.
And he might put the round away by himself. Laz left alone. A 1v3 very quickly turns back, but it does not turn back far enough as Fnatic get another.
Have a good eco there from Zeta. I mean, despite things going pretty poor, I'd say, on that initial push through into their spawn, I mean, they're getting 1-for-1 trades. That could have worked out for something. But they lose the spike eventually. They don't really consider how many players are in spawn. And it could have just fallen flat there. They could have not gotten any more kills, and instead they get 3 guns down from Fnatic. And 2 stingers, so not the biggest deal. Fnatic's I mean, the masters of manipulating the economy in situations like this. Light armor all the way down, Bulldogs, Guardians. They could still get a full buy next round, so this bonus is very healthy.
I mean, look at that setup. Yeah, there's no one there, but that would have been a dreadful position to be standing in. You got the fault line you have to deal with, the satchel out from Durka, the dart over the top, and then the flash to clear the second corner.
I mean, now they can just play from the north side, yeah. This is beautiful. And Zeta have no clue that any of that happened as well, so.
That's a very good point.
As soon as you see something, Fnatic's gonna be able to get a good read. I mean, it's not a complete information game from them, right? They still don't know which site they're gonna hit. But you can focus much more on these individual chokes at the A side, and there's only 1 to get into on B.
Yeah, I think even then, you're right. You've eliminated half of the map at this point if you're Fnatic. Northern side, really not a concern. You just invest everything into the southern side, and they're going to find out very soon that it's going to have to be the A southern side if they want to establish some control. So that's exactly where Zeta are headed. You see a little bit of utility from Alfear early on, keeping it back. The orbital strike is early. Do they funnel behind it, or are they even going to be able to get through? Depth's already fallen.
Look at the options it allowed Alfear to play in from drop there, instead of actually staying on site. Avoids the orbital strike completely, and is he going to go down, Crow?
Ooh, that was close. He does eventually. It was a bit delayed, but he does fall.
Leo on the flank as well.
Trip though to cover, but given where he's standing right now, it's not going to matter. If he swings out, he's dead. forget about the trip. He's got the sightline on him.
One enemy remaining.
But they've gotten it to this point. 10 with a massive 2K, and Leo's left alone. Nothing but a Bulldog. 2 shocks and a drone as he upgrades a weapon.
Yeah, he's out. That Molly's going to solidify things. Leo there was not the, the be-all, end-all. He was the guy who was going to allow them to entry into that site by pressuring those players in A main, allow them to cross, allow them to start defusing. And he comes a little slow. Enough where Boaster and the rest of Fnatic think they have to commit regardless of whether Leo's timing is good. So Zeta, good anti-bonus. They get a good eco and then a good anti-bonus. I mean, winning the round here is very nice. And Fnatic in that situation, you actually were looking to maybe save 2 guns. Instead, they only saved 1, so this isn't going to be a completely healthy buy here for them.
Let's take a look at that 2K from 10 once more on your screens as we head into the next round. The Death was talking about it previously. Before the round start, before the map started, excuse me, Zeta's attack side is slow. Historically, relative to the field, they tend to play at a slower pace than everyone else. Now we're going to get to see that really play out. Now that they have full guns, now that it's closer to equal footing, although the buy from Fnatic, a Stinger and a Bulldog.
Laz is completely relying on head-under bullets, too. No weapon for him.
Oh, wow.
And that kind of evens the playing field here, because
Yeah,
Chronicle, with that Stinger, like you just mentioned, this is what I was talking about just saving 1 gun. But they do still have the ult advantage. Crow picking up that orb, gets his Rolling Thunder online. You really, I mean, you've seen in the meta, trying to combo that breach ult with something else has been so key.
What's the combo?
There's nothing.
No, there's no combo with it at all, but they continue to go forward.
Another push in the spawn gets denied.
Yeah, 10 falling there. It wasn't off of a fault line. He may have been hit by the Rolling Thunder. Either way, he's dead. Alfie are a little bit weak, but has that lockdown. As you see a punch coming in from the southern side too, and Laz is going to have to get all the kills he can while he can, because they're hot to trot behind him. Sugar Zero falling, Depp left alone. The spike was planted, but Fnatic have so much as far as numbers go, and then the nade at his feet. Way too many targets to deal with, none of them found. Durka with 3 and Fnatic with 11.
Fnatic was actually caught off guard there. Durka thought that nade was going to hold that smoke entirely, and he definitely could have got that spray down.
Yeah.
Where Chronicle would have been a couple seconds late to peek that.
I mean, he dealt damage on both. On both Durka and Boaster. Didn't get either, yeah.
But at this point, Doug, I mean, Zeta needed to start chipping into this before Fnatic started getting some of these power ults online. And at this point, that cycle is well in effect.
Yeah.
And you're in the range where they just need 2 more rounds.
Yeah. A valiant attempt there to close out the round, but just not enough. Zeta call a timeout. Down 5-11 in this opener in this best of 3. And Fnatic, they've you know, I really don't want to point to Fnatic on this because I think Zeta have done a couple of things very well, but over a long period of time, Fnatic have just had their number.
The Cypher Cam on stage. Where's the Cypher Cam at? Somebody take this thing down. I mean, I think it's been a major strategical difference here.
Yeah.
For sure. And this is where I think Fnatic has focused a lot on this year. We talk a lot about star power, about this being a super team, and don't get me wrong, those are very clear factors towards their success.
Yeah.
But I think overall the scene has worked towards a place where every team is pushing the strategy so deep, the tactics, specifically on a map like this where there's so, I mean, every single orb is accessible, and there's 4 of them. It makes this ult game so interesting. Fnatic is excelling at that. And on top of that as well, they're able to work without them. In this case, they're able to deal with the protocols from Zeta. Fast execute coming here. Insta-molly up towards tower. We've seen this so many times on the international stage. Just to get Depp a potential pick on Alfear.
But the alarm about Sarah, and Alfear's got past it. He's tucked behind the wall. He's on the other side of the brim smoke.
Dude, and he knows everything that's going on. This was a fake the entire time.
Yep.
And now they're pinching the 2 players that were actually sending the fake, and they're going to realize real quick what's going on with this plant going down. A good attempt here. But now you see desperation.
I mean, the cost of that fake was so great. They're going to get flawless. I'm really just hoping I don't jinx it at this point. Yeah, all good. Alfear gets 3, Fnatic and another. A Prime Gaming flawless comes through, and it was a cool idea on the other side of it, and you're seeing Zeta reach into their playbook a little bit, draw up something different. But another instance in which it feels like Fnatic is just two steps ahead, man.
And again, I talked a little bit about how Zeta's approach has been somewhat readable. I don't want to say the entire thing has been. I especially on that defense half, you saw a lot of Fnatic struggling with the way that they were playing given the situation. But here, right out of the timeout, going for a fake, it's not going to catch this team off guard.
No.
A team that checks, again, over and over. They're just like, okay, has this happened? No. All right, let's go for this. Right? The reads are kind of just ingrained within the strat book from Fnatic on the get-go.
Very calm 21-7 from Alfier, by the way, as his team finds himself one round away from taking a series lead. You see the trap, Laz is certainly dead.
I mean, again, that's such good prep from Fnatic. They
there's more. Durka. Second satchel connects, and Alfier pinches from the other side. I mean, they were done, unless Deb can pull off an insane, what's that, an ace just to keep the map alive?
Yeah, 1v5.
He's gotten 2.
And look, Fnatic slowed it down. They don't want to give it to him.
No, I wouldn't either.
I mean, just give it to him for content, no?
I don't think they want to have anything to do with it. Not going to happen. 13-5 in favor of Fnatic, and I mean, really as much as you could possibly ask for. What an opener for a team that's currently pushing to win the Triple Crown for the first time in VALORANT history. To look that clean at the beginning of a tournament. Boy, they just put the world on notice. If they weren't there already, that's a hell of a start.
That's a casual map 1 win here for their opener. And I think something that we've seen actually, oh my goodness, they almost fell off the stage. I think something we've seen from Fnatic is, you know, in Tokyo, they had an insta-berth to the playoffs. They had an insta way to fight for that crown. And now here, you know, they have to go through group stage. They have to deal with what everybody else has to deal with. You were kind of wondering, okay, is there, you know, are they going to experience the same thing? You know, the debuff that you have in some of these group stages from some of the best teams in the world.
Sure.
Not at all.
No, not even close. I mean, they showed no signs of being sluggish or anything like that. Boaster almost hits an ace in the second round of the game. I mean, that's when Fnatic is in their best form, is when they're fragging the way that they are, when they look as good individually, mechanically, from a strategical perspective as they do, and they're laughing about it. They're having fun with it.
Absolutely.
That's as bad as it gets.
Oh, and you know we're gonna have fun in the next map too.
Yeah.
Haven with Durka on Jet for the first time since lock-in.
Yeah.
Or you know, in the EMEA split. Yeah, exactly. That's the type of thing that I've been waiting for so long, so quite excited to see what comes up next.
It looked rough for Zeta, but maybe, somehow, even in the face of what you were just describing of Durka on Jet, maybe they managed to find their way through that. Maybe they find a way to get us to the third map. We'll find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Show me what you got.
I'm here with Coach Minnie, and I feel like we're always in this particular part of the conversation. Fnatic winning the first map, looking good as always. How do you keep the team from not getting ahead of themselves? Because everyone is anticipating Fnatic to be the heavy favorites in this event, and that certainly has to weigh on the boys.
Yeah, I think me and Bosa just have a very modest kind of approach. Like, we've only been doing this for like 3 years now, like since the VALORANT started, and we've kind of seen it over time that like those teams that get a bit too cocky, just falling. So I think that's good. Also, NRG losing 2-0 just before us and watching them lose was kind of like a nice little like, this is what can happen, boys, if we're like, slip up a little bit. Nothing to NRG, I just mean like in terms of like their mentality, you know what I mean? So yeah, like every team here can beat you on their day, you know what I mean? So the prep for Fracture was good and it looked pretty good.
Oh yeah, indeed you most definitely did. Looking forward to see what you guys do at map 2. Always a pleasure, my brother. Back to you.
Yeah, the Fracture looked absolutely fantastic. I'm back here on the desk with Mimi and Psycho. From one coacher to another, what did you make of that answer?
I love that answer. I mean, just showing your guys, hey, look, this is what happens if we come in and we don't take this seriously. And I said it before the match, this is their opportunity to set the pace, the tone of this championship. If this is theirs to win, they need to show right now that we are here to mean business and we're going to get that business done.
And it's very clear that they are taking things seriously. They make their first comp change of the year heading into Fracture, and I think it looks really good. I think this Sova comp plays to Fnatic's style. They're really good at putting a fixation on harvesting up these ult orbs, maximizing when they have those big tools online, and winning rounds off of them, which is what EG was so successful with on the Sova, and what Fnatic just showed us on that first map as well.
Yeah, I think round 10 of this first map kind of encapsulated everything you just said, Mimi. If we take a look at this, you'll see the ultis coming in, basically won them the entire round.
Yeah, this was excellent, right? They start off with the Killjoy lockdown to get in, and then it's a stun comboed with that orbital strike to kill Laz, who ended up being detained. And then they're even trying to push further with Leo's ultimate here. And it seems like a really big investment, but this was the round to flip the economy for Zeta. And in the end, they get every kill except one with just abilities in this round. I think that's a testament to how good Fnatic is with these kind of setups.
Absolutely. Their level of utility coordination is just unmatched. I mean, just being able to clear out 4 of the 5 kills just with utility and ultimates is absolutely astounding.
What did you make of the Sova comp here, Psycho? Because, again, they've never changed their comp with this roster. The first time they do it, it looked pretty good.
Yeah, not too shabby. I mean, you could definitely see the inspiration that they've drawn from EG. I mean, you know the old adage, if you can't beat them, join them, and they've definitely done that here. They said, look, this was working against us. It worked against us again. Yeah. There might be something to this. Let's try this out. Let's see if we can make this our own. And, like we were talking about earlier, just apply it to you and put your own little twists on it. See, we have a great Sova and Leo. And let's see if we can, he's waving at me over there. We have great Sova and Leo. Let's see if we can make him and enable him on this map, on this agent.
Well, we've heard from Minnie already. Let's hear what XQQ had to say ahead of map 2.
Thanks, team. I'm here, of course, with Coach Junior here for Zeta Division. Obviously, this was going to be a tough game. Fnatic are an excellent team, but you guys are also an excellent squad. So how do you get yourself back into this matchup for map 2?
現状難しい試合となっていますが、ゼータディビジョンも素晴らしいチームなので、この後の試合どのように巻き返す予定でしょうか。
はい、そうですね。初戦のフラクチャーは、相場結構予想外でやられちゃったんですけど、ヘイブンは僕らも結構できるマップなんで、頑張ります。
So in Fracture, we did not expect the Sova pick, but in Haven, we are going to get it back.
Okay, you know what? I totally understand. We'll see what happens in map 2. Always cheering for Zeta Division. Send it back to you guys.
I mean, they have to get it back on Haven if they want a chance here, but Haven for Fnatic are Mimi traditionally pretty strong.
It's always been a great map for them, but it's been a long time since we've seen it. Like you were mentioning earlier, Yinsu, we didn't watch this map from Fnatic whatsoever in their run to win Tokyo. Durka has not played Jett since the last EMEA split, and I think this is our chance to finally see him on that agent.
I think we absolutely might. I mean, you saw him on the Twitter machine last night, doing a little bit of baiting about playing the Jett. Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't, but what we last saw from Zeta was, actually the last time they played this map was in their LCQ run. They got 13-2'd by RRQ, and they actually played the Raze instead of the Jett. So I'd be interested to see, do they expect this Jett from Durka, and are they going to match up their own Jett?
What is going on stage? He's putting more water on the... Is that why he has 5 cups? He has like a cleaning liquid, it's Red Bull in 1 cup, water in another.
I wouldn't question it, because whatever he is doing up there is working for him, Mimi. So maybe we should all start.
I spill a lot of water on my desk. I'm nowhere near as good as Alfia, so I don't know if it's working.
I'm wondering maybe the disc wasn't tall enough. He's just got to water it a little bit so it grows.
Oh, I like that. I like that. We're going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select soon. But yes, I think you guys both summed it up pretty nicely. The Jett on the side of Fnatic.
They're taking the cups away from him. He can't be trusted.
He's too strong. He's too strong otherwise. We haven't seen the Jett from Durka. And on the other side, the Raze on Fracture as well. 10 going 0-6. First kill, first death. Wasn't his greatest performance, but it does feel like Psycho is going to... things might get harder for Zeta.
They absolutely could. I mean, I heckin' love 10, but he sure was struggling to get those first bloods as the duelist here, and that's something that he's going to absolutely need to step up for this Haven match.
The Chamber and Killjoy, here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be this double Sentinel comp for Zeta Division. I love Laz on the Chamber, but I thought Fnatic did a great job of applying so much pressure to him, not allowing him to be comfortable on the defensive Fracture. I expect that to continue again here with this double initiator comp for Fnatic.
Yeah, and you see the bringing out Sky on the Sky on Crow. Excuse me, a little bit of a wordful there. But yeah, we talked about earlier about how Sky is just the better solo initiator here. So they're going with the double Sentinel. They're complementing this with Sky on Crow and just trying to enable these guys to get these first picks.
Both these controller agents as well picking into the Aster. We see a lot of back and forth depending on comfort on this map, but Boaster has always favored that, and Sugar Zero, when they've made runs happen before, it's when he's been on this agent. He can be so good as a side anchor.
Oh, well, we got the Durka Jett and Leo Sova finally on the same map here. I can't wait to jump into map 2 and hand this back to your casters, Doug and Vola.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how this plays out as well, Bala, because, you know, we also saw Laz on Chamber, and while it found some success on Fracture, this is a different beast, man. You've got the Jett, you've got really good art, and you've also got the Sova for Leo that Yinsu was talking about.
Oh, that's a breach arm. I thought it was a Band-Aid next to Crow.
A Band-Aid? I think he's just getting beat up by Boaster.
That's awesome. Yeah, this is so interesting. Again, I mean, to go on the same point, Leo, Durka, back to those roles that we love so much. The thing that gets me about Fnatic is they don't need to change anything, man. They've been running the same comps on so many maps for so long, and meanwhile, everybody's trying to innovate. We've got KJ Chamber on the other side here. A throwback to the Optic comps.
Oh, I bet they've got past it. Dude, they thought they had a trap on him. They thought they had him stuck. But it was just a bit late. And now off of that fault line, Durka's actually the one who's going to establish his presence.
Oh my goodness, how deep Boaster's gotten too. That's crazy.
And I don't know that Depp knows. They're so unaware. Yeah, they've taken care of Durka, but as you mentioned, Boaster's behind enemy lines and there's no one to check him.
Yeah, and this is going to be the problem here. You need to get stall. If you're going to go for a composition like this where you have double Sentinel, where you're going for a Gravwell nade inside of A lobby with the majority of your players.
Yeah.
Laz is going to be, I mean, if Fnatic gets these hits off, he's going to be rotating in this situation so frequently.
Yeah, this won't be fun. He's going to find himself in that position a lot. You know, to go back to the conversation we were having around Fnatic and how they don't really have to change their comps. And, you know, oftentimes when you see a team at the top, especially in a game like Valorant that's as volatile as it is, you go, oh, the rest of the pack is hot to trot, right? Like they're nipping at your heels, they're catching up to you. Art, it feels like, I don't think I've ever called you that on a broadcast before, I'm so sorry. It feels like they're so far ahead that they don't really have to worry about that quite yet. It just seems like there's such a big gap that they're they're tweaking the small things in their game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at different teams like Loud, for example, the Harbor Viper lovers.
Very good.
Moving away from that, right, to try to find an edge in the meta instead. Fnatic are just improving on the comps that they play so often. I mean, this is a classic C hit we've seen from them over and over. And at this point, yeah, they can start not even showing some of the new stuff that they've been working on.
Yeah, and you know there's something there, right? You know the brain trust of Mini and Boaster and everyone else on that staff. Anders too just recently joined staff again for this run. You know they have stuff prepped, but if you don't have to show it, that's the most ideal of situations.
Here.
Seems like another round that's easily going to go in favor of Fnatic here. So you got 3 members from Zeta who are posted up in Garage, going to try to pop out, try to find some space. Crow does have a flash. Maybe you pop out through that or just die to the spike. It seems like that's what their goal is here.
Leo's just using his gun as a molly there through that smoke. They can't get through Garage at all. Remember on Fracture, Zeta did a pretty decent job on one of the anti-ecos, not the one where Boaster almost aced.
The other one.
Yeah. And here, Fnatic survive with 4 of their players alive. That usually isn't even a big deal, but that's where the snowball starts.
Yep.
That's where you get the same start you got on Fracture. What was it, like 6-0?
6-0, yeah.
Before Zeta got their first round?
Yeah, it starts in situations like this. Take a look at the buy for Fnatic. 3 rifles, 4 with the Bulldog, and then Boaster's Marshall. Oh, man. Never mind.
Yeah, actually always does that. Takes the cheap Marshall on the anti-eco. It's such a good weapon there, and then goes for a little bit of an upgrade, usually a Bulldog, something like that. But they shuffled a little bit there.
Yeah. They gave the Bulldog to Boaster and left the rifle in the hands of Leo.
Yeah. Just leader things. Ooh, the smoke missed. Durka's normally supposed to be dashing up into that. I'm wondering if it's a miss or intentional. But that's the classic Durka pop. Yeah. They're going to tap the plant and re-rotate through Garage. This is real old stuff here from Fnatic.
Depp is in so much trouble, man.
Yeah, he's got everybody on both sides right now.
And nobody around him. Well, he's done well to get the first. Aftershock's gonna clear him out. He somehow gets a second as Boaster's timing.
Yeah, slow there.
Yeah, just a bit.
And that leaves him in a 3v4.
3v3 now. The potential of a bonus.
I mean, when did Boaster had the Ferrari peak to his arsenal? Come on, man.
We're talking about them getting better, right? Little things like that. Durka smoked off. Tucked behind the Astra smoke. Boaster falls. Leo falls too. It's going to be Durka in a 1v3 if he wants to win this round. And he's not going to pull it off. Laz is on the swing. Zeta are on the board, and notably earlier than they were on Fracture.
Absolutely. Quickly in the anti-bonus. And they succeeded at that on that second half of Fracture, but they did lose quite a bit here. Again, Fnatic's going to easily be able to buy up. And here's where, you know, the trouble started for Fnatic. The Aftershock is being used when Boaster's basically about to get there. I wonder if that actually slowed him down, but either way, not quite the round how Fnatic drew it up. And remember, that started from 2 different instances of Fnatic showing somewhere. They started with that B-pop and then going into Garage. Right after tapping the spike and getting out util from Zeta. Very well handled. Oh, both stunned up. That dart, oh, almost got a ping off. That would have just killed them both.
Durka did get past some of that early utility that was dumped into main.
Here. Now look at this TP as well from Laz. Starting to see some of the tech come out.
Yeah.
And Boaster recalls the star, and that gives Laz the room to get out of there.
Oh, I think he saw it. I think he saw him, maybe on the second or third glance back, but the recalled start to suggest that Durka's passed, but they left him here.
Again, allows Laz to reposition though. That information that he was long is long gone. And Fnatic getting out of here, Durka with the lurk. It's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. 50 seconds still for Fnatic to make a play. Is Durka gonna be the guy, or is it somewhere else on the map right now?
They just removed the trip.
That was from up close, right?
Yeah.
Down sewers. A potential fake going on right now. Durka might try to catch Laz. They're putting stars on C.
Look
the
at
drone
that.
as well, the stun coming through from
30
Chronicle.
seconds left.
It's not pulling everybody though.
No, but it did have them get off of their initial positions. 10 might be the only one who didn't move, and my goodness, he's got a judge on the other side of this box.
Laz came back backside too, so this hold is still good from Zeta.
The judge might stop it by itself. Just one. 13 seconds left. The spike making its way, and you're right, Laz has not moved.
Oh, the flash, team
He's
flash.
still playing on side. Spike down just in the nick of time.
If he got that kill, it would have ended the round. And now instead, they have post-plant positions to play from.
You wonder here if that flash had gone a different way, what position we'd be in, but Fnatic with the advantage. Time on their side.
Gonna get the
Laz has
aftershock
gone
off,
into
yes.
half. Yeah, the aftershock's gonna pull him off, but he did get halfway there. Chronicle has fallen. 3v2 in favor of Zeta. Alfir and Leo still up, still trying to make something happen, but it's Laz who cleans it up. Zeta tie us at 2.
And this is the first round all series that I really think Zeta had a good read on the situation the entire time. That's twice now, I would say, actually. Handling that B fake into the C hit last round, and now this C fake and this A hit.
Wow.
Fnatic throwing it all at them. And despite some mistakes there from Zeta, I mean, it would have been round over if that team flash didn't come through from heaven on the Laz.
Yep.
He still makes it work, though. And nobody from Fnatic following up because there's just not that many bodies in that A hit since everybody else is on the rest of the map. And the first eco for Fnatic. All series long.
It's crazy to say.
And it's still kind of strong, too. There's weapons here. There's a Vandal for Leo.
Yeah, there's fight behind this one. Showstopper from 10. Durka tries to get up top. No way!
Are you kidding me?
How does he dodge that? I mean, 10 still got his.
That thing must have gone through the door, not done any damage to him at all. And it's crazy that nobody else died there. You thought for sure full attention was on Durka. Instead, now we're in such a weird situation. At least 10 was able to get Boaster with a nade as he fell to his Sheriff. And Fnatic without their leader right now. Gonna just post up and hit this A side anyways. No smokes.
The game's easier this way to call from, right? When you're dead, just watching.
Angel method doesn't apply to everybody here.
We'll see if that's the case in this round. Crow spamming through the smokes. Durka's about to pop out on the other side. Finds one with the Guardian, but Depp is there on the counter.
I mean, that space for this plant to go down, that space for the Rolling Thunder, but they've got the lockdown to fall into. And there's no more tools here to break that, so. Oh, and they're falling into Laz. Oh, this is dangerous.
Yeah, they've got to go all the way out. I mean, there's a little bit of an angle.
And the Gravo coming in too. Leo's in trouble.
Oh, well, I didn't know if he'd expect the second, but the bait of the Sheriff thrown in his lap is going to give it away. Meanwhile, Sugar Zero tried getting it to half, wasn't able to stick through. Leo's dropped. It's all into Alpha, and he was stuck the entire time.
Do have to say, though, despite the fact that Zeta win this round, they had to spend some key ults there that would have been crucial against Fnatic's guns. Either way, though, I think Fnatic had a massive chance there, so Zeta in damage control is okay. Yeah, it did go through that door.
That's just crazy.
But everything else working out for them. I mean, that lockdown comes in at the perfect time, and it pushes them right into Laz's flank. Who expects the flanking chamber with the tour de force?
The classic.
Big stack of ults here, though, from Fnatic. And they're going for the C hit instantly. Look at this. All grouped up, ready to go.
Laz spotting up. Got the money for it, but Fnatic are headed all towards C. You're right. Durka's on the dash out. Blades online, and he's instantly dropped. I mean, Depp just peeked out from behind that smoke with nothing behind it.
It's crazy to me that they're executing there without a stun from Chronicle. He's able to use it after he's out. Cosmic Divide's going to allow them to get off site.
Oh. On that Rolling Thunder. Surprised they invested it as early as they did, but push Zeta back, push them behind that Cosmic Divide once more.
The Sugar Zero, he just got a smoke back so they could smoke off the spike here. This is still going to be really dangerous for Fnatic. They all fell off except for Alfir.
You've got Leo with the Hunter's Fury. You've got Boaster who just put a star on the spike too.
They're going to let him get to half here?
No, just barely.
Just got pulled.
A dart. Leo with the Hunter's Fury, as we mentioned, he had a shock to it. Alfir was on the pinch. He gets two. He gets the third. Leo gets the last, and that's a round for Fnatic.
And look at the Sentinel utility right now. You see the alarm bot in Garage. There's a trip in Garage, and there's a turret in B. Alfir is able to dodge it all as the KJ is the first pick. Depp fell instantly in this situation. And that allows Alfir to go up through garage, avoid the turret that's not active, and find the one place where he can sneak his way through. That's ridiculous. It's the first time I'm really coming to terms with the fact that Det right now has been the guy who's been playing Jet for Zeta throughout Pacific, throughout LCQ as well. And he's not unfamiliar with the KJ role, but such a shift from Zeta since LCQ.
What do they have here? See Zeta with this light buy, a Bulldog and a Stinger. 10 trying to hold him back with the Sheriff as Durka, slips the net. It seems like they're going to want to regress. Meanwhile, Zeta are taking the space that's been afforded to them, that's been allowed to them mid.
And Alfir, watching here, key timing there. He just pulled away his turret right as they walk down. So you could put it. Is he really going to invest lockdown here?
He's considering it. You see the dart, you see the flash intended to conceal the info gathering tool that's there. The alarm bot gives him away.
Oh,
they're going to turn and they're going to fight. But Leo's the first to fall. I mean, they have bit off perhaps a bit too much here, but they continue to trample forward. Durka caught looking the wrong way, creating so much space for Zeta to take. But they're resetting. They're taking a step back.
All coming in from spawn now. And that's uncertainty, although Alfir did get that turret up, so they kind of know what's going on in this situation.
I like this from Zeta, though. They took a step back to allow Crow to heal him all the way back up and take the fight once more. But is that going to be enough? Depp has already fallen. Oh my gosh, it's not. 10's going to have to 1v3 this to win the round. And with 20 HP, I just don't know how he does.
Oh, so well done from Boaster.
I mean, look at those smokes, man. Paving his way out and paving his way right back in. You see him creeping on the other side of his smoke. 10's on the tap. He was wise to it, but it's not gotten to half yet. He still has so much he needs to do. It's just a bait. It's just a fake. It's going to buy some time. No idea where Alfir was. And the round for Fnatic.
And that's tough to read there. As the final player, when you see Boaster put both smokes down and continue to play in them, you can tell he's, if you're the last player from Zeta there, you're not really quite sure how the rest of the players are playing. You think he's coming from long, given how Boaster's scared to leave short in that instance. It's crazy to me. He's just fighting right now. Gets that double tap right here on the Crow and Laz. It's ridiculous. And the thing is, he has 2 stars there. Nothing is smoked. He's happy to take those engagements against the light buy of Zeta.
The spacing from Zeta there wasn't great either.
That's what happens when you're calling audibles to retake after going for, what was it, a quadruple flank in the mid round.
Yeah.
Split coming in here, avoiding the op of Laz as well.
And there's really no one here, at least instantly. Durka gets penned through the wall, but there's no one playing on site. Zeta are ready to pounce, so they've already rotated. Everyone with the exception of Laz. They're not going to flood.
Yeah, Alfir are active there. They can't flood, given that there was so much pressure on this space right here that they're using that Trailblazer back in through. This is a spam game, and Alfir's just winning everything.
He's just that good.
Revealing area.
They're going to try to pop through this, but they have to deal with the dart first. Cleared out. Alfir once again on the flank. Timing of it's going to be everything, but the truth is, I don't know that Zeta are going to be able to really find enough space to get out onto the site for the flank to even matter. And even if they do, they're pushing right into the teeth of Fnatic, into everything they have set up. Yeah, Laz gets one as a complimentary gift, I guess.
He's behind him.
Laz is ready for it. Oh, he was so close. Does he push? Does he dare swing out? Yes, he does. Off of the flash from Chronicle. The op is down.
That flash is through B into their spawn. It's just ridiculous from Chronicle and Alfir. That synergy is insane. This is crazy because Alfir twice there. He's trying to spam through garage at that first point. One of the kills actually went for Sugar Zero on that engagement. I think it was actually favored for the Zeta players. But then he's hidden behind the box. They know where he is, and he still gets the kill.
Yeah.
What can you do? It's the Tokyo form from Alfir where it's like, oh, this guy, he just runs through smokes and kills 2 as Cypher. Yeah, okay. Let him have it.
I don't remember exactly what his final stat line was on the other side of Fracture, but he's already looking to replicate that.
Yep.
As Zeta call a timeout, the Sentinel for Fnatic, 10-3 on the attacking side of Haven, no less. I mean, you expect him to have big numbers performance on the defensive side, given his kit, given his role, but he's just fragging.
Yeah. I think you said it was a quiet, like 20-20 bomb or something like that on Fracture at some point during that game. This one doesn't feel like that anymore.
No,
all right,
no,
there's
not at all.
clear, memorable moments, and I think they've actually needed it here because Zeta's putting up a much better fight than on Fracture. I think we're still thinking about that narrative that the desk was talking about where 10 didn't get any of those initial first kills on Fracture. 0-6 on that one as the Neon.
It's a brutal stat line.
He's definitely much better on the Rays. His form at LCQ was crazy. He was so good individually. It's just the decision-making lacking for him. We'll see if he can step it up.
This is just a headhunter. What?
I'm curious how Durka did that jump because he was super high and he still got taken out. I think he jumped off the little hay bale.
It looked like it hit him in the shoulder.
Just chamber things.
Yeah, I guess. I was concerned too. I mean, Laz was by himself, and yeah, he had the TP to get out, but yeah, I guess that's exactly what he needed. That was all he really had in that instance. Meanwhile, for Fnatic, you see how they're posted up right now.
Just beautiful from Alfier. It doesn't actually take it down, though, because it's on top of the box.
Yeah, but I was wondering, too, they were expecting aggression from Long, and that's where you see Alfier getting a little bit of it, but it was actually Chronicle who was waiting for that, waiting for Laz to take that space, and it never came.
I mean, when you get so much ability to peek both sides of B like that for free, you're easily picking off rotates. I'm surprised Sugar Zero's not placing down stars there. But he has so many already pre-placed, so you can't really dynamically help. There's a grab well, though.
Remember, Zeta on this light buy here, and you've got them already beginning to crumble. Sugar Zero's the only one on the other side of double door, but they've already lost C.
This smoke, are they going to check it? It's so sus.
Oh, no. You're absolutely right, it was. But now it's up, now they know. And this may be pulled off. Sugar Zero and Dep are the only ones up, and they are. They're going to pull it off with a light buy. With less than ideal weaponry, a MasterCard Thrifty to come through for Zeta.
I mean, just genius from Sugar Zero. That's the type of thing that we know and love from this guy on the international stage. So often you see plays like that. I mean, I call this sus because I knew what's going on, but that's actually just a, wow.
What?
This is a pretty normal smoke on Garage, actually.
You know what's crazy, too, is they spammed it. They checked him.
Yeah. Just unlucky.
That's just so frustrating as a player.
And they've kept this game very close. We're into the next round already. Nade Gravwell going through a lobby.
No one there.
And we're going fast for that Durka pop on B. It's a classic for Fnatic. But they've never actually gotten the plant down on B. And it looks like for once it actually would have worked out.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yep. You mentioned it. He's in form. Man, is he in form. Those Seekers are going to be pulling in right behind them, but Fnatic should have a lot of room to work on C.
And they took a lot of time to clear Durka there, but still quickly doing it before the spike goes down. So, Razor to clear, actually, to try to find Durka. Instead,
wait,
they're falling off site.
Yeah, there are still two on site, but it was blind. They had no idea. I don't know that you're expecting both of them up here on the other side of the Cosmic Divide where you are, where you're posted up, but 10 was. He was ready. It's all down to Alfier and Leo, and they're investing everything into this. On the other side of the wall, Alfier clothesline, Leo dropped as well. Dep with 3, and Zeta are going to tie us up.
What an interesting decision, but, I mean, crazy mind games going on there with the ults. I mean, Fnatic already expecting it. That's why they have 2 players on site still. That's why Chronicle and Bosa are posted up backside, knowing they can't play full retake from Long, or post plant from Long. And it hurts them, though, because the Razor comes through, and then you really don't have the tools if you lose those fights backside.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of all in there. So Alfier comes up with a pretty creative way to try to challenge, but not quite enough. Also, credit to Leo as well. And Zeta to actually be on top of Leo, swinging through that wall so fast and proactively. We're all tied up still here.
Certainly not what I was expecting to say given the situation, but Sugar Zero once again playing in the smokes, and this time Leo's not missing that spam.
I mean, he's so good. They got the lockdown out with 1:30 on the clock.
I mean, so far ahead of schedule. Such a reactive pull of the trigger from Zeta.
I mean, they definitely didn't want that spike to go down. They didn't want to retake. They didn't have the tools for it, I guess, in this instance. They've been relying a lot on some ults when they actually win those C retakes. But not all the time. And the Durkapop still looks active. Look at this molly, actually, to counteract it. He doesn't have the dash or updraft, because he already went for that C execute, so not actually going to be used, but can't deny the plant still.
Cool idea, nonetheless. Fault line to clears for Durka to fight, take some space. The teleport cleared out.
That's interesting. That teleport should tell you exactly what Laz is doing, so Alfear should be ready for this peak.
Expecting some aggression from C-Link. Meanwhile, Depp is going to try to take some space through double doors, and look at Alpha. In such a good spot. In a position to spoil. While 10 creeps forward, and there it is. There's the spoiler play. They're going to invest Rolling Thunder, and it doesn't seem like they're going to push behind it because they don't really have to.
Yeah. I mean, Boaster was up close with the judge. They spent so much time to, you know, cautiously take him out, but it didn't really even matter if he went down because Chronicle was holding that breach ult the entire time.
Yeah.
On any of the swings that happened. If they swung on Alfear, if they swung on Boaster up close, both were going to get breach ulted.
I think they're trying to hunt and get this weapon out of the hands of Zeta. Laz still has the op. It's actually Crow that's going to be found, so Laz will be safe. That's going to get carried over.
Last round before the
I don't
switch.
think you can really drop there. Yeah, 2.7K. So taking one weapon out there at the end. It's not the op, sure, but
that's
going in this
meaningful.
last round, yeah, you're going to have like a judge investment here out of 10. It's been a close game. A very close map. I think we're still getting whiplash from the fact that Fracture was so dominant.
There's going to be an early peak, and I wonder if Alfear is going to challenge on this.
He's been very fast up mid, so I wouldn't be surprised, but it's so often you see this turret just put down. And after that shot, it's crazy to see him swing wide.
Look at that defensive setup. All that Killjoy utility for Zeta towards A. And I actually wondered who was going to try to be farming these orbs, and it was Fnatic who got the Hunter's Fury online. Op still in the hands of Laz. And there's just no challenge that way. So you wonder here for Fnatic, this feels like it's all about timing. If they can get Chronicle's fault line back up and Leo's dart back up, combining it with his ult.
The crazy thing is, they're Crow. I mean, this
was
util here on A is crazy. That flash, Fnatic were hiding from all of it. 10 stun.
Dude, I thought they didn't check it, but man, there it is. Now that Hunter's Fury out, you see an assist for both.
That's all that KJ util down.
I mean, it's all gone. It's still littering the site, but it's completely ineffective. Sugar Zero ahead of it, trying to make a play, and he does on a Chronicle. The spike sitting on the ground now as Leo tries to fill behind it. Zeta trying to keep Fnatic back, and so far, so good. But Alfear again.
Leo got the spike too. He's out of there.
The question is, how far up does Alfear go? He's picked up the op, and they're going to go C? Alfear still has 2 nanos.
This is pretty awesome here, though. He's on that long angle. And now.
No way.
That dog should have heard him fall back there, but look at the flank as well coming in. Leo does get a spawn plant. It's not the best spawn plant, but it is definitely one. Alfear can peek that from that little corner.
Leo's dart just came up. Patience here. There is a member playing down long at Sugar Zero, and you're right, there it is, the op, the peek out. Oof, that flick just a bit short.
Oh, the 2 mollies you were mentioning too coming into effect right now.
He still has a dart, he's still holding it. He knows where one is, but no real idea of where the other is now. Position given away. Oh gosh, Crow can pull this off. 2 bullets, so is it gonna be enough? Leo repositioning, playing up in plat, time is short. He's gotten it down to 1, he's gonna push forward with the shorty! Leo lands the shots! 7 for Fnatic in the Red Bull clutch.
It's perfectly played from the 2 of them. As we head into halftime, this is just crazy from Alfear and Leo. What a 1v2. And the timing there, Sugar Zero's desperately trying to get onto half as he jumps through with that shorty.
I mean, just needed to. That was, you're right, Hail Mary type beat in a position like that. And you can see Leo's expression, or well, the lack thereof. in a close moment like that, pulling that off. That gets Fnatic to a 7-5 lead, and we've got a little special something standing by. That's Golden Boy, who's actually going to pick the brains of a fan in the crowd. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much, fellas. I want everyone in the arena to give me a minute here and give a round of applause for Widget coming all the way from Japan over here in California to support his favorite team, Zeta Division, who are looking pretty decent right now. So, firstly, how far was that trip for you from Nagaoka, Japan to here?
まず長岡からの、ここまでのとこどのぐらい時間かかりましたか？
待機時間含めて20時間ぐらい。
So including the layovers, it's about 20 hours.
20 hours to watch. I mean, okay, I respect that, brother. In any case, though, it was your dream to come here to Champions, to watch the games, to be amongst this crowd here in LA. Yeah, give it up one more again. Why did you want to come so bad? What was the reasoning for you coming here besides watching some great Valorant?
チャンピオンズ、この夢の舞台にここまで長岡から長距離渡航してきた理由を教えてもらえますか？
マスターズ東京でライオットのスタッフの方と出会って、でそこからそのお礼をしたいと思って LA に来て、ライオットのインターナショナルスタッフに直接お礼しに来ました。
So I was fortunate enough to meet a Riot staff when I was attending Masters Tokyo, and I wanted to come here to show my appreciation to the Riot staff. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that is okay. We did an awe, a cursory awe. All right, well, that's awesome. And of course, any words for the folks watching back at home in Japan, but also for the Zeta guys as they get ready for this next half?
最後に、日本で応援しているファンの皆様と、この次のゼータディビジョンの、チームに向けて何かメッセージあればお願いします。
このまま頑張って、日本の皆さん、朝早くから皆さん一緒に頑張っていきましょう。ゼータファイティング
That's it, baby. Let's send it back over.
Zeta fighting indeed. They find themselves down 2 rounds, but now the attacking side on Haven, which should be a bit more favored. Ball, we'll see what Zeta can do here as they're all bunched up towards A currently.
It's going to be tough as you already see this aggression from Fnatic go down mid. Yes, bunched up by A, and the timing from Sugar Zeros, he just barely misses.
Unreal.
And with all that said, none of the Sentinel util is up until Sewers. So right now, Boasters might have a clean peek onto Crow, who's going to be the last player in. He has the spike, guys.
Meanwhile, Fnatic have everything. If they get suspicion of where they are, Chronicle can drop a fault line, and this could be disaster.
And I wonder as well, okay, they broke that trip immediately.
So now they know. Oh, maybe it was cleared. They just dropped another. You see this double Sentinel comp on the attacking side and all the layers that it has, the varying degrees of protection that it can offer.
They're going to have to flip into spawn here. Alfredo's going to be able to hold on to that. And Durka falls, actually.
And he's going to have to. Depth traded, now down. Alpha still so healthy from up in heaven. And, I mean, they're not even really going to give him a chance to take the fight. Laz choosing not to pull the trigger, unaware. But he does with the frenzy. Now the headhunter still up in play. He's going to have to get 3, and he cannot. It's Leo who does. Boaster on the defuse, and Fnatic with 8.
And that's all 4 pistols so far for Fnatic as well. They put such an emphasis into these. And this one doesn't even feel that special.
No.
I mean, special in terms of Leo's ability to frag as always, but my goodness, they just walk down short and cause chaos for Zeta. I think one of the key things there is recognizing this comp cannot really take extra space once they go for those executes. I mean, you're playing people who are trying to be entrenched in Depp and Laz, and also, you know, playing with the combination of the Astra and the Raze. You want those players to be tucked still, holding positions, playing trap plays, those sorts of things. So once you get the option to flip, you can't really go for it. Forced up here, though, from Zeta.
In a considerable way, too. See the buy. They've invested everything. They did also flash down A to make sure there's no one coming through and then turn their sights all towards B. You see the gravity well, the nano. And it's actually just 10 who's gotten past. He's got a judge. He's trying to get up close on Durka, and he does.
Oh, this stun's going to punish him, though, but gets out with his satchel. Clean movement.
They should know now that there is a little bit more bite on the other side of this, but Leo's Vandal and Chronicle, too. I mean, you thought you forced into it, and that would be enough, but in the face of these rifles, can you make it work? It's all onto Crow. He does have a little bit of a stinger. Woo, almost hit the transfer, almost gets a second. Still wouldn't have been enough.
And just like Fracture, a little bit more damage done on that second.
Yeah.
Eco round attempt, but this time it was a full force, right? They still get that spike down so they can go for the same sort of punch. We'll see what they choose to do, because at this point they need to get back in this before Fnatic start converting rounds like this and the one coming up, which they're actually having to reinvest a lot. I'm quite certain here the bonus will be canceled now.
Yeah.
But it is an anti-eco kind of, so yeah, it is full. Not even a stinger bot, just Sheriff's light armor for Zeta. Plus Leo has his ult at this point because the 2 3Ks that he got.
I mean, Darka's so fast on this. Chronicle didn't even fault line to get him in that position. He just took the space quickly. So he saves that early bit of utility. Meanwhile, Alfier gets dropped.
Oh.
All right, the frenzies are working. Gonna be able to flip in towards C. Leo's the only one who's close by currently. He's got the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, he has to clear Garage before he's comfortable to do it. And now Crow actually popped his Seekers, so holy shocks. 10!
Oh!
Aftershock as well to deny the plant. Crow might go down to it. No, I think it missed, actually.
Either way, Spike goes down. Leo still with that ult. Look at how far Zeta are playing back. You've got Depp who's waiting outside double doors, Sugar Zero who's playing even further back with the alarm bot to make sure there's no flank coming in through B.
Yeah, but note, it isn't planted for long, so deep positions won't be the greatest here. It's planted default, very safe.
Oh my gosh. What a shot. Leo joining in on the action as well, and it all falls down to one Sheriff with how promising it looked.
Jesus. Leo is constantly bailing them out, man. I mean, specifically this Haven is not the most perfect game from Fnatic, but I was talking a lot about the strategic difference between them and other teams. And this game, it comes down a lot to that individual level. Leo, 19-6. Derka, meanwhile, 6-13. Adds a little contribution to this round, but it's all Leo this half.
Poor guy's probably never going to play Jet again. Given all the talks we've had about it.
Yeah, he's a raise one trick now.
Late timeout called from Zeta Division. They're down 5 rounds here. And much like you were saying, Balla, they look a little bit better, right? They're putting up more of a fight than they did on Fracture, but it's been far from nice, to be honest.
I mean, scoreline might end up being the same at the end of it.
Yeah.
And this early in the half, I really can't even point to much for Zeta to adjust.
No.
On this attacking side, I thought that this comp was always going to be a little bit of a struggle on this half. It's not something that we had much time to really dive into, but with the double Sentinel, it's always going to be tough. I think one thing that we saw when teams have run similar comps in the past is you could have a lot of really spread defaults where you could focus attention through one lane of the map with much, much more presence. The map control comes a lot easier. But that's not even working right now for Zeta, because Fnatic multiple times now, they've run down mid, they've run down A lobby, and they're not able to punish the players who are doing some things like that. So we'll have to see where the rest of this comes into. First big gun round here for Zeta.
Yeah, and I mean, to say big is probably selling it a bit short. Laz has an op. Durka's already so far up, and again, the fault line has not been invested. It's off of the recalled star that he finds just a little bit of space, but it seems like Laz.
Try ult from
He doesn't know.
Oh, the spam,
What?
though.
How did
he get
he
traded
know?
back? Nothing found. Only one tag to Laz, and Crow's going to heal him right back up. That is such a good read from Zeta there. I wonder if Durka showed his gun, but he's struggling this game.
And I think there are 2 things here to talk about. Yes, Durka got dropped, but I think also the Hunter's Fury invested. If it was maybe just one, it doesn't feel as bad. But an excellent read by Zeta.
This is still a lot of work being done here from Boaster on this deep push down long C.
He's patient, but how patient will he be? Depp's waiting on the other side. Less patient, but what a flick. Snappy out from the Sentinel.
And this is why Depp was the guy who a lot of people were putting the onus on for Zeta to do well in this tournament.
Oh, Alfier's really far ahead of everything here. He used the timing from the Nano to take some space. And he tried getting a second, but only one was found.
A great satchel from 10, though.
Chronicle and Leo, the two the true initiators, excuse me. One found, the second trying to snap on it, not doing so. That aftershock's not gonna feel good, but the timing from Laz on the swing is great.
Not much found from Fnatic there on that early aggression, and Zeta does such a great job to handle everything. I think that flick from Depp is just so crucial.
What?
It was last spotted something, and they called it out.
I saw a ping on the minimap, you're right.
And as well, when you see that recall, everything like that, that's definitely a read that can be made. That's somewhere where you can frequently spam and find in ranked lurking Reynas in most cases, but here Durka trying to be cheeky. But he's got the op online now able to take a fight against Laz. He's going aggressive still.
Well, it's all set up off of Leo. Well timed. I thought he was going to get caught with his pants down, but no.
And both Astras recalling stars there for everybody to fall off on. In those moments, you know there's been a killing field that must be evacuated.
We're going to get a little op battle, are we? Durka's weak. The flash to give Laz the angle. Does he dare re-peek?
Surely not.
He's considering it, but he takes a safer angle here.
Channel Kong here?
Yeah, just swing out.
Another star onto him. It's interesting because you would expect Laz to want to be taking these fights.
I mean, he's posted up for it. That Trailblazers, I don't know if that's going to reach far enough.
Oh, you missed it.
Never mind, it certainly does.
Those things go far, man.
Yeah,
way
do,
farther
bro.
than you expect. Another recall from Sugar Zero. He has 2 stars ready for this execute. But that means there's not a grab wall, there's no stun, which are necessary to deal with both Durka and Leo on this site. With Chronicle as well coming in, he has fault line, everything. There's no go here. 25 seconds, they've got to commit.
Well, this is comfort zone for Zeta, though. They like to burn the clock down. What? What? We're going to have to take a look at that one more time.
Yeah, but look at this. No, there's still no time here.
Yeah, the spike is still not out. Leo's able to provide a little bit of cover and buy some time, but they're going to crumble. Can Alphair do this on his own? He's gotten the first. He's got to stop the plant! But Alphair with a massive Red Bull clutch for Fnatic. Alphair does it again.
Through the window. Down onto site. And he does it sideways. This is just crazy. And Crow had to commit to that plant.
Yeah, he had no choice.
I mean, he could have got off and got the final kill, but...
That's so risky.
The duality of Mini there.
Yeah.
You want to
no
play?
Kidding.
Let's play.
Mini's a coach who just, you could tell over and over, demands perfection from his team. So despite winning a round, you're going to get frustrated when things aren't going their way. That one definitely looked lost, and then you have heroics that he can't help but celebrate too.
No, it is that coaching philosophy that leads to dynasties, though. And Fnatic are looking to get past Zeta to continue to cement theirs. Shot from Dirk. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's going to get away with the second.
How is he staying here?
He peeks a third time.
Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
Look at Durka laughing on the camera. They were playing whack-a-mole.
Laz has the much better angle there. But Durka is just sitting in that when he really can't even see the head of Laz, and now he repositions the jump spots to get Laz on the angle. But 10 doesn't do it wide enough, so.
I don't remember how many shots Laz has left. What, 2?
2, yeah.
We were robbed of this duel initially, but we're going to get it this time, and Durka wins it out.
30 seconds left.
Those two. Now that we've had head-to-head battles between them, it's just perfect from Boaster.
Just so well played, so well timed.
There's
look
a
at
dart,
that, dude.
there's
Yeah.
a stun.
Everything.
There's a peek.
You see that double initiator comp just being so good. Because what do you do in situations like that?
Yeah.
It just feels like you're being bullied.
It's not something that everybody can do, though. I mean, it's double
that's
initiator,
true.
sure, but it's Chronicle and Leo as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point.
Leo might be the best initiator util player in the world. I mean, I would say easily.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
And Chronicle might be second best in the world. It's moments like that that you appreciate. And other teams are really starting to, you know, get up there with that sort of combination. But here it is. Match point now for Fnatic in their opening game.
5 of the last 6 for the Masters champions. Another duel, another win for Durka as he gets a second. Look, 10 was trying to take off and Satchel his way forward, but he never had a chance.
You can hear that Satchel ticking away.
Yeah.
Are you guys cheering for an ace? There's only been 2 kills.
I respect it, though. I respect it.
That's me in my rank games for real.
That lockdown going to buy a little bit of time, but it really didn't push Fnatic back very much at all. He's got the blades. This might be where he goes for it. He's going to get some high ground.
He's waiting for the util here from Leo.
And Chronicle.
Here.
What is it? Cosmic Divide going to push them back. He tries to get up high. Is there anyone who dares show ahead? Durka with 3. Now you chant. Now you ask for it. Durka looking for it all. He's going to have to push past the Cosmic Divide. The 4th and the 5th. The faithful shall be rewarded. Fnatic take down Zeta.
What a way to end it. It's Durkin time. Look at him go. Just a ridiculous showing from Fnatic that entire way through. And at the end of the day, it does look like domination.
Yep.
And that's what you expect coming into this series, no matter what Zeta looks like. No matter what, whether they look like LCQ form, whether they look like Reykjavik form, the best Zeta's ever played, you still expect that on that stage.
Yeah. Really a testament to, again, the strength of Fnatic and the expectations that the field has put on them, that they've put on themselves.
Yeah, they're going to continue to balloon here in this group, especially after you've just seen on the opposite side of their group, NRG get taken down early in that one. What a match.
What a dominant performance, man. Just complete.
Did Nordan just floss on stage? Come on, dude. You can't be doing that.
It's rare that we see such a complete performance like that on the international stage. You know, maybe you see teams beat up like that domestically or regionally, so to speak, where the competition might not be the same, but
stakes aren't as high.
Yeah, sure, but on the biggest stage that Valorant has to offer, for Fnatic to look as good as they do, and again, opening match. I mean, they haven't had the time to warm up, to fine-tune things. Fnatic look good.
Absolutely. That was such a fun match. And there's so many things to highlight on the Fracture, on that Haven.
Yeah.
Just wonderful. I can't wait to watch them even more because this tournament is starting to heat up, man.
And the nice thing is it's actually the desk who's going to break down some of those things that you were just alluding to. So what do you guys think? Was that the best Fnatic we've seen yet or what?
Oh, what a question, Doug and Bala. What do you guys think after that 2-0?
Not the best, but still pretty good. It's a Fnatic in form to make another run.
That's right, and I said at the beginning, they have to set the tone here. If they want to win this championship, they need to come out and show the strength from the beginning, and that's exactly what they did. They made a statement today and said, this is our tournament, this is our year, we're going to close it out.
And they showed us new stuff. They implemented a map we haven't seen for quite a while. It looked pretty solid on it, and they showed us a new composition on Fracture as well. It's clear that this is a Fnatic that is going to continue to evolve, going to continue to show us new stuff to make another run happen.
I mean, new stuff, but the same alpha yet, apparently, because if we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, this was absolutely insanity, Psycho, this clutch. He gets all 3.
What an absolute bonkers confidence play from him to just know the timing. He jumps out, he gets the first guy, he gets the second, he saves the planter for last. He knows he can't get his gun out in time to actually take the fight on him, and he just gets the flick immediately through the wall. I absolutely love this from Alphair. You know, that it's plays like this that remind us of Alphair from last year, but there's so many also plays from him this series that were just expressing the discipline and the structure that has been provided to him from the coaching staff and from Boser. It's just an incredible performance.
Fnatic seem to just have a monopoly on talent. Every single one of these players steps up, has moments like that that one. No matter what role they're playing, there's always at least one moment in every match where you're like, damn, this guy is the best in role. And it happens every game, I feel like, when you're watching Fnatic. They are such a true super team, and I don't even think that was the best form we will see them in this tournament.
I mean, they're just starting to get heated up. And speaking of that, man of the hour here, Durka. He is standing by with Golden Boy for the Ryzen post-match interview.
And I'm joined here by the man of the moment. Give it up one more time for Durka. That's to feel pretty cool, right? Yeah.
That's really good.
Amazing stuff. Look, you guys have come into this tournament, obviously, you know, with just a lot of confidence, right? You see it in the gameplay. You see it when you do all your interviews. You can tell that you guys are coming into this with so much confidence. And I guess what I want to know is what separates Fnatic from the rest of the field here at Champions? Because it feels like you guys are just on another level right now.
I think we're very humble. We don't take our past events in the account. We work really hard. We criticize each other a lot and give good feedback too. But
are those things that happen all the time between you guys? Yeah.
And I also like how we don't underestimate anyone. We prepare really hard for everyone, and it's really good because that actually gives you confidence, and then everyone's doing a great job and everyone's hyping each other.
Yeah, and you could see it up there, right? Like everyone's everyone's rooting each other on, right? And well, I think as far as like the matches go, well, coming up next, you have a very surprising one, because I'm sure you look at the bracket, you're like, oh, we'll probably end up playing NRG, but no, instead you're playing against China's Bilibili Gaming, which shocked us all here just a little while ago. Yeah, give it up for Bilibili. Those guys were incredible, seriously. And that matchup's going to be great, so I'm all about it. That being said, though, obviously an unexpected result. What is it about that team? I don't know if you had a chance to look at the match. Are you excited for that one?
Yeah, I'm really excited. When we saw the groups and the matchups, we already said we could play both, like Energy or Bilibili.
Oh, so you guys felt like that from the get-go?
I mean, we didn't say like, oh, they're gonna win. We said there is possibility to win, because these champions, everyone's like hyped, everyone wants to play good, and this is where like underdogs can actually do a lot of damage to top teams. So we don't underestimate anyone. We're excited to play Bilibili. I think all of us want to play like different teams than the ones from the past, but yeah, we're excited.
That's awesome. Now, last thing I'm going to ask you, man. You ended that game in the only way that Durka knows how. You just tell us how exhilarating it is to be up there, hear this crowd cheering ace, 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 going nuts. I mean, come on. How's this experience, bro?
I mean, yeah, the crowd was insane. After every kill, they're cheering, and I'm like, do I go for more? Do I do this? It's kind of unique. But the days I was really a bit enraged from the first half, or what was happening to me, like killing through the smokes or through the walls, and I was like, I need to do something on CT, and especially with the op, it was like really great.
Yeah.
Thank you, crowd.
Yeah, no, you guys definitely gave him the energy. All right, Durka, I want to let you get back to your team. Brother, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations. We'll see you moving forward. Give it up one more time for Durka and Fnatic. And we're going to go to a quick break.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Somewhere far away from here. From here. All I want is you. Oh, I
They missed out on Tokyo, but what a statement it would be to take down the team that lifted a trophy in their home country right here, right now.
Enemy down.
Yeah, he's already gotten a considerable amount. He's already more than halfway. Closer, get the ace, baby. The crowd's gonna go wild. No! Oh, it seems like, I thought they were gonna try to pinch, but Laz just plucks him out of the sky and he finds a second. You gonna clear this box?
Little spam.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Second satchel connects, and Alfier pinches from the other side. Not gonna happen. 13-5 in favor of Fnatic, and what an opener for a team that's currently pushing to win the triple crown. Leo with the understeer, as we mentioned, he had a shock to, and Alfier was on the pinch. He gets two, he gets the third. Leo gets the last, and that's a round for Fnatic.
It's so sus.
Oh no. You're absolutely right, it was. This may be pulled off. Sugar Zero and Depper, the only ones up, and they are. They're gonna pull it off with a light buy. Can Alfier do this on his own? He's gotten the first, he's gotta stop the plant! But Alfier with a massive Red Bull clutch for Fnatic. Durka looking for it all. He's gonna have to push past the Cosmic Divide, the fourth and the fifth. The faithful shall be rewarded. Fnatic take down Zeta.
What a way to end it. It's Durkin time.
guys, time for the final game of today, featuring the winners from Group B. It's FUT versus EG, and of course, the winner will secure themselves a spot at playoffs here in Champions. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Doug and Bala here with me. A great cast, first of all, by the way, but this game is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, it's that rematch that, you know, we saw on the opening match of Tokyo, and we had so many different thoughts about how those matches were going to play out, and now we've seen the true potential of EG. We're just waiting, and we saw a little bit of it from FUT yesterday.
I mean, they looked really good yesterday, and I think there were so many questions that were answered. I think their play style fully came to head on the stage where everyone's expecting. They're just pushing through smokes, they're just pushing through walls, they're just aim diffing everyone. That's going to be a difficult, different beast against an EG who, while they just put up an insane run at Tokyo, did get tested a little last time we saw them on the stage.
I'm glad you guys mentioned the rematch, because if we dive a little bit deeper into it, the circumstances, Doug, are a little bit different this time around. Of course, back in Tokyo, when they faced each other back then, I don't think many people expected EG to then go on to do what they ended up doing.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I don't know that, I mean, maybe they did.
They did.
I don't know that anyone else did. Yeah, I think they subverted so many expectations, but I think now you know what kind of a commodity, Ball, like you were saying, you know what a commodity you have in Evil Geniuses. You know what they're capable of. Demon One, who was relatively quiet through Tokyo, was in full form the last time we saw them play. This EG is the real deal.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the two teams actually had similar rises when they got to Tokyo, right? It was, I mean, EG got kind of lucky, and then they made it in through playoffs, but FUT, like, third place all the way through. They were very good throughout EMEA. They were consistent. You actually expected them to do pretty well, and then when you actually went up against EG, that game was kind of the spark that really started that fire run for EG throughout Tokyo in my mind, because it was a close game up until it wasn't, you know? That's how that match originally went, and I think we're kind of expecting something different now that we've seen EG go to the heights that they reached.
This is the thing, the last match expectations were almost the same for both teams, right? We were just excited to see what they could do. Are the expectations still the same? Do you guys feel like?
No, absolutely not.
No?
Not even close.
No.
I think for me, I look at this group and I think EG, yeah, for sure should be making it out, no problem.
Yeah.
Whereas FUT, it's like, yeah, they probably should be making it out, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody like T1, who they absolutely demolished yesterday, probably the biggest stomp that we've seen so far, outside of maybe the Fnatic Zeta game that we just saw, maybe. I think that kind of replenishes hope in what we know FUT can be. It's just about how they show up on an international stage, in my mind.
Well, on the side of EG, speaking of them, let's send it down to Golden Boy and get a quick word from Com.
Com, come over here, brother. How's it going, bud? All right, you know, look, this FUT team is coming into this event with a ton of momentum. You guys have been in that position in the past. How do you stall this team that seems like a runaway freight train right now?
Shoot head better.
There it is. Just get out of here.
Oh, that's what I've been doing wrong this whole time. I get it now, I get it. But let's talk about the big hitters on both sides, Demon One and Kiwi, because Doug, back in Tokyo, when they went up against each other, they kind of underperformed a little bit, but after the first round of being here, both of those guys are on form.
Which should just make for such a good matchup. Again, you mentioned it, the last time we saw them, it was lackluster from both. It was really quiet, and it was honestly, to go back to the conversation about expectations leading into that match, it was a subversion of expectation for both. We knew what Demon One was capable of. We knew what Kiwi's capable of regionally. We expected it to come to head when they matched up, and neither of those things came into reality. So now that we see that they're playing at much better form, to see them match up like this should be really good.
I think from both of these players, I've seen such insane regional performances from them that I haven't quite seen yet at the global tournaments. Outside of Kiwi, at Lock-In, he was insane. I mean,
that's true.
what he was
Kiwi
doing to 100 Thieves, I honestly thought they should have won that series way back then. And I thought that was my first notice of FUT maybe being a real test towards the EMEA, and they were. They absolutely were. But against those international competition is where I haven't seen. I mean, Demon One had his best series on a global stage yesterday against FPX, and that's FPX, you know, a team that is less experienced, a team that definitely shouldn't be challenging the likes of EG at this stage. But yeah, I think we're going to see him reach new heights here at LA.
Yeah, what you're seeing is the DRX game was his second best performance before he played against FPX yesterday. But even then, when you have a player like Demon One on form, Bala, this is going to I mean, I know they got second place at Tokyo, but they did it without Demon One being Demon One.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of other players really stepped up. I'm thinking Busio, especially in that FUT game, was a fire starter for them so consistently. So yeah, it was other factors. But now that we saw their first games, we start to go back to those old narratives and really put a lot of emphasis on those two players' performance.
Yeah, let's talk about Boostio. I feel like everyone's favorite fragging IGL, right?
Yeah, who's been under the spotlight a little bit for some of what he's been saying recently. But I mean, Boostio, there's really no other way to describe it. He had an outrageous performance at Tokyo. Top fragging as far as IGL goes. Probably one of the top 5, top 10 players in the entire tournament from a Sentinel role, calling through everything that he and his team went through that year. We talked about the FUT matchup. It was Boostio who carried EG through that match last time they played. So it's a difficult thing too to expect a Sentinel and IGL to continue to put up numbers like that. But the truth is, he continues to do it. He did it all of Tokyo. There's no reason to think he's not going to be able to do it here.
Yeah, have you guys heard how many rounds he expects here from FUT?
Wait, did he tell you?
No, he didn't tell me.
I was hoping that you were going to actually let me.
I mean, you should have lied.
Yeah, it's I expect 4 rounds total from FUT right here.
That's what I heard.
I mean, it's a one-team region, so yeah, that's what he told me.
Is that what he sounds like?
Yeah. He sounded more like Obama.
Like Barack Obama, yeah. What just happened?
I mean, before we derail this, for EG, of course, winning today, getting to playoffs, people probably expect that at this point after Tokyo. But for FUT, I just want to hammer home how big of a deal this will be if FUT can win today. They will go where no other Turkish team have ever gone before. They will be the first full 5 Turkish players to make it to a playoffs at an international tournament, a tournament this big. And you guys can see the FUT watch party. This is insane. And this is before they've even made playoffs yet. So Doug, there's a lot of pride and regional pride, Turkish pride, everything on the line, not just for these 5 players going to playoffs.
Oh, 1000%. That watch party goes hard. I mean, look at them. They're rolling deep. And I think, again, it just goes to show like how excited they are, how much pride there is, as you mentioned, regionally for the players individually. And I think they do have a really cool opportunity to do something here that hasn't been done before. Mind you, the sample size is small, but they have the chance to do something really special here. Not just make it out of groups, not just be the first to make it out of groups, but to do it against EG, the team that beat them last time, the team that came in second at Tokyo.
Yeah, it's revenge kind of for them. And I think something that I've been thinking about for FUT, right? The reason why I had less expectations for them coming into this tournament was that Tokyo performance was poor after the EG series. But if you watch the EG series, you thought that they had a chance in that until the second map after they lost that overtime comeback. If it wasn't for that, I think they would have looked really strong. And back at Tokyo, the narrative was all about, oh, this is the first Turkish team to get here since SMB back in 2021. So yeah, there is a lot riding on this, but I think they're in much better shape mentally than they were at Tokyo.
Yeah, they have a chance to make history here. And let's send it back to Golden Boy and get a quick word from FUT IGL, Mr. Fallen.
Mr. Fallen, come over here, my man. I know your team's heading off into the distance here. I want to ask you a quick question. This is a big moment for Turkish Valorant. You guys are, on the precipice of bracket play. Does that moment weigh on you guys? Does it weigh on the team as you get ready to take on one of your greatest challenges yet?
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest challenge I think for us, but we just have to come in to prove our stats. We are, qualified the champions, Let's see who's wrong, who's right.
I love it, brother. You have it going, all right? Take it easy, all right? Have it going. Back to you.
I love kind of the coyness of this, but the thing is, this team, one of the reasons they've been doing so well, they've said it themselves, Doug, is that the vibes are really good, which is exactly the same for EG, right? Everybody loves how good their vibes are.
And that's the thing, in a tournament format like this, we've talked about it so much throughout the year, vibes matter, right? Like a team catches fire, the vibes are good, and you can make a run that you wouldn't expect, much like EG did previously.
Yeah, well, this is a rematch, so I wonder if we're going to get the same maps this time around. I cannot wait to find out. Let's send it down to Coach Gaius and Potter and see where we're going to be going today.
All right, match 3 of the day. Let's go ahead and jump in. EG, you're the higher seed. Team A or Team B?
We'll take Team A.
Team A. FUT, you will be Team B. So, EG, your first ban. Haven, your ban. Fracture. Map number 1.
We'll pick Pearl.
Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Attack.
Attack. Okay. Map number 2.
Bind.
Bind. Side on bind.
We'll take defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bands starting with EG. You have Ascent, Lotus, and Split.
Take out Lotus.
Take out Lotus. Your band, you have Ascent and Split.
Band shifted.
Band Split.
Yes.
That will make map number 3 Ascent. Side on Ascent.
Defense, please.
Defense. Okay, gonna run through this, make sure we are all set. First set of bands, we have EG with Haven, Foot with Fracture. Map number 1 is Pearl with Foot on Attack. Map number 2 is Bind with EG on Defense. Next set of bands are Lotus and Split, which makes the Cider map 3 Ascent with EG on Defense. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Evil geniuses. FUT Sports.
This is for a spot at playoffs, for pride, for everything. Again, one of these teams, if they win this best of 3, Bala, they're going to be going through to playoffs, and they will have 7 days to prep for it. That is huge.
Yeah, that's underrated of a factor, and it's a different format to some of the other tournaments that we've had group stages for. Usually we, go through all the opening matches, whatever, and here we are with this group. I mean, having a chance. We already had the DRX team go through and have that advantage now, and now these two teams have that opportunity to go for it as well.
Yeah, let's talk about the map vetoes real quick, Doug. What did you make of it? Anything that you expected or didn't expect?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think I'm curious to see how things play out. I think EG on Pearl should be a lot of fun. Potter is obviously known for cooking up all sorts of nonsense that's caused fits to opponents throughout, the better part of 2 years now, going back to prior roster iterations and things like that. So I'm really excited to see how they play out on Pearl specifically.
I think, for me, the most interesting thing was the last decision that they made, EG, banning Lotus, where that was the first map that they started on against FUT last time, and they want to avoid that opportunity to play against them. And they got kind of lucky that FUT didn't go for that, given how good that team is on this map. But maybe they also don't want to go up against an EG that beat them after, so much strong performances on Lotus from FUT.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that as well. But Ascent, Turkish teams on Ascent, they hear differently. So if it goes the distance, I personally am leaning a little bit more towards FUT. But as you said, Doug, this Pearl is going to be a hard, tall hill, a mountain for FUT to be able to climb on. What did you make of the Sova change? I know they kind of brought in that last time we saw them. Yesterday, even, when we saw them play Pearl.
Yeah, I love it. Honestly, I think that's been a lot more common since the Pearl changes because of that. Just one minute change where you can smoke off the choke on B with one smoke. And ever since then, you're starting to see that comp come back, which actually was, something that was pretty common way back after Chamber got nerfed. So before Viper Harbor came into the mix. But they were really good at Viper Harbor, so I'm kind of like mixed feelings because we saw many teams still show in the Americas League, still show great Viper Harbors on this map that I kind of think it's still the way to go.
Well, here is the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and both of them have, are they stuck to the comms that they ran already? It looks like it.
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
The thing that stands out to me, though, is always with FUT, you get this KO, and here you have Brim Viper on Pearl, which is such a drastic difference to everyone else in the meta here. And this is actually something that most of the time EMEA has been avoiding, so you can see FUT 4 times played, and they're quite proficient at it still.
Yeah, this comp hasn't been shown very much for FUT. And I mean, honestly, you could say the same thing for EG. So this, again, given what we know about Potter, given what we know about how FUT's form was the last time we saw them, I'm really excited because I think we're going to be able to tell very early what kind of series we're in for. If FUT is still swinging with confidence, if they're still fragging the way that they are, and they're just going to fully disrespect what EG are showing them, it could be a really good series.
Well, we are ready to go. So let's send it over to my good friends from across the pond. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu and the desk. Yes, we're ready to get back into another FUT game, this time up against EG. And What a spectacular matchup we should have in front of us, Tom.
Yeah, the thing is, when we came into this one, we looked at this group, looked at EG and went, okay, this should be a clean sweep for them, an easy way through. But FUT came in with some pretty hot form as of just yesterday. So I'm looking forward to see what they have here. I also really like the fact that this map has now been picked against FUT a couple of times. First time they picked defense, looked incredibly strong. You go, okay, probably going to do that again. No, they go into the attack, where realistically that's the one place they haven't really been seen as much, especially with this composition. So EG can't have counted as much of what we'll see in this first half.
Well, it's time to get into this game. Evil Geniuses starting out their defense on their own map pick as well. Quite a treat for this squad. FUT with the biggest matchup so far in their careers. And I mean, looking at EG on home turf as well, we'll see how this match unfolds. But it's an uphill battle for the side of FUT, beginning on the attack and looking for some control. They've destroyed the turret, but they've got their sights set on A.
Viper Wall making things a little bit more awkward, and while Demon One has just met the Turkish aim, first bullet straight to the head as they look to swarm in onto Jorgamo. Almost manages to get a double straight off the bat. He is going to be a menace throughout this match on the A site, but for now at least, it is going to be the advantage in the favor of FUT. A quick retake being attempted though.
Yeah, just trying to annoy them. Some damage done. Boostio able to catch off. Bajin goes out for a bit more. That double might just give them a fighting chance in this. With low HP on Ada Captain, the round might just be theirs, and seconds later it is locked in for EG, America's #1. You've already seen America struggle today, Tom. The eyes are certainly on the Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, one of the things I really want to highlight as well is the last time we actually saw Boostio play a Killjoy versus FUT, he got 35 kills. So he had a pretty good game, so that's definitely going to be someone we have to keep an eye on. I also want to watch the way that EG are actually going to work, because one of the things I feel like T1 really suffered with on this map in particular was respecting the utility of FUT a little bit too much, not baiting out a lot of it early on. So, for example, we saw retakes where FUT still had 3 of those brim smokes, and you're like, okay, but that's just madness. I don't think EG are going to fall for that same sort of trap, as they are always very good at reading into their opponents. Props to Potter for that one. But for now, at least, we're going to look at FUT with a minute of investment. A few pistols, nothing much more. And on the other side, well, a pretty healthy buy.
Yeah, some challenges for EG if they want to take pacier attack rounds. But here on the defense, they're not afraid to put a little bit of that aggression out. Already grabbing the orb up on A long. Some good control on the back of it. But they have given up a lot of control around here. The water wide open, and FUT are feeling it out, grabbing all of that control. Thing is, still a decent run from here towards either one of the sites. There's players in between them. Calm. I like the idea. Spamming on the back of the turret contact. It won't get them anything, though.
Yeah, the screen is basically just used to try and make things more awkward for the player fighting around that angle. And you're not going to want to play close when you're up against these pistols. Calm, though. Very good at just taking that initial fight, fading away, not over-facing. He has support from Boostio as well, and not giving any real 1v1 fights. They are cleaning things up. It's only going to be the pistol lost, and for Kiwi, 8 HP. Definitely not the gun of choice, and as he tries to pick up the other, he will fall as well. Very clean from the side of EG. Only a Sheriff lost and nothing more.
Yeah, I mean, that is a textbook follow-up round. The fact that they chose right away to give up the control around mid, knowing FUT would want to poke and prod for it. They don't fight in art. No one gets caught out of position. And consistently, Calm was just taking shots, falling back, grabbing his one, and leaving. I love to see it. Now, this is interesting. Round 3, timer's ticking away, and we're getting towards 0. And there's still an AWP in the hands of Demon One.
Yeah, so Boostio last round just played the pistol so they could save up this extra cash. I don't know if this is something FUT will necessarily be expecting, but with Demon One on the server, I feel like you always have to be that little bit more wary. Again, though, we saw this from the few attack rounds from FUT. They're very happy to take these pacey hits and already walking quite far up towards long. Boostio's going to try and get himself a little bit more aggressive around this corner. That singular smoke place to try and deter them, but Kiwi's going right through it, and he'll find that opener.
Yeah, spotted Boostio on the way through. That's your Killjoy down, a lot of your utility down and out. And already used a Nano Swarm. Now a lot of the weaker weapons are trying to skirmish for this site, and the AWP still miles away. If you lose these other players, you're going to start to think about saving, but Ethan might just have given them a chance. Now they can contemplate fighting for this Kiwi. incredibly low. 40 HP, a shot out from the op. Now they know where Kiwi is. They've got him boxed in, taken down, and Mr. Fallen's on 70. The follow-through round from FUT, this should have been clean. The op didn't even play that big of a role, but it might to close it out. It has the angle up top. That smoke soon to fade, and Mr. Fallen left in the open. Good damage done. Jogamo barely holding on to life, but he'll catch the angle up above. Evil Geniuses not giving an inch to FUT.
And what a huge round as well from Ethan. But that's the thing, you look at the initial fights that go the way of FUT. You have the entry coming out of Kiwi, getting into the site, the spam battle really didn't work out for them either. And then Ethan just at the back of site gets 2 kills with a stinger and allows the time for the rotation of Jogamo and Demon 1. Big round for him, and for FUT, that is an early defeat that they would not have been hoping for. And as we've said, we've seen a lot of very strong defensive hearts as of recent when it comes to Pearl, but you still need to get yourself a little bit of wiggle room, and losing the bonus round is not a good place to be.
Yeah, that's not wiggle room whatsoever. They're certainly going to start to feel boxed in. The one upside, Kiwi has a Blade Storm. Look at this, the fact that Demon 1's holding that, just what's going through their head. Okay, they've got a Blade Storm. How do we deal with it? Let's hold some of those updraft angles. We know he's going to try a nasty play, and he's already tried it. Down to 30 health. Sure, they get control over the B site, but defending it with these kind of weapons is not likely to go well. And with 30 HP on Kiwi, what can you really hope for?
But there's 2 things that they can hope for. One, Blade Storm maybe works out. The other is Mr. Fallen gets a single kill and he has a lockdown. Other than that, there really isn't a lot to play with in this round already. Getting a lot of information, and those knives are going to be gone for the next few seconds. They are slowly just being picked apart, one by one by one. It's looking very easy for the remaining players. Post plant for Moj. He will be able to pick off one already. The spam attempting a little bit more, but now Mr. Fallen, stinger at a distance. Can't really hope for anything, and again, EG are going to make that one look easy. 4 players alive, finances really growing, and although the time was getting a little bit low, they make it look comfortable.
They absolutely do. 4 players left alive. This round started out probably about as poorly as you'd expect for what was in it, unless Kiwi was to pick up some quick kills, but they played super passive, they gave them the control, and in the end, they reaped the rewards. Patient play from Evil Geniuses, and 4 rounds to 0. But a buy round coming up for FUT, a lockdown in play on both sides. Could end up just canceling each other out, but I'm looking at Calm just 1 away from grabbing that Hunter's Fury as well. So if he's able to grab an early pick, things could start to look a lot better for them with an immediate counter available.
Yeah, it's funny as well. I think Demon 1, its positioning in the early rounds, unlucky. They have gone B the last few. He's been on A. Now he's finally on B, and they are lurking through mid and wrapping around onto A. In fact, Com's position was one almost placed ready for Kiwi as he does wrap back round, potentially looking to go to spawn or even hit into ARP, but he's going to be spotted by the drone. I think maybe even caught a little bit off guard by the fact that they are prepared for somebody to be this far forward. And with the remaining players back of sight, even though the ground has been taken for FUT, the value of it, well, it seems like EG's almost given it to them.
Yeah, again, in effect, when they come to pushing the site, because of how passive EG are, they've just given up art, right? It's not as bad as you might think, because FUT have nowhere to pivot to take that space off of slightly missing the timing on that right click. The knife caught him. Ability suppressed for just a moment. Spams through, nothing found. Kiwi biding his time as the shock dart lands. Next planter steps up to the plate. We'll see what they can do. A nade on its way, but they haven't accounted for Kiwi. The double up close, the reward found. He's going to fight further into spawn for his 3rd. Still holding control. That lockdown, sure, it presents a serious danger for him. Not so much as the bullets, but he's bought time. He's bought space for his squad now, positioned in Ard and main, and with just 1 man on the other side, Demon 1. Seems to be a near impossible clutch just with the time on the clock. He has to try to find some kills first. Spotting 1 player, suspecting the 2nd. Great read on this situation. But Maj just falls back, toying with the timer and winning it out in the end. The first for FUT is found.
Yeah, it took them a little bit, and well, ultimately took a huge round out from Kiwi. Someone just going a little bit unchecked around the edges of the smoke, but it's one that we'll wait and see how often he's going to be able to pull off something like that, because it's still a very, very long way to go. Even still, actually, starting to look at the finances for FUT, even just not keeping that one squeaky clean now means that Mr. Fallen is going to be left with just an SMG for this round. So They may have finally found themselves on the board, but the troubles definitely aren't over just yet.
Anything but. And we saw this recon through in the previous round. This time, oh my, it's catching a lot of information. But the follow through, okay, Jogamo's got his second. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Tagging them up on the way through, making them a little bit easier to follow up on as Jogamo catches yet another kill. The spike, the last to fall. And a very quick response from EG. They lose a round, and they give them seconds to give it right back. It's a strong lead. And we've seen this a couple of times, the idea of popping up the flash, following through with the recon as well. Didn't quite net them as much value as this time around, though.
Yeah, this is something that has been spoken about throughout the tournament so far, and that is that every time Com has a Hunter's Fury, he gets value from it. I think normally it's a multi-frag. This time, maybe not so much, but the amount of damage he was able to do, the disarray he was able to cause, and more so, just the fact that Jorgamo is such a menace when it comes to this A site. It's definitely an issue. Pressure again being placed into mid. Demon 1 goes back for more. Hoping to try and find that extra little bit of damage. Spam trying to deny Kiwi the opportunity to get that operator, and it actually has. I thought he was going to continue that push, but backs away.
Yeah, maybe worried about a second player following through at any moment. I'm not sure, but they've left it on the floor for now. A valuable weapon for this squad. Instead, maybe looking for this orb. They could get the Blade Storm online right here and now, hold the long-range angles. You know the op's not in the round. Good idea. Now, last time around, Kiwi wasn't able to get up to all too much. This Blade Storm didn't have quite the same impact as we've seen. His mobility already out of the game. His updraft used up. So he won't be a menace up and around these smokes anymore, but he doesn't need to be. The lockdown buys them all the space. And through the smoke, well, let's add another tally to the counter in the audience. Foot on the back foot now for sure.
But yeah, the nano was just to buy them back. They are popping everything. So many ults being thrown into the round, and it might not even be enough. The man advantage going back, but at least Krax has been able to hit a nice shot, giving them an opportunity. The close angle is so important, but Jorgamo still just going strong, leaving 2 remaining. Both with Sheriffs hiding within this Viper Spear. Krax has managed to double, but still comes down to 1. And Com will not allow the mischievous Foot to get away with anything.
What an incredible effort with Sheriffs nonetheless. But the time not quite as close as it needed to be. If Kiwi was alive a few more seconds, that stray shot through the smoke doesn't catch him. Who knows? Who knows? But 6-1 nonetheless. And despite a little bit of a stumble, I don't even know if I want to blame that on them realistically. What can you do about a player hitting shots like that? And we've seen this from Krax in the opening series as well. He was unbelievable. But it's not enough this time. And Foot, having invested a lot of their lower, like some of their ultis, Blade Storm, Viper's Pit as well, they're going to decide this time to call a pause. Got to play it with their rifles and run it down on more conventional turf. So far, that's been where EG's come ahead.
I think as well, just maybe some of the players having quieter performances. Moj was probably the best player when they played Pearl last time out, only with a couple of kills at the moment. Add a captain. Okay, we've seen him be an assist king before and then slowly come into the game, but they're going to need it a little bit earlier this time around. As said, like we've seen them have an incredible defensive half, and the attack we didn't get to witness because they were so dominant last time out, but this is now starting to become a bit of a danger. I think all the pieces looking like they're there at the moment for the side of EG. Jorgamo still causing problems. Com has been unreal so far, winning them that Red Bull clutch in the previous round. And for Foot, realizing they're at least going to want, say, 4 or 5 rounds if they are going to have themselves an opportunity in that second half. So just taking themselves that timeout. And you have to bear in mind, that last round was them using 3 ultimates. Yeah, sure, the investment wasn't that heavy in terms of the rifles. They only had pistols for the majority, but when you loot all of those ults and you don't get a victory, that's more of a problem.
Yeah, that's what it's about, right? Like, they still have the money to buy up here, and the Blade Storm being gone, you won't bat an eye at, but it's the rest of the ultis that went through.
Again?
And this guy, Boostio, another kill, just spamming through smokes. It's Mr. Fallen to go down this time, and the immediate response from Foot. They're quickening the pace. They're moving into the B side now, hidden here.
There's a smoke.
Still Boostio behind a smoke. This is where he's most deadly. Gonna be blinded up again. The flash through, it's caught him, and they found him, rooted him out. In the meantime, though, Captain deleted in the attempt to plant the spike. Now gonna be run back a couple more seconds. It's down in the open, has to be retrieved.
That's the thing. It seems with EG, there's never a man left behind. Oh. Such good use of the fragment. You can see already cracks on his last lease of life. They're gonna have to use the poison orb just to try and give them a spot to plant him, but now the full rotation has come through. The entirety of EG are ready and raring to go, but Kiwi's at least even things up for a second.
Yeah, and now look at his HP down to 16. Shock Darts hunting down both of these low players. Maj found. Kiwi has to turn up, only good for the one. Krax tries to fade away, dodging bullets. Just one needed to take him down. He is so desperately low, and they're coming so close to finding him. The bun seen up above, but he doesn't realize it, turning at the last moment. And giving Demon One that final kill, that 7th round now locked in for the side of EG.
It just seems like every single time that FUT managed to find a kill, there's a cost fallacy. Like, be it someone getting wallbanged by an operator, a Com diving through the smoke to trade out his teammates, the fragment onto the spike. Like, there's always damage being achieved by EG. Their utility has been sublime, but even just their timing and synergy has been one of the main differences so far in this matchup. 7-1 in the lead over on this defensive side. Again, we're going to be back down to very little. An orbital strike for Captain that's been sitting there for a while. And in this sort of round, would you even use it?
Opportunity would have to present itself. For now, that's not the case. Slow approach from EG. They even wanted to get a little aggressive to start, but once they see this wall go down, that space taken, they're going to give it up. Play a little bit more passive. And that op on the corner is suspected. You can see the jump peaks, but now taking the wider angle. Great reading of how this round is breathing out. Flash unfortunately caught Maj there as well, so there was no follow through.
Hey, constantly once more. For the rest of FUT, starting to, again, go back to the same take. They've been splitting back through B every single time. Com and Boostio have been having a field day. Again, going to be tagging up the information. Boostio just waiting to swing off his teammates' contact, supportive shock darts, but Captain, he's on the board, but there is the dart straight through. Com's utility has been almost as good as his fragging power throughout this game so far. Unfortunately, he doesn't get assists for his own kills, but he is going to find the wallbang. This site is just locked out, and Maj, well, he's finally going to take one, but as said, the trade is immediate. This is so clean from EG.
From the first time we saw this guy on the international stage, a man that is calm, 12-4 right now. I've been a big fan of him. He might have been one of the first players picking up the Odin. That might have been why initially, but his support play and his patience, always a treat to watch. The Demon One paired up with him, it's a deadly duo. And even look at the damage, right? Captain found that kill that we saw on the board just seconds ago, but it left him on 55 HP after running through Boostio's Nano Swarm. I think even being tagged through the wall beforehand. At that point, yeah, it's an easy follow through when he goes for the plant. And this is the thing, no matter what happens to EG, even when they're losing a player, the dominoes have already started to fall.
As said, it's that cost fallacy.
And every time.
Here we go. A chance. Demon One is going to go back for a little bit more. I've noted as well that we spoke about Captain yesterday. I think it was 20 assists and a half.
Yes.
Ethan's already on 13, so he's looking to try and beat him.
Jealous.
Again, they're going to split through R in towards this A site. A lot of counter utility in an attempt to try and slow them down. Lockdown even available as well for Boostio if he decides to use it. And Hunter's Fury, as said, Com, he always finds something. And with the lockdown in tow, Captain has at least found one. Not quite clearing Ethan, but even still, they keep the advantage for a moment.
Neck and neck at least with FUT grabbing the plant. Orbital strike used, so not online. It's just a Blade Storm that's charging in and taken down. Shot out of the sky by Krax, but there's a response. Com not letting this one slip. They've got to push forward. A vague idea of where Krax is, perhaps. Mr. Fallen, though, it's revealed moments ago. Putting those pieces together for EG. They'll look to peek this one. Oh my god, the damage is incredible. Cracks down to just a sliver of health. Now the last man standing, double peeked and dealt with. A triple for Ethan. As they push up to 9, this lead can't stop extending for Evil Geniuses.
It's just ridiculous. Another Red Bull clutch, and I feel like we're just going to be brown-nosing Com at this point, but he even uses the dart to fake out as his teammate peeks. It's just disgusting. The synergy between these players is just unmatched, and right now, it seems like FUT just can't quite deal with it, even in the clutch situations. And that was one of the things, I think, in the series versus T1, they won, I think it was 7 1vx's over a very short amount of time, considering the match wasn't very long at all. They're not winning any of them here. 9-1. It is EG's map choice, but this has been a map they were comfortable to play on the FUT side.
EG's map choice and FUT's side choice.
Yeah.
They wanted to begin on attack, so sure, we can read into it as yesterday we saw their defense, we know that it's strong, no doubt about it. But it's gonna have to be real strong if this keeps up, and even then, if it stops right here and now, 9-3 at best on the half, it's a tough scoreline to recover from. For now, patience again on display for the side of EG. FUT, this is probably one of the slower attempts. We're gonna see them again wrestle for that map control with a minute on the clock. Destroy that turret, same thing they've been doing in a lot of these rounds, and then Kiwi goes walkabouts. With the fact that you still have players on either extremity, this isn't a game plan right now. They're trying to find options.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Every time there's been space left for EG, it's been left intentionally. It's not like there's been any gaps found. That's a big kill, though. Com going walkabouts, and a captain being able to take him out. Boostio left with absolutely no support. He needs to be a hero here, but he's not even checked on. He's managed to find a couple. Of course, the second player in cracks can be brought back from the depths, but that's going to take time.
30 seconds left.
And that time gives a moment. Look at Demon One. He's trying to watch for that exact position. The spam does a lot of damage, and then Ethan finds him anyway. They'll finally get themselves into that afterplant, and for the first time in a while, it looks like a possible round for FUT. But we'll see if they can take it.
And I really like that from Ethan, just holding the lineup that whole time, waiting for the res to come through. Hoping to get both. The play out. Ethan, no flashes. They got to just dry peek those angles, lose a lot of HP in the process. Demon One down low, doesn't stop him from eliminating Maj. They still need to root out Mr. Fallen, who's just swung out wide, looking to take the fights. Lockdown in play, on the way. The swing needs to come in. Mr. Fallen, it's being diffused right under his nose. And now the stick, it'll get close, but the detain interrupts. Timing now, everything, and that spike is already quite far gone. I think Ethan's realizing now, trying to back away, but it was way too late.
Well, I don't think you're going to see a round victory like that too often. A player getting the spike to half. He basically was just hoping his opponent wouldn't peek, but Mr. Fallen played that to perfection. Finally seeing a second round onto the board for FUT, and another Red Bull clutch coming out in their favor this time around. Nonetheless, it is still an absolute mountain to climb for FUT. This last round is more than a necessity, and well, you mentioned your...
You know, I mean, what were his choices there? To lose the round a different way, realistically? Yeah, I think he probably played the only way that he gets away with it.
Yeah.
Just sticking it. Didn't work out. Unlucky. Now you move on to the final round of the half. 9-2 on the scoreline. FUT still possible to push up to 3 to maybe hope for the curse at best. For this 12th round, FUT much more decisive on where they want to go, feeling out that A pressure. And they'll instead look to take it this way. When I talked about Calm earlier, my boy taking out the Odin way, way back. And he'll make it work again. They're also triple stacked up on B.
So much info. So much info. 3 players spotted by the drone. And look at the wraparound from Demon One. Yeah, the pause. I think just knowing that their opponent has that information, but it means they're slowly being boxed in. Timing here could be everything.
No one's watching it.
Yeah, he's looking back and forth, but he's in second back! I don't know how Moj has managed to get away with that one, and now Orbital Strike leaves Com dead to rights. Finally a chance once again, but then strikes Ethan. Another one coming up for Boostio, but it's left all onto Jorgamo. The player wrapping back around. FUT have an advantage once again. The spam is ridiculous, but Moj waking up finally will make this one a 9-3 half. It was squeaky in the end, but even still, at least FUT got something. The fact is EG are so far in the lead here.
Yeah, EG have got to be feeling incredibly confident with the half that they've just displayed here. They chose the map, FUT, maybe threw in a curveball by switching it up and deciding to play instead on that attacking side. It hasn't worked out very well for them to boot. We know their defense can be stronger, but for now, EG seem to have it in the bag, Tom. Now, we spoke a little bit earlier on to a player called Jogamo. Let's see what he had to say.
Feels good because it's my first champion event as a player. Watching it for the past couple of years, like grinding my way to the top, to be on a professional team, and to be like on like a top tier team, it goes in the books. You know, I always think of it. You know, I always love it. I gotta cherish every moment I can. There's only 2 North American teams you can root for now. Like, that's pretty like mind blowing that like everybody's watching us at the end of the day. That's kind of how I look at it.
Utah in the hands, panicking, but the paranoia was sent flying, and Demon one man. It's precise, it's surgical, over the top. Com's consistent with it, lets it loose. Up in mid, Demon one. Of course, he's going to be finding it, but does he expect that? Goal! There's no shot!
Yeah, so we have one more game against FUT, and my parents are going to be there too, so just having that parents buff that I usually never get at any of these events, so it would be like just a blessing, you know, just having them here, you know, it means a lot to me. And I think Boostio, he's gonna get that fire up. He's gonna have that mentality of like, I just dropped 35 on these guys before, I'll do it again. So like having that IGL mindset and his confident calling is just gonna be very easy, I think. LAX is maybe 30 minutes away from here. It's only a 12-hour flight for y'all. I hope y'all upgrade to first class.
Wow. He's got some words for the players across the stage, and good thing we're running that with a 9-3 lead. It'd be kind of embarrassing if it swapped around, but you can definitely tell that sense of confidence on the stage. EG have been feeling good, they've been looking good, and big task.
That's the thing. Like we've seen some people on the interwebs getting a little bit salty, a little bit mad, the trash talk, and I gotta say, I absolutely love it. Just the way that this team is willing to talk their shit before the game begins, and then they come in and they deliver. 9-3 up, looking absolutely incredible right now. And I'll be honest, Boostio hasn't really needed to drop 35 kills this time, because right now the whole team is just above and beyond. We're looking to see if FUT can have that same defensive half as last time. 3 rounds currently on the board. They managed a 9-3 half versus T1, but they're going to need to, I feel like, step it up to a higher gear. And already, just look at the sheer pace coming out from EG, straight down in towards that mid connector.
Yeah, FUT had some pace too, but didn't catch anyone, and they're a little late to the party. Now on B long, there's a couple players coming down. Will they even read that? Will there be anyone left alive to read it? Low HP now, stuck in the corner. Demon 1's also being tagged up, but that won't stop him yet again. Able to deliver kill after kill. The shutdown is there with a back and forth for FUT, but they're overextending into this, knowing the spike needs to be planted. They try to interrupt it, and, well, they've succeeded. A pistol round for FUT at long last.
Yeah, one that was necessary. It has to be said. If they're going to turn this on its head, they needed to get themselves this pistol round. Definitely a close one, and with the way that Com's been playing, I wouldn't have been surprised if he was able to close that one out. But for this round at least, they're not going to be able to invest too much into it. A few sheriffs, a chance to do a little bit of damage, and on the other side of things, investing into 3 rifles, just trying to make sure that this one isn't going to go astray. A couple of players with the light shields, though, so we'll see. Maybe there's a couple of opportunities to capitalize.
Yeah, damage could be done. Not seeing a Marshal or anything in here for the attacking side. Obviously going to be a bit of an issue if you are going for control over B long. Probably going to want to have that long-range weapon. Instead, smoking it up, feigning out presence, fighting for orbs. Even some Sheriff battles for Boostio. He's trying to sneak his way in. And a lot of this round can even just be seeing how FUT like to set up in these initial rounds on their defense. You're catching out where the turret is, obviously a different spot to what EG had been putting down on their own defensive side. But then when it comes down to crunch time, to actually taking a site, you might be diving headfirst into a meat grinder, but they've actually managed to take a few teeth out of that grinder. Look at the A site. It's stacked up now because of the feigned control. They went to B first, moved back to A. It looked like a simple enough round. But now as they again shift focus to the B site, they should find this much more open.
Yeah, I like the fact, though, that FUT are just basically doing exactly the same as we saw from their opponents in the prior half, just sitting very passively, not really giving any opportunities for individual fights. Not allowing that close range of the weaponry. Okay, peekaboo. See you later, Mr. Farland. And at the back of the site, oh, a firing squad, but they might even try and wrap back around. Demon 1 is trying to hold off those rotations. Not a lot of time for them to get this plant in, though. As it begins, the spam's going to be coming through, but it seems like he's managed to get it. The thing is, though, the full force of FUT is barreling down on this team, and it will be a cleanup in the end. A single kill, a plant for at least a little bit extra, but ultimately we will have a competitive FUT in the next round.
This was the round that was expected, was anticipated. A few curveballs there. I mean, if the clock wasn't so low, maybe you wouldn't have as much of a rotation played out previously, but you wouldn't have seen Demon 1 give up that spot in heaven quite as quickly. Maybe he catches one off guard, and, well, the second he gets a weapon in his hand, everything can flip on its head. This is the round where they will truly fight for it, and just looking at the positions of some of these players on FUT, it looks like they want that aggression up through A main once more, maybe posting Kiwi up to hold the control, but EG have no intention of giving them a fight there.
No, early default just being held. A little bit of aggression from the defenders. They're going to get that orbital strike online very early on, and the spam from Mr. Fallen and Moj has at least done a little bit of chip damage. Ultimately, that control has gone the way of EG, though. Not going to allow that push up on one side of the map. And you can see the patience of Boostio just watching for any aggression. Just making sure that there's not going to be any cheeky business, especially in a round like this where it's kind of expected because of the slightly weaker weaponry.
Kiwi's jiggle peek will be spotted momentarily. Boostio even goes in for the pre-fire. That could have been very dangerous indeed. I guess the idea being that by showing that presence, he'll fall back. He'll start to concede the control. And instead, he stayed up. Kiwi seeing that no one's coming around that corner, so they'll stay in position. 3 players still on B, lined up in the open. Demon 1 the first to fall. Good tag and follow through. Mr. Fallen already good for 2. And Jogamo is low. He has to be so cautious and going for those fights. The body was the only target needed, but it won't land.
And that's the thing, because they've managed to go through Art, this is going to be an interesting battle of timing. Kiwi's push-up, if he goes any further, he might catch Jorgamo. And he spotted him out, the damage is done, but the spike is already hightailing its way in towards the A site. They haven't spotted the players making their way through middle, so if anything, FUT might just believe they have them trapped in, and instead, it's going to have to be the full retake.
And the problem is how much space they've given up. They'll have to take a while on the way back through or risk a player being in a corner that they can't anticipate. Jogamo's very low. 12 HP on the way around. Better get that turret before it gets you. That came so close with a nano at his feet as well. But he's out of there with 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, the aggression of Boostio has been punished. This bonus round for FUT is looking good other than the HP. A lot of very low players. Ethan already takes the first. The orbital strike will push him out, but he lands him up, leaving just Kiwi remaining. He knows where both players are. Takes a lot of damage on the way back. And EG, from the depths of hell, rise once again. FUT, they look like they had that one, but somehow America's #1 strikes once more.
Well, that was a game of inches right there, and unbelievable to see EG taking strides by miles. Ethan's repositioning even. They thought they had him boxed in. And of course, because why would he have pushed back out? He should be going for the spawn control, trying to take that space. But he moved back towards his teammate, and wow.
At one point in this game, I think he was 4 and 3 and 13 assists. He's now 16 and 7 and 14 assists. So his assists have slowed down a little bit, I'll say that. But he hasn't really needed to assist anyone. He's been finding all of the frags himself.
Yeah, last few rounds, bad teammate, better player. What can you say? 16th round. FUT have been struggling. And
that was the way back in. That was the door opening up for them to have a chance.
1 HP. Boostio finally losing a spam battle. Not through the smoke, though. It was through the door. That's the difference.
He's going to headshot someone through a smoke now. We're all going to look silly.
It's going to be the play. Well, here's ulti popped. Control taken. Straight down towards the B site. Killjoy utility protecting their back, but it does look like they want to commit, at least commit Demon 1 to this, as he seeks out a fight. Maj is forced back. There's a player up above in the form of Mr. Fallen. He's on the edge of the smoke. Hasn't come through just yet. Just spams, that's all he's looking for with his Phantom. No tracers, so good opportunities. Nade out. Oh, Nade is good, and Maj is even better. The spam's now going in their favor, and it seems like FUT have found a foothold on this round.
Yeah, this is where it gets troublesome. You have to try and reposition and find a safe place to plant, and with all the spams, all the different angles, every player rotating in, there just isn't a safe position. They need someone to give them the fights, and while the 1 HP player from the beginning of the round, it would be the greatest clutch ever. If he somehow wins this one, we're going to be writing it in the history books, but with 15 seconds left, no spike, and all the players just watching him, it will be Boostio
10 seconds
just
left.
hiding, cowering back, and holding onto his weapon.
Well, they have an idea where he is, but I think most are too far away to really have a chance.
Now.
You just got to watch that nano. Okay, it's popped a little bit early. It's not quite going to catch him. And he's managed to save that weapon through. Nicely done, considering the economy of EG. You can definitely use that little bit of a boost. But they're going to call a timeout. And I'm not too surprised. Look, this round here, they didn't really get a chance to see anybody. Just taken down through those smokes. And
yeah,
Boostio might have an anti-strap for that.
Well, that's the thing. It's the Prime Gaming Flawless coming out from FUT. A great way to sort of break back into the round, keeping all of those weapons, building up some finances, and on the other side of things, it starts to get a little bit dicey. You've got that one saved weapon. Jorgamo could potentially invest in a little bit. What do you mean? I'm right here.
Eggman. We've got a few.
Yeah, there are a few. Paperthin's going to be coming later on as well, so, you know. Plenty of bald people going to be gracing this stage, but for now at least, time taken from EG just to try and figure out. Like, that's the thing, they've got plenty of time to play with. This is something that has already been well within their wheelhouse, adapting on the fly. Credit given to Potter. Any doubters silenced quite a while ago, it seems. We're going to be getting right back into things. That said, this round in particular, okay, you've got yourself the Blade Storm onto Demon 1. You've got yourself that saved rifle from Boostio, but the rest of the team are going to be left with very little. Maybe if Com gets himself the Hunter's Fury, I'm starting to be a little bit of a believer. As said, he's always good for one at a minimum, but other than that, you kind of expect this one to be more of the same from FUT.
A little bit of a healthy bankroll built up. You know, we saw the flashes up and over from EG defensive side. This is very much how they like to take the control. They'll do the same thing here on the attack. Even the recon through just to clear out those extra angles up behind the boxes. Unfortunately, Jorgamo's gone walkabouts in the wrong place. Now, look, there's not a whole lot to play with here for the side of EG. It's going to be Demon 1 that takes your focus. And it takes theirs as well. FUT picking him out of the sky. And you can't pick those knives back up.
Boostio now becomes the main focus of this round. See how much damage he can possibly achieve. Again, a few tagged players behind the box, but you feel like that'd have to be more of a mistake from the Turkish roster rather than anything else. They seem acutely aware that this position has been lost, and with the cross being held by Maj, it would mostly come down to awful timing from them, and there it is! That's as bad as timing could get. Mr. Farlin is going to quickly find the trade, and now Ethan is all that's left. 35 seconds, spike to be retrieved, and his opponent of Anna Captain just sitting back and waiting.
Yeah, very patient play like we talked about the other day from FUT. Their discipline definitely being worked on the past couple months since their last international appearance even. The payoff is there. Another round found, well handled. They start to build up on that lead, 3 behind on their defensive side. And as we said, this is where they found their plethora of rounds before. So the story is starting to add up to a FUT comeback, but this is where EG have a full buy.
Yeah, there's still 3 rounds in the lead, and as you said, this is where the rifles will be coming in for them. Also, that Hunter's Fury online, always a threat, but a lockdown on the other side. It might just have to be used for a counter, and not wanting that coming through in a late round retake. The build-up, though, is going to come in towards the B site, and that's where Kiwi is waiting an instant pop flash just to try and delay them off. The same on the other side, and it's close, but a miss.
But Demon 1 hasn't been deterred either. Look, he's just running it down. Trying to take all that space while they hunt down Kiwi. This guy is ridiculous with the Hunter's Furies. Com just doesn't miss. With that man down, well, you're not too worried about Kiwi picking up the op and picking you up. They can look towards the B site, and they've at least faded out. The lockdown with 1:05 on the clock. They can just wait it out.
Yeah, with 3 players already here, at the solo defender on the A site, EG are just going to pump the brakes, wait this one out a little bit longer. Operator's actually going to be going back in this time. It's found new hands, new blood in the form of Moore. He's not going to hit the shot either, leaving them in a dicey position. Rifle retrieved, but still, EG are just waiting, being delayed by the util on the other side.
35 seconds left. They're going to have to make a move eventually, not knowing how many players are on the back of that side towards the elbow. Boostio finds the first. That's Maj. They know that Krax was around here, and they'll deal with him. And with that, well, it looks like a pretty easy site take. Not too many players left alive to spam back, and the plant's already been found. Lockdown if things get very scary, but with only 2 players that they're up against, and the positions that they've got, I mean, all the control is theirs. They can run this clock right the way down. And there you go, Boostio's third seems to lock it in. Nice try by Adacaptain. I don't know where that second kill came from. The result is the same, 11 for EG, now 2 away from locking in this map.
Yeah, and this was something mentioned when it came to the desk yesterday. Obviously, we were lucky to have Baby Bay here, and he was mentioning the fact that when they were playing this last time, T1, or a lot of the time, were just going for these really pacey hits and giving them so much util ready for the retake. EG, on the other hand, just very happy to take themselves a pause. Like just stopping within that position and just waiting for anybody to make a mistake. Maj ends up going for a re-peek, hoping to try and find something, and then you don't have that same retake capability. And while it may have been EG taking a pause within the round, it's FUT now gonna slow things down for the moment. Try and find a solution. They are only 4 rounds behind, and as we've mentioned, they have been very good on this defensive side the prior time we've seen at this tournament. Even still, though, you do have to feel like a couple of solutions will eventually be found by EG.
That's the thing, right? Like, FUT's way back in. It's the pistol round gives them that injection of rounds. They lose the third. They follow back with a bit of a fight. But even if it continues like this, you're still going to see EG walk across the line. It has to be near flawless on the fight back in. Only a 4-round deficit, but that's a lot when you're up against this attacking side of EG.
Just been watching Demon 1 just slowly tracking the head of Boostio with his operator. Doing a little bit of drawing while we wait. They've actually given the operator over to Boostio, making me think this is going to be a much more explosive round, especially considering your opponents have just taken a pause, trying to adapt for your slow pace of round, waiting. Just a burst play into the site might not be something they'll be expecting. Maybe thinking of holding that utility a little bit longer, and already you can see just the instant pop flash setup and that smoke being baited out immediately from the side of Adacaptain. He can't just allow them to burst into that site.
Yeah, get the sense just looking at EG's setup that they're trying to bait out the push-up on B, right? This whole round, you've got Jogamo. We saw Adacaptain have success with it and failure with it in the similar position. You make early presence on A, you push up, you give them control, and you hope that they fall into your lap afterwards. But what has happened is they've pushed middle on the side of FUT, taken the control, heard the turret get called back, heard the rotations come through, and should have a good idea of this B-site play that's about to unfold. But the rotations on their own side have taken a little bit. Actually, it looks like they even thought it was A. They just cleared it out now, realizing it, but the players aren't going to be here on time. This is going to be tough to actually... Well, they're able to wait outside the lockdown, so maybe this will work out. They've got a flanker as well, Maj containing them, who hasn't been spotted just yet.
He was hoping that he'd be able to find one before they get in. The Molotov has done work to deny at least a little bit longer, but the site is going to fall into the hands of evil geniuses. Adacaptain trying to make a play through, and Moj will be the one to do it instead. The trades back, leave it down to just Boostio. Still with that operator in hand, and he's going to get destroyed by Kiwi. An 8th round onto the board for FUT. A solid hold on the side of B, and well, this climb back looks to continue. Luckily, I was going to say there's enough finances, but it still seems like they're going to have to go a little bit lower than they'd like on EG.
Yeah, maybe. There's definitely going to be weaknesses there. I think on the side of FUT, last round, really good idea. You can see that they're putting the pieces together as the round goes on. 3-man stack on A, one guy pushed up mid, hear the rotations, misread, thinking that it's the A side. But then the fact that Maj, right after I said he hadn't been spotted, he destroyed the alarm bot and went running all the way back around. It puts a sense of urgency in the attacker's boots. They're thinking the flank is coming in. We need to either catch him and adapt or rush the site before those rotations come all the way through. And they end up running right into Maj, who'd very quickly rotated and was there to back up his buddies. It's an 8th round. Building blocks starting to form. That EG want to knock that castle down and leave FUT stranded. Having to reverse sweep it starting on Bind. We're going to see the contact on Maj, but he's smoked off. Doesn't really have an opportunity to do anything still.
Again?
Likes Boostio to 1 HP.
It's the exact same. He just seems to survive. Oh, Timmy the turret almost had. He's been a little bit unlucky. There we go.
He's got it.
Timmy's gone. Not going to be surviving any further in this one. Boostio, he's either the unluckiest or the luckiest. It depends what way you look at it. He's surviving, but only just. The defenders also aren't just sitting there. They're not waiting to lose all of this map control. And a captain starting to push up, but now they start to get pressured from Art through the smoke. They go, though, and it's a good chance for Cracks to farm up a few extra kills. Again, it's Boostio. 1v5. Not
That's how you thought it
No,
would go.
not quite, not quite.
So
He was almost there.
Coming out of this round, I mean, obviously FUT are building up bank. They don't have much of a chance to stumble, really, to catch themselves, but it's the 3 ultis online as well. That Viper's Pit and the Orbital Strike. It could be game changers for this defensive side, and if paced out correctly, might make it most of the way towards equalizing at least. It's been promising these last couple, but again, the rifles come back out for EG.
That's the thing. I feel like, again, similarly, at a captain, slow start, fragging-wise, is coming back into this game. The amount of delay he's able to put in on this A site makes it very difficult for EG to actually take a lot of that space. It seems like the contact from Maj in middle, and then the aggression consistently surrounding the map, it makes it very difficult for EG to somewhat find this space. And as of right now, they've struggled to string any rounds together. They're going to use a lot of utility to take control of mid once again. Kiwi, wow, he's going to find himself in a bit of an odd spot. They've used this utility to try and almost section off into mid, but instead he's getting pressured on the other side.
Yeah, and his teammates can't really come out to help just because they're being pressured as well. Kiwi on an island, isolated, you would think, in trouble, but Maj manages to buy the time. The Orbital Strike cut off the rest of the squad and let this man fight from the hallway. He is decimating the EG squad. 4 kills found. And FUT up to double digits now, hot on EG's heels.
Yeah, there's always the question of when do you start to believe that a team is going to be able to turn this one around, and I think we might be getting to that point right about now. 10 rounds on the board, double digits for FUT, and more so, more importantly for me at least, we're seeing those superstars come online. Maj on this defense has again been a menace, the same as last time out, just starting evidently on his weaker side, and EG just slowly, this was 9-3. They're watching their lead crumble away. A pistol round might have been enough to just close out this game completely.
It would have.
An early shock dart put through to try and destroy Killjoy utility, but it is more of a ruse than anything else, as they are, as a 3 core, just making their way in towards this A site. It's a double up, though. They are waiting. Or being collected by Com. I don't mind that at all. It is impact paramount whenever they have that ult online, but it's still a little bit away. As are all of their ults, in fact. None of their ults are close to being online, other than Com's, which is 3 orbs off.
It's a conventional round. I think we're seeing the stack up towards the A site because Maj has Viper's Pit, the confidence to play with it, Operator holding down B long. So that's just 2 people, 2 places that they've got to hold, and then the rest of the squad waits for the, I guess, what they hope, what they expect to be coming through, which is an A play. They've read it correctly to start. They've got their Killjoy utility in play. Mr. Fallen, Ada Captain, and Cracks all close by. Molly and Fragment to keep them back outside of the nanos. Some of that utility will be countered out, unfortunately, but they've still got the manpower here to take those fights and convincingly close out this round, you would think. Mr. Fallen, very low on HP, still going for fights done. All right, right click onto Jogamo. He was only 5 HP. That'll go 11 to 11. That round wasn't one we thought EG would compete in. They really didn't. But now is their chance to put that round on the board and, well, once again, separate themselves from this FUT squad. It's their bye round, and losing this, Tom, the squad that's been leading the whole game, would then be potentially facing down a 13 to 11 scoreline, a map stolen out from right under their nose.
Yeah, the scary thing as well is after this we then head into Bind, which I don't know if people remember last time out, they were playing a Reina and a Chamber. It was definitely one of their weirder comps, an attempt to try and catch Fnatic off guard in that grand final that they played in Tokyo, but I assume they will have gone back to the drawing board, otherwise they probably would have just banned it straight out. But to be testing that first time versus a deadly FUT squad, a map down, that would be devastating. And all the way from being 9-3 in the lead, the only round they have won is 18 excluding the bonus, which again, you kind of expect them to be winning the bonus round. The fact is though, they're giving Potter that opportunity. Now guys on the other side is going to have the same opportunity to try and maybe level the minds of the squad, but you are seeing just that depth of FUT. 2 kills between top and bottom, everybody now performing on that other side. And I'm looking at Demon One. He is someone who we know can take over matches, who can win them rounds on an individual scale. He's sat at the bottom at the moment, not by a lot, but this would be a time for him to have one of those hero rounds. Definitely tougher, though, coming into that attack.
Well, the America's #1 seed already taking the distance. It's going to be all the rounds, and maybe some more. The side of FUT on the defense, 3 stack up on B. Same old setup. Same old approach from this squad. Again, you'll see that Viper orb in play, blocking out control over the double doors for the side of FUT as they stick with a 2-man hold of B. Shifting late, not even late into the round, very early into the round, they've abandoned A. Maybe sensing out how slow some of these pushes have been for EG, or expecting them to have a bit of an adaptation rather than coming through Ard and main, that they'll look for control elsewhere on the map that can be punished.
Again, almost selling some information in towards this B site, trying to bait their opponents into the belief that they're there. The orb take will get Com ever closer. They clearly value that ultimate highly. They've been building towards it over the last couple of rounds. A minute left on the clock as Crack sits towards middle. He's expecting pressure to come through here. Both sides have definitely favored that, but this time it seems like the majority, at least, is going to be leveled into this late B-side push, and that's exactly where Kiwi waits and watches.
Yeah, they've concealed their hand as well. The drone coming around won't spot him out. So Kiwi's able to catch him by surprise. Demon One staying at the bottom.
They're running
that
back.
Scoreboard. Viper's Pit used. This is great. EG are avoiding the powerful ult, avoiding the operator as well, but they've got to be quick. They've got to run headfirst into this KJ setup. Do they have a knife on the way through? Not online for Cracks. Not online for Ethan. Onto the back of the site, the nade is in. It's forcing them out into the open, but they're just taking the fights, winning them as they go. The plan desperately trying to be found. It comes at the cost of Com's life. Ethan left on the spike all alone and flooded by FUT. 11 rounds turned to 12. And somehow it's FUT with map point.
I don't know what's going on. EG are looking like they're crumbling. A late switch up after walking into that operator of Kiwi. It's going to be one of the freest shots he's probably had all day. Nothing to really force him off the angle. And then just hightailing it. Maybe hoping that they'd baited a rotation of Ada Captain and Mr. Fallen, but they didn't move even for a second. And then by the time the push came in, the full cavalry had arrived. This has been a 5-round streak. 7 of the last 8 going the way of FUT. Their defensive side ever formidable. And now EG have one last chance. Otherwise, they're going to have let a map slip from 9-3 in the lead. And the Turkish roster will have themselves a 1-0 position. They're ready for Kiwi. They're watching for him. This time, he's not going to find that initial fight.
It was close on the follow-up as well, but his dash is gone now. That's a big factor. Mobility limited, and in fact, completely taken away. Kiwi still able to get one, hunted down. Orbital strike comes in. Demon One needs to move quickly. He'll be caught on the way back out. Sure, 1 kill for FUT, but it might not be enough. Ada Captain still with a massive clutch in front of him. The first not even found, tagging up Boostio, teammates repositioning, and a lifeline for EG with overtime secured.
The crowd could breathe for a moment. They have brought this one all the way back from the depths. It was looking like a done deal after the streak of rounds that was had, but back to basics. Again, we're going to see that Hunter tree every time. It almost seems like when that ultimate is online, EG just can't lose themselves the round, and the disruption caused, the opener found by Demon One, and they are still living in this map. OT, everything gets reset. No ultimates online across the board, and still a chance that they could take their map choice, but now for FUT, they're going to go onto that attack side. Interestingly, something we didn't see too much of, Kiwi's going to go for the operator, try and deny some of that early aggression coming out of the side of EG. They were quite happy to try and challenge for map control, but in this round at least, a much more passive stance.
Now, Recon caught a few of the FUT players outside of A. Information for EG, not really reacted to. If anything, they go lighter on this A side, start to move around. But it's FUT grabbing control, leaving a player on each extremity. We've seen this from them before. These are the much slower rounds they like to attempt and find their own opportunities as the round unfolds. Let EG make a mistake. For now, that certainly isn't happening. A lot more presence from this defensive squad around the middle area and around these spots that Kiwi has historically loved to just sneak and slip his way into.
Look at this double up though. Two players here. The expectation of Boostio will be there. The pop flash good, and Demon One is already going to double up, looking for a little bit more. No trade to be had. Kiwi looking like he was considering going back in here. In the meantime, we've seen the walk up on long, but you can already witness on the map that Boostio is firmly watching towards this. It seems like Kiwi trying to maybe bait some sound cues of presence on the other side and leaving Boostio somewhat alone. He's actually going to go forward, maybe gifting his opponents a chance, but also being a bit of a snake within the grass, not expecting him to be up this close. 10 seconds now for FUT to try and find something within this round. Mr. Fallen, he's got a plant. He's got to go for it right now. No, in fact, there's absolutely no time. Everybody has to die, and it is not going to be happening. He might kill off the majority, but EG will get themselves the round.
Calm jumping for joy to close out that round. Yes, 13 now for EG, and in a map that they were leading from the very get-go. They now finally have the chance to close it out for the first time. It's been an impressive stand from FUT. After just 3 rounds in the first half, I didn't believe in them making it even close to this kind of run. And as we said, we knew that their defense would be good. Once again, it will be tested as they stand on their defensive side, 13-12. Again, that op is going to be bought up by Kiwi here in overtime.
They do it again. The one thing that really worked for them, that last round, dash, sprint straight into this B side, and already the fake smoke is what takes out his opponent. It was a bait, just utilized. Nice trade though from Mr. Fallen, keeping things even for the moment. Cracks trying to pounce, holding that backline, maybe expecting there to be a bit more of a repeat, but that early fight has quickly diminished. And just look at the majority of EG. They're backing away from this one, but so are FUT.
Spikes out, grouping up with Jogamo and Calm, the first to leave this site. Calm on his way to A. They're sticking around. 50 seconds, still some time to make a decision. And most importantly, this is where you expect a flanker to come through or a player on the side of FUT to overextend to grab information. They'll look to punish.
They've tried to use the knife against their opponents. Now Cracks will finally spot that this is the place where EG look to make the stand. Boostio blinded up. Cracks watching, but it's Marge instead, and it's a slaughter! They don't even get anywhere close to planting that spike, as FUT will put them down on B. It's defensive round after defensive round again, as we will continue this one into OT.
Yeah, the repositioning of Maj. These players were swinging through to try and deal with Cracks, who had been spotted moments ago. It popped that little flash around the corner, timed perfectly with the knife that came in. Although the abilities were down and out, they weren't needed at that point. This is where EG could start to feel frustrated. This map already gone on a lot longer than they expected it to when they shifted into that second half. 13-13, and FUT call a timeout. They're going to gather themselves ahead of this attacking round, which is fair. It's where most of the trouble has been.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect place. Give guys a chance to see if he can find a gap. If he spotted anything over the last few rounds within this defense, it's definitely not been easy to really find any mistakes being made by EG, because both teams have just been happy to play super passively, like almost wait for their opponents to make a slip up. And in the last round, it was more so just a slight change in setup. We've seen this the majority of rounds where EG have had that almost contact deep within mid. Instead, they played that close cubby. They had Demon 1 there waiting to catch FUT off guard, and it worked. So now it's almost going to be a game of cat and mouse to work out where EG have set that trap, where they've placed that superstar Jet, and for FUT, well, if they can catch him before he does too much damage.
That's what it's all about. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Just roll the dice and steam in towards the site. EG's defense, as we said, this is where most teams are putting up the rounds. Another chance to set up a map point. This is their map pick that's being contested for so aggressively. Speaking of aggression, nothing but W keys here. The side of FUT looking to very quickly pressure that B site. More players than usual here, though. EG stacked up with 3, ready for this kind of just sheer muscling of the site. Boostio hasn't been spotted at all, and he's getting them all breaking apart this attacking side piece by piece. His 3rd in the round. And 14 found another chance to close it out.
It seems like both teams have decided to go for the same sort of strategy. This rush B taken back from, well, the echelons of time. Something that has been tried through multiple esports and failing once more, it seems. A close angle not cleared, and for FUT, that's the blunder. Now we get to see what EG have to offer, and more so, they're going to take exactly the same pause as their opponents. I wonder if we're just going to get another rush off the back of it. Maybe try and play the mind games and then do exactly the same thing, but I almost have to feel like the A site might be due a little bit of love here, Mitch, because the B site definitely hasn't been working for either of these teams.
Especially with some of those rounds that have gone a little quicker. W key strats, and especially for FUT, that's a go-to for a Turkish squad to pull out the quick sucker punch. They were on guard, ready and defending. EG here in this timeout, you can see a lot being said, but it's coming to a close, and we'll have to see what their attacking strategy is.
I hope it doesn't cut to me after that.
I was thinking the opposite, but all right. See how it is. Well, Tom, round 28 about to kick off, and one key difference here, Kiwi doesn't have that operator.
No, it's been something that both teams have been dabbling in, but I think just having that maneuverability, allow for the quicker rotations, and especially with the amount of spams we've had through smokes, it doesn't seem like it makes the most sense. Also, they're going walkabouts, destroying that turret early, but it's the double down, allowing them to know that there's at least a player on either side. Pop Flash could completely decimate Moj. He's just trying to escape. Both players actually caught by the blind, but somehow he actually comes out with a kill. Kiwi looking like he wants to try and capitalize off that, but will eventually be forced back. Not going to go for an overextension, and again, the early fight comes up even.
Yeah, I think Kiwi's idea was to get out there and help his teammate Moj while he was still alive. You know, lock down that extra angle for him and fight for mid together if his buddy was going to be stranded. But once he falls, the correct decision's absolutely to fall back. Holding on to this control a little bit later towards the doors. And we have seen Boostio with a couple nasty flanks. This time his timing is near perfect, and he'll catch 2 for his trouble. A triple in the round already, and a nail in FUT's coffin. They managed to pick up Jogamo, remove smokes and some utility at least, and they immediately read it. FUT expecting this EG squad to double back and move towards A, and that read could not be better.
Oh, timing is everything. He's probably heard the steps of them running all the way back around. Kiwi has the perfect flank. The turret's still yet to be pulled back for Boostio, so we'll have no knowledge at this point. He's been spotted. Now looks to maybe face back in the other
Oh, no.
direction, but he hits the shot anyway, just taking over this round. It took some time for Evil Geniuses, but their map choice eventually goes their way.
It was a much more strenuous battle than I think this squad was expecting, especially, as I said, that second half started out and it seemed like a matter of time, but FUT had some serious fight left in them. They won't win their opponent's map pick, but Bind up next, and we've got a lot of question marks about how that one's going to go.
For sure. Boostio as well, it was mentioned, 35 kills he got last time. He's top of the board this time with 26, but it was an even affair. A lot of solid play across the board, no weak links, an exciting map to say the least. And for FUT, now it's all about coming in with that reset. They could have taken this one, especially from the deficit they were in. It's more just going to be that fatigue. You now know you could have been a map up going into your choice, an unknown of what's going to be played by EG. And instead now you're going in with that deficit after a long fought-out map. Do you have that ability to mentally reset?
And that's the thing. It's going to be a very different map coming up next as well, though. Like, Kiwi and Demon 1, both players that I think strike fear into their opponents' hearts. Both players on the bottom of the scoreboard for their respective squads.
Yeah.
This is a map that demands a lot from those Jet players. And something different will be expected up on Bind. I think that head-to-head is going to be something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, as I said, like what's even going to be played on one side of things, because I think the Bind pick coming out from FUT is an expectation. Like, they look great on it on the international scene. They managed to take it off Fnatic and off DRX not too long ago. So they're going to be coming in feeling confident. I won't expect them to change too much. And on the other side of things, well, Potter's had the chance to sort of workshop what they're going to do on the counter, what they can have on the other side. So I think this series is far from over, but that is a huge victory for EG to get that over the line.
Well, playing in front of the home crowd as well. We heard from Boostio how much it means to them and how it's felt being out there on the stage. Now taking another win, facing down the barrel of a potential 2-0 up against the side of FUT. If they've changed enough, if they've made those adaptations. An incredible start, though, for them. We'll see what they've got cooked up on Bind in just a little bit. For now, we're off to a break.
Here now with Coach Potter, obviously a very, very tough game for you guys. But, you know, you were able to pull it off in the overtime. But I did want to ask, like, after what we saw from FUT yesterday, dismantling T1 on Pearl, I was actually pretty shocked you guys went for it. Was it just because you felt so comfortable with the map, or was there something you saw from FUT that you potentially wanted to try and take advantage of?
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't so much about FUT, it was more so for our comfort. Yesterday, our defense looked flawless. We felt like our attack, we made our own mistakes, right? So coming into today, we thought surely our attack side would be much better and much stronger than it was. Unfortunately, you know, FUT, they did a fantastic job. They had a lot of info. That KO knife timing that they were doing on us was really throwing a lot of curveballs our way. It's unfortunate, but you know, we were able to close it out. Bind, we've got something special cooked up on Bind.
Okay, all right, Miha, I like that. Back to you guys over at the desk.
Full of confidence, as always, there from Potter. I'm Yingsu. I'm back here on the desk with Bola and Doug. You know, it got a little bit close there towards the end. They really made EG work for it.
Yeah, I thought FUT were going to be blessed with the 3-9 score, and that was going to happen. But yeah, we were just trolled. It was all a waste of time, unfortunately. But Doug, I mean, Boostio's the truth. Man, he's filling into the villain role so well, where he's got like half of the community that hates him, the other half that loves him right now because of what he's been saying. But when he's performing like that on stage, like, yeah, it's so easy to get invested in his run in the way that he's playing. He probably saved that map in a lot of ways for EG.
That's twice now that the guys saved him in OT against FUT too. Like, yeah, I mean, it's a spark. I really want to give flowers to Ethan for that game. I know Mitch and Tom were rightfully giving credit to Calm, but there's a couple rounds that I want to show that are really, really good from Ethan, where in my mind started the catalyst for that 9-3 half, why it was so good on defense. So look at this round here. This is round 3, where he's coming back into B side after they've lost it. He knives, gets 4 people, runs straight through a molly, and gets a kill here on the backside of this. And then what he does immediately is really, really good. Instantly, there's a smoke coming down from Jogomo, and he's nading inside of this. And then he follows up with, you know, the ability to stay backside, stay alive for as long as possible. And here's where he's trying to get mollied out. This is actually for FUT to come in from the backside, buy him some time, and start a pinch on him. But what he does is he flashes into that smoke you just saw right as that happened, and then Maj is swinging on him, but he isolated the fight. Now you're seeing what everybody in the community has been talking about, the amount of assist and the amount of value he's giving towards his teammates here. He's setting up Jogomo in this A main push, and what I want to show is Jogomo getting the first kill, but the follow-up here, as Jogomo stays alive on the backside of this and gets 2 kills, you get another flash coming in from Ethan that is just perfectly timed, because the FUT players that are running through this, look at him. He's trying to dodge a flash right now that has not popped yet, and Jogomo is perfectly timed to swing in this. He's going to get blind, but he also gets the kill. This is the moments that I just love when I'm watching Ethan. It's so consistent. Yeah, it's a little bit hectic throwing that flash, but that's the value when there's a threat like that of these flashes consistently with KO that you don't see from other KOs who are playing this role so often.
I'm glad you mentioned the assist thing. We have some stats here. That map alone, 23 assists. That's more than what some people get in kills. Actually, coming into this event, Doug, he was leading in average assists per round and also just assists in general. He's had the most assists out of everyone else at this tournament.
Yeah, Ethan's a bad dude, man. And I think the fun thing about an initiator role in particular is a mid-initiator can just kind of go by the wayside. You don't really talk about it. But an excellent initiator, like some of the best in the world, I think about Leo, I think about Crashies, I think about Ethan in that conversation as well. They stand out in such massive ways, and it's those little things like that lower flash that you were talking about in your last clip, Paula. Those are such a big difference maker. They don't always show up on stats. They don't always even come to fruition. But the value that they offer is just unreal.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, it doesn't show up in the kills or anything like that, but there are some minor things. 0.8 assists per round is just crazy. I mean, you're talking 0.4 over an event for a really top tier like controller or initiator. That's the sort of thing that he just eclipsed at. And that's why players like Nismo and others are trying to give him credit, because it's stuff that you can't see. It's stuff in the back lines. But he also can frag too. I mean, he showed up on LAN again here in my mind.
I mean, we're going to move on to Bind next. I want to see a Boostio Reina. I don't know how you two feel about this, but I think that's just what we're missing right now, Doug. The vibes, you know, we got to get some Reina in there.
Oh, I think the vibes were great after they won that map, but I don't think they're to the point where they're going to pull out the Reina in the chamber again. I think they're going to have something different. I mean, Potter talked about it in the interview when she was chatting with GB. Like, they have something prepared, they have something ready to go, and I think it's going to be good. I don't think it's going to be that, though.
I mean, I would be down for it.
I think for me, the read on that grand finals where they played Fnatic on Bind after banning it throughout Tokyo was definitely that was something that they were trying to prep, bringing in that Chamber of the Reina. But I don't think after watching it, it's going to stick around. I mean, granted, I actually think Reina's not that bad when you have a player like Demon1, but I don't know, when I see Boostio playing the Sentinel role and doing what he's doing, I kind of feel like you got to stick with what has been working and not switch things up so drastically. I want to see them go a little bit more standard.
Well, the chamber I think is fine. I'd love to see the chamber. I think that makes a lot of sense. Maybe a Yoru, the Reina, I don't know.
Well, here is the Prime Gaming agent select. They've kept the chamber. They have moved away, however, from the Reina. What do you guys make of this?
This is like that fracture switch, right? Where Boostio goes and plays the Brim. He's quite good at it, but obviously it's not the Jet. And he didn't have that same performance, so I don't mind at all. It's not like anything. Jogmo's really good at Raze, and on maps that he does play that Raze, it's insane. For example, Split. It's so good.
I think one thing very quickly we didn't really touch on this is the fact that FUT almost pulled that thing off, right? Like, and it was off of Heroics. I think about Krax's 2K and how good he was in that sheriff. That almost converted into a third, if not for Comms Heroics. Like, this FUT team is a team that looked very good, and a couple of things go a different way. We're having an entirely different conversation. I expect that to be a lot of the same here on Bind.
I just hope the mental is high, because when they've been one map down in a best of 3, they've only ever won it once, and that was against Attacking Soul Esports back at Tokyo. It's going to be very different.
This didn't feel like the same, you know, in the first matchup between these two teams where FUT, you know, lost a big lead and then the mental collapsed. I don't think that was that at all. This was them actually being resilient, so I don't expect the same second map. I actually really think that this is going to be a tight game.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. Again, I think they showed plenty of promise. I think, again, it could have been a very different situation. They showed so much on Pearl. So given what we know about the fact that EG don't normally play Bind, given that it's a new comp that we're going to be seeing them debuting, there's a chance it's something fun here.
Well, let's just see how resilient this FUT team can be, because if they don't win this map, EG will be locking in a place at playoffs. I can't wait to see this. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, Doug, and Bala. Well, as we get into Bind, expecting some flair from the side of EG, Tom. Coming hot off the win in the previous map. You think they're going to take this in 2?
Ooh, I don't know. I think it's definitely going to be like a competitive matchup. I don't think the comp they played last time was something I really expected to ever see again, but I do like the fact that they've kept the chamber. I think it gives Demon1 those sort of opportunities to be that little bit more aggressive on that defensive side. That's exactly where they're going to be kicking things off. And, well, for the other side of FUT, as said, they showed resilience in that first map. I want to see if they've still got it here. Have they been able to reset going into their choice? It's definitely where they're favored.
Well, Flash going down deep to start it up. We've already got the barriers up and a fight about to come through. Jogamo, although we'll give up that control. Start to slowly fall back towards the A site. Stacked up as it is, though. I think it's fair to say FUT are leaning in towards the very site that EG want them to hit. Very, very close, just on the edge of that smoke. Boostio, though, has managed to sneak right by them, and it'll obliterate from behind on short. 3 kills and 2 players left in the bathroom. The spike down in the open, and this round already in the hands of EG. Look at the repositioning from Calm. I think he might just rob away the potential for that ace to come through. Oh, he's missed the shot, though. Maybe a chance. I don't want to see him get the kill. I want to see Boostio go for the fight, but Calm's being pressured. He won't give up his life for the ace.
A captain. He's going up against a full lineup of players. He's not going to get anything done there. It's going to be EG to take themselves the pistol round. And again, it seems like Boostio is so good at positioning himself ready for whatever is planned. Like, the whole idea there is to pop flash straight through the smoke, using that KO to basically garner you that extra space. So he just plays close to that utility, avoids any flash, and just has a perfect backstab on the players of FUT. Pistol round going their way. A good start to the defensive side again, where we kind of expect the majority of rounds to come through for either of these sides. And for now, at least. Early pop flash. I like it. The pop flash through in towards showers. Try and find any early aggression. Instead, it's going to be in towards lamps. This is just classics though, Mitch. Like, realistically, any damage here is a win.
Yeah, that's why you see the utility thrown out, just trying to push these players into an uncomfortable fight. Or even make them go down to the util alone. Oh, no, there it is. The nade with the double. Serious damage done. And that pretty much neuters any possibility for these weaker weapons on foot. EG with a solid follow-up. They could have afforded to even lose a player here pretty comfortably, but not even a hope.
Oh, I like these sort of maps. This is where you get to see Jorgamo kind of move away from that controller and pick up that raise. As we see on the likes of Split, he can have a little bit more fun, be that a little bit more aggressive. And already getting off to a flyer of the start. Not too many ultimates online, and you look at the weaponry, it's actually quite light going in for EG. You can already see Demon 1 with enough to buy an operator into the next round, but this time out, they haven't opted for it. Actually, just sprinting straight down. I don't know how they managed to win this early fight with the weaker weaponry, but they're going to be very happy with that one.
Poison's off.
Let's see how much Jorgamo can get done. Oh, he's gone out wide. Nade up top. It's bouncing back, and, well, it's not even playing a role in that. Somehow the Stinger wins out the fight, and EG are looking phenomenal in a round that they should have been able to do some damage in, and instead they're in a 4 versus 1. An ambitious play from Jorgamo, and it works out because he left Maj on 20 or so HP. A third round found for Evil Geniuses, and a start to this map similar to what we saw on Pearl.
Yeah, the differences with Pearl, though, is that they took a risk. They bought an operator up. Yeah. They used their extra finances to basically make that round much more viable. This time they didn't. They had a pistol. They still had a stinger. They just went pushing all the way down in towards the fountain and won 2 fights that, well, I don't know how they managed to take that victory with a couple of players waiting. It's got to be frustrating for FUT, and while they've witnessed the Guardian on the other side, it seems Maj has some ideas of his own. Jorgamo, however, is already going to take a lot of early space and do a little bit of damage through. Oh, not again.
Of course, Boostio up close, and the flash doesn't even catch him. And the spam's good enough to take one down. Then look who steps up, and look who steps back down. Boostio very quickly dealt with.
Ooh.
The spike's in the open, can be defended. That push up from Maj, the one weapon they have to work with now. A few more on their hands potentially, but Ethan through the teleporter he goes, and the reward is tenfold. They know where Maj is, and the Seeker only confirms it even further, locking him into a box. 8 bullets left in that magazine. We look to reload it. Well, he's going to have to fairly soon. Snakebite out, player caught, but no punish. And all the while, it's a slow flank from Demon 1, biding his time. With the spike picked up, Maj will look to go elsewhere, but look who's there.
No,
it's Ethan!
It's Ethan. It's the player he knew was there all along. Another big round from it. I do feel like that is just the way that Ethan plays. It's like when they need a hero, he arises, because the start of the round was great for FUT. Able to win a lot of those early duels. I think you see the confidence coming through from Boostio, attempting to try and push through that smoke. Again, like we've already seen FUT manage to bring back a huge deficit, but...
All right, then. Look, I mean, they're happy enough with a 4-0 lead after the third round going their way. Even with the economic damage they just received, it's not enough to really deter them, to really put a dent in this side. And as we can see, operator in play. Demon 1 has a TP set up and looks to use it for an early pick. No opportunities given yet, but if Maj wants to cross back, well, it depends. Demon 1's given up the angle.
So they've used the knife early in towards B long, maybe expecting that that's where he'll be. And that knife not finding him, while the bullet landing in Maj's head will instead give them that information. It seems like FUT had an idea of how to counter and just guessed the wrong place.
A lot of utility put out here. I think they're certainly getting the read on this B-side play on the way through. It's going to be ignored as Kiwi makes it to the site. A flank attempted around through elbow that's being caught. Jogamo.
What?
Showstopper got nothing, but the rifle gets 2, and the nade would have been enough to close it. Yeah, got to step away from his own nade at the end. 5 rounds in all. EG barely breaking a sweat so far.
I don't even think, like, I'll be honest, that second shot didn't look like he was aiming anywhere near him.
Might have been close.
It just full sprint spraying, but it works out. I think he does most damage to himself through the Molotov, and then it's just ridiculous. Manages to survive the round as well, and we are in the same boat as the last map. 5-0, EG running away with this. The early fights of Demon 1 still yet to die, by the way. And the ult's starting to build up for FUT. Maybe there's something they can send into this round. A Showstopper, Orbital Strike, or Viper's Pit for post. If they can get into a position. Hot flashing through the smoke early in the round, but just look how passively the defenders are. They know what's online. They know the ults are available. They're not looking to get in those sort of fights.
Oh, that snake bite actually got very close to cracks as the smoke went down. That could have been bad. Kiwi even got tagged up, down vulnerable. Now he's out with the Showstopper in hand. Jogamo again, able to take 2 before falling. The damage done with Kiwi and Cracks so very, very low. And looks like Maj just joined the club. Sure, they've got the sight, they've done the damage in Viper's Pit. Now that could be the difference maker for Maj. 56 HP, staying alive inside of it will be a real challenge. He's managed to buy himself a bit of time, but there goes the Orbital Strike, and there goes the Viper's Pit. Cracks left on his own, and with a Sheriff in hand, he stands no chance of taking down the Demon. That is Demon 1.
Oh. Oh. How dare you? How dare you? Twitter's going to go wild at that one. Sorry, X, or whatever it's called now.
People are going to be reposting that all day.
Yeah, they're going to be reposting that everywhere.
They call it now.
6-0. I was surprised they used the Viper's Pit. A bold call. I understand it. Maybe starting to feel a little bit desperate. Jorgamo as well. You could just see it. Every single fight he takes. It might seem risky, but he's winning all of them. Again, still 3 ults to play with. 1 for Com as well. That Viper's Pit maybe utilized to lock down Showers. He's set up there at the beginning of the round, but I'm more interested in Demon 1. 6-0. Still yet to die. And that's with, even with these risky pushes, he's even expecting the players on the other side. Timing, it's everything, but finally, he'll be put in the grave. Moj not falling for the same tricks as the last round.
Yeah, holding the pixel angle and finally giving him his first death. Demon 1 dealt with in round 7. But there's plenty more facets to this squad, and Jogamo being right behind you is certainly one of them. He's got his way up behind the entire team. He's spotted though. Cracks knew that he was there. Blast pack good though. Throws off Maj's aim, and with some support from Boostio's gone running through the wall. They've managed to drop the spike. Got some decent control. A flash coming in, an aid on the back of it, and they are seizing control over this spike. It's not going to be given up, not today. Even running through a nade. They'll get Jogamo his 3rd of the round. Add a captain with a 1v2 to clutch out. Orbital Strike online, but he's stunned up. 1 HP, and around the corner he goes. He's made it out. And with a post-plant Orbital Strike, maybe he still has a chance.
Tagged by the Tiger.
30 seconds left.
I thought he was dead to rights. Very nearly was. He'll get himself into an afterplant. It would be one hell of a way to finally take themselves around, but he's up against Com. All reliable. Someone who has been devastating to them in the first map, repositioning in towards the defender's spawn, just basically waiting as he wraps all the way back around. The fact is, time is not on the side of Com. He can't really take this one slow because that Orbital Strike is going to buy a lot off the clock, and that's all that a captain is playing for. Just waiting those extra few seconds. He's going to get caught a little bit. He can't go anywhere near that snake bite, though. And now the time ticking so low. At a captain, he can't move. He's got to wait for at least a second, but the time is already gone. He'll be able to win it. The 1 HP Red Bull clutch. And FUT finally have a round.
Attaboy.
I love these. They're great.
I had a captain. I don't know how he's gotten away with that one, but the first is on the board for FUT, coinciding with the first death of Demon 1. Jogamo put his back into that round.
He
oh
deserved
my
the round
goodness.
win.
He did. That not just that second kill, but here he sees a nade, hears it coming towards him, and thinks, "I'll just go running in. I'll take the fight." I think we all felt that. Well, a timeout's being called by FUT after that round. Sure, they've got one up, but they're looking for a few more on this attack side.
Yeah, I think it's almost maybe just having to calm the heart rate of a few of the players. A 1 HP clutch is not something you're going to see every single day, and it definitely wasn't a clean round. The scarier thing as well is tour de force available, showstopper as well for Jorgama. Okay, it wasn't the most effective thing in the last round, but for now at least, for FUT, this needs to be the beginning of something and not just a straight reset back to round losses. As said, they lost that last map after an incredible comeback. And although I think no matter who they play, if they were to go into the cider, they'd probably be favorites. You don't want to leave that up to chance. A spot in the top 8 awaiting either of these teams for Evil Geniuses, an expectation for FUT. Hey, that would be a huge statement to make. The first Turkish team to do that in history.
Yeah, they're already accruing accolades game after game here at Champions. Still with that lower bracket beckoning them. Wouldn't be the end of their run. But imagine taking down Evil Geniuses, the #1 American seed, would be a huge accomplishment.
Oh, this is
ulti. Mr. Fallen's decided against it, but now they've seen the player close. It is going to go right back to that defaulted plan. And a lot of players caught up, but still Demon 1 is ready on this angle, and the shot, a rare miss for Demon 1. An opportunity for his opponents to capitalize on him with Ethan falling. They've just locked the defenders into hookah. B-side is theirs.
They know that there's a couple of players in here, but knowing and dealing with them is a different thing altogether. The problem is that no command online, the tour de force, isn't currently available. Krax is already going to pick off one, but they know who the other player remaining is. Moj on a nasty lurk is going to pick off Boostio. A chance for this clutch, a 2 versus 5. Looks slim, but the fact is the finances on EG are not bad. They could risk throwing a couple of players in here, but they might just back away to hold on to the guns.
Well, that might not be too easy. Let's check Maj's position. Demon 1 caught off guard. Ulti down, so too is the rifle. And the saving going to be very limited for the side of EG. This is a great response from FUT. I don't think it could have went much better in that round, especially Demon 1 having that whiff to start it off, missing the shot, then removing his ultimate altogether. That has certainly set them up for success. Timer ticking low towards the end of the round. That spike detonating as we speak, and they haven't found Kong. He's nestled his way into the bathroom. Rifle shall be carried through.
Yeah, a prime gaming flawless as well for FUT. The best possible way to actually break back into this one. Get the finances flowing once again. And as I said, for the other side of things, it's not really any problems. Demon 1 is going to invest back into that operator, so he'll have that for this round. Okay, light shields, but that's never really been a problem for anybody. And that showstopper still sits online, and that's the difference. FUT over the last couple of rounds have had some ultimates to play with. The Nightfall, no command used in the prior round, and again, we're going to see the aggressive flash. I like the fact that you can see Adacaptain actively backing away at this stage. He does have the spike, though, so that might be the reason.
Yeah, don't think you're going to want to go swinging in there, especially when you'll expect Demon 1 to be around every corner at this point. He's been repositioning round after round. This time just sat on back B site. FUT maybe sensing it. They're on their way to A. They've chosen the right site. It's lighter. The FUT setup from Maj going to allow them to creep up close. Not just the wall, but also the orb that's in play. And, well, Maj has just taken down Boostio. That's going to prompt Calm to get out of town. Move towards the spawn and play the retake with the rest of his squad, and that's exactly what he's doing.
An early advantage. Potential showstopper for the retake, but utility has been used to hold them back a little longer. A couple of flashes still for Krax. Unusual to see that this late into the round, so definite potential, but we are going to see the lamps being cleared. The timing doesn't work out, though. Adacaptain finding another Kiwi, ever crisp, and Demon 1 almost just having to look for exit frags. He's eventually given the fight, but Kiwi takes his head from his shoulders, leaving just Ethan to stop this one being another flawless, he will. But other than that, FUT, they have found their footing in this game, starting to build back in.
That's what it's all about on the attacking side, just finding your legs. They've done that. Oh, and they've done it by finding Ethan too. Although he'll be dropping out of captain, there's no one else to swing that corner. So again, the rifle brought through to the next round. With this attacking side now building up 3 in a row, I wouldn't be surprised it. Well, there you go. See, Evil Geniuses call a timeout as they'll gather themselves up ahead of this. I mean, look, it could be an equalized half if things keep going this way. And you're seeing Kiwi with the confidence to swing in, take down Demon 1, not even with the operator. Certainly worrying times for this squad.
Yeah, and I think it has to be said that expectations for this map in general is that you're going to see the rounds on that defensive side, similarly to Pearl. So I think making sure that this ends up as like a minimum, a half victory, but more so edging towards that 8-4, maybe even a 9-3. That's what the goal will be at this stage. Again, Seekers online, but nothing really else available, and with a showstopper close for Kiwi and him starting to really get going. It's interesting what we're going to see actually invested here. It doesn't look like it's going to be a full buy. The Tour de Force not even close to being online. And actually, since Demon 1 being 6-0, it's been 3 deaths in a row. Maybe the difference, him not being able to get those early kills and potentially even Jorgamo cooling off a bit, which in the early rounds, he was the main devastating force for FUT, was that he just didn't seem to die in scenarios where he probably shouldn't have lived.
I mean, he's still sitting 12-6. You got to say, it's been a good half for him so far. Jorgamo, a little bit more maybe needed on this defensive side. With 3 rounds left to play for, they're not really competing in this one. Now, look, we've seen EG win rounds with this kind of a bye, with worse of a bye, so don't count them out by any means. But they're opting to put most of their resources into round 11. Maybe try to close this one out on an 8-4 half. It wouldn't be a bad score. We'll see. As we said, still potential for them in this one here. And even with Demon 1 on the Classic, you know that Headhunter is in play. Not right now for 4 seconds, but after that.
It's patient, though, from FUT. Not overextending, not giving anything away. And with those smokes, the Brimmy smokes being burnt out over on that defensive side, they're basically just waiting, not wanting to get caught off. We've already seen the shenanigans of Boostio around this close position. Looking like just waiting to see if anybody will make a mistake. The Tiger going through, clearing out. It doesn't leave too many positions still available for them to be in, with the flashes going out long at the same time. Nice counter nade, but it's Jorgamo to take the majority of the damage. I think most of that was just off the Viper wall.
That same wall on the defensive side going up now to block them out. Jorgamo lost his life, tried to peek in for info towards the A site. And he's gone down with the wall still up. It's robbing them of info. EG might think that there's already players crept up on A, making their way in through the site, and well, they'd be right if that was where their minds went. Having fallen back a bit, Boostio sold that they're not still holding this angle, but Calm has got a spot of his own up top, hasn't been spotted, and he'll actually delay the plant. He's tucked away. Oh, not quite fully around the corner. Kiwi's able to deal with him, and it looks like that plant is going to come through eventually. It's not needed, with EG players flooding the site to deny the plant. They've instead lost the round. Before the spike can go down.
That is an incredibly cool idea.
I
Just
love it.
using the edge of his own poison orb up boosted on the top. That is not something I think any team will have been checking for. A nice little idea from Common. It almost wins them the round. Like, the time was getting devastatingly close. If he's able to just survive that little bit longer, maybe even get back around the corner, this could have been a problem. And bear in mind how low the purchase was. They got rid of a showstopper. That's not bad. Like, they burnt out a few weapons at that, although the finances of FUT are fantastic. And now they get that operator back into play, full purchase. See if they can now turn this into a round victory, because if FUT can even things up, they are definitely in the driver's seat.
Now 2 rounds left to play for in the half. EG, as we said, are looking for that 8-round scoreline. They didn't fully buy up last round. They did some good damage, competed for the round, and even cost FUT some of their big ultimates, some of their utility. Now as we move into round number 11, this is where they look to capitalize on all the work done before. Very passive stance. A lot of the Sky utility from Ethan's being used to lock down control, even over Bathroom late into the round. We've seen the Tiger go through. But Ethan spotted players on B long this time. And that might put a spanner in the works for the side of FUT. They wanted to sneak up and get close. Now as they look to move in towards this B site, even with the knife thrown over on A, they're going to be expecting that this is a B play.
Yeah, especially with the flash. That's why these sky flashes are so vital. Just trying to find any information. 35 seconds left, and the nade will be comboed. Looking to come out hookah. There are a multitude of players waiting here, and now Ada Captain has been able to get that orbital strike online. Molly into the corner. They could just try and clear this player out of the tube, but instead, they're going to go doubling back. Demon One now about to be under pressure, just having to jump out of position. He can't quite correct the aim in time. FUT again are going to get their entry, and Ada Captain is just tearing this side apart. Kiwi so aware of the flank coming through as well. It is meticulous from FUT. These quick rotations, these split-second decisions have been sublime over the last 5 rounds.
Yeah, you saw the idea to move towards B. They get spotted. They pump the brakes a moment. Not sure where they want to take it. And after that flash comes through, I think they were all aligned. They knew the game plan. The fact that Ada Captain is able to not just drop Demon One after his first kill, the ultimate putting him out of position on an uncomfortable angle, but even deliver with the fight towards the spawn. That's the big difference maker, and it's put EG on the back foot for the final round.
I think the thing to focus on as well is how Mr. Fallen and Krax are constantly using their initiator utility to sell ideas. You'll see a knife land from the other side of the map. Prowler sent through one, but it's on a lurk, and then you just have Moj constantly placing in here. Nice work from Ethan, though. And he does have some support. He doesn't even need it. This man seems to be the master of the SMGs. It was the Stinger in the last map, the Spectre in this one. And after a 5-round streak, this is the best chance they've had. But Demon One will again go amiss as Mr. Fallen has managed to take him down.
But look at what the weaponry that EG have brought in. 2 judges that'll have to retake if they lose this B side. I mean, they've got to maintain control. Orbital strike in play, it's causing problems. Ethan's going to be dropped after the one, but Krax went down to the ulti. Boostio still holding strong on the side, buys them a little bit more time, and now it's those judges from before. The nade in good position, but he can't follow through. It forces him out of his spot into the open, but that's not good enough with a judge in hand. 4 bullets. Mr. Fallen needs to swap that over. He knows where that player is coming from now, at least, so the plant can be found. I like the... Oh. Sorry, I was going to say I like Calm's idea to reposition down through long and grab one of the weapons. Instead, he is going all the way around.
It's definitely the least expected of all of the options. I don't think there's any world where Mr. Fallen is watching back towards the spawn. This is the most 5-head play I think I've ever seen. There's no reason for Mr. Fallen to begin to check this, but it has come into his head that this could be the chance! I don't know how Mr. Fallen read that one, but it's the ace to bring this 6-6 on the half. The big brain IGL evening things up, and, well, a streak back from either side. FUT have leveled it at the break.
A 6-6 scoreline. This started out convincingly in EG's favor, and now starting to slip away an ace even to close this one out. As we said, the judges on the retake, they have a pretty big disadvantage. Even a classic in that final fight that leaves Mr. Fallen on 2 HP. It's a narrow margin, but that's the margin by which FUT get back into this game, tie it up neck and neck, and now move on to their defense. I think the pressure is most certainly on EG.
Yeah, we're going to be heading off to the desk, of course, for the halftime.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Bala, you all right? You good? That's how you feel right now about that game? Yeah? Well, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex real quick, because this was a certified jogger moment.
This was just so silly. It's not, I mean, that kill's fine. This one right there, that's just dumb. And he almost gets the last one because he had gotten he got the nade back. He was able to bank it off the wall. Ultimately, I think it was stolen by, it was Boostio. Of course it was Boostio. But that, I mean, that shot on the second kill is just silly.
Yeah, just ridiculous. But after all this, a 6-0 comeback after a 6-0 start is just crazy. I'm just mad at that final round. We got an ace from Mr. Fall, and y'all ain't cheering. What's wrong with that? That's crazy, actually.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I felt like we should have at least had the ace. And he got 3, 4, and even the 1v1.
Just
we didn't
biased
get it.
crowd. That's just crazy out here.
I didn't hear you chant either. Don't put this on them.
That's true. And you've been one of the loud ones too, actually. That's real talk.
Yeah. So you're slacking there, Barley. You're slacking. But you know who's not slacking? Kiwi. I feel like Jogomo on his side is doing his job, but Kiwi is turning up here as well, dog.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's looked really good. You see it on your screen right now. And I mean, it hasn't been quite the Jogomo performance, but Kiwi was instrumental in getting FUT back to the position that they're in right now.
Yeah, he has been, but the job is not done. It is 6-6 at the half. FUT, if they want map 3, they gotta close it out. Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can.
Well, the map 3 certainly still a possibility with Ascent just around the corner. Defensive side for FUT, EG on attack shouldn't be able to net as much power as they did before, and 6 straight rounds. Let's talk about momentum. It's certainly in the field of FUT right now. So let's see if EG can change things up, if their attack is where they'll find a lot more success. You never know after what FUT just displayed for us there.
Well, that's the thing with EG. They've been very good at when they need to pick up the rounds, they do. We saw the streak back in the last map, and they still closed it out in overtime. The last round is what they took, and instead, FUT could be set up here for a 2-0 victory if they'd managed to close out that comeback. Instead, though, again, a tentative start from either side. Patiently watching for any aggression, but it is, again, passive, patient. Kiwi watching. Sheriff just trying to boom heads on the other side, and instantly all of the Viper utility goes up, the smokes raining down from above, and an attempted plant as the spam comes through, but it doesn't look like there'll be a denial this time.
Nope. No way to stop that spike from being planted. EG had some ideas to go aggressive afterwards, but they've fallen back into defaults. Nice crossfire to play with Jogomo. First point of contact, and then the swings come in, but he went a little too wide. No one able to trade out on that. FUT managed to find themselves a duel for free. Calm under pressure as well. Players starting to get close to him towards the bath. Now another for FUT as they desperately try to hold on to control. EG are just being pushed back. Hardly any damage being done by this squad as FUT steamroll in the pistol and find a 7.
Yeah, they do have to get themselves the defusal, okay, you know, and Kiwi taking his time to go back and get himself that orb. Maybe surprised that he's the one who needs it, considering essentially Moj to get the majority of the kills in that one. Well, having a little bit of fun themselves, but no, a big start to this one. We've seen both teams on that defensive side claim the pistol, and considering a Prime Gaming flawless from a 5v5 retake, it's not something that really comes with high expectations. Something else that might be surprising as well, though, is that with that plant, even with no kills alongside it, EG may be looking to break this trend of 7 rounds a little bit early. They have invested heavily, even though you might see a classic onto Demon 1, that is all in on Headhunter bullets, and the rest have gone for those stingers.
Well, they're certainly grouping up, trying to use the numbers advantage to their favor, but they've lost Boostio to begin. Jogomo down to 45, still able to get 2! You've got to be joking, this guy running around, grabbing a heal, somehow not dealt with there, and then he's looking to fight. Long range with a stinger on Maj. Now low HP, pressured from every which side. Still somehow clinging on to life, but that doesn't last too much longer. EG, 7 rounds in a row they lost, and this is the one that they come out on top in. It's thanks to Jogomo, who had been quiet for a while. Well, that's certainly reawakened him.
I think it is something that was beautifully brought up on the desk by Bala. It's the supportive flashbangs. The pop over the top here from Ethan that made those 2 of the freest kills for Jogomo. Sure, he still had to hit the shots, but when both of them are completely blind from a sky flash from above, there's just so little that they can do about it. And that trend is broken. A huge, thrifty victory coming through on that side of things. And now, while, again, it's going to be the low investment coming out from FUT, a real chance to finally get themselves a lead in this map, and instead now they're just getting mowed down. Com with a double. Not really a chance to retrieve any weaponry.
Man, look at that. The close is just as clean. What a resounding response from the Evil Genius side. The attackers building up rounds already. Interrupted the win streak of FUT, and most definitely upset them, putting them on the back foot now. They've got a full buy up on both sides. The EG squad might have some bonus material coming through, in particular Ethan just on that Spectre. They're going to be doing many of the same things that we saw from FUT, especially that Viper wall on A. It's just a key part. Nats was the first one to really bring it to the international stage. Everyone's been doing it since. That is ridiculous. Another tally down there in the crowd, please. That one was straight through the smoke.
Yeah, big start to the round as well. Bear in mind that even though the finances are great for EG, this still somewhat works as a bonus. A few weaker weapons in play, and the risk taken to get the orb definitely not paying off. Kiwi up top, up close. Something that you can definitely spam for. It's not going to be through a smoke, but it definitely could be through a wall if they are looking to try and clear this spot. The execution looking inevitable, and the information seemingly there. It's in with a showstopper and out of the round for Kiwi.
Not a bad trade, though, being able to take Jogamo down just as the trigger was pressed. So FUT, they're behind only by 1 on the way back through. Post-plant setup is strong, though. EG grouping up inside of Lamps. That could cause major problems. Nade down in the corner. It's trying to clear out players into the open, but it's Boostio to find that frag instead. Great flash, but somehow they're still on top of it. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, both finding kills. The spike now can be tapped to bait these players into the open. Ethan will be caught as the wall drops, but not eliminated, even with a Spectre. He wins out that fight, and with 40 HP, Mr. Fallen surely is down and out of this round. Great damage, but the time too far gone.
Yeah, he's just going to have to leave that one, unfortunately. He's been having a great few rounds, but it isn't quite enough. And again, it's another round on the board for EG. We said it. We expected this one to be the defender's paradise for FUT, but the early battles going in their direction and then just the effective trade-outs coming through. The weaker weapons never a deterrent for players like Ethan, and now sat 9-7 in the lead. It's looking like maybe a bit of a hero rifle onto Mr. Fallen, obviously saved over from the last round, and in fact he's going to hand that off potentially to another teammate, maybe just allowing them to get the extra shields. For now at least it still sits in his hand.
Oh, what a shot by Demon One! Another as he follows up, and he's standing strong, baiting Kiwi in for more. 3 quick kills. And EG have put this one to bed. The crowd demanding an ace from this man. You know what? The other 2 opponents are on the right side. Maybe he's got a chance.
Yeah, the rest of the team are actually pushing in the other direction. It just depends if there is going to be that rotation for him, just a chance to fight into this one alone, clean up the entirety of FUT, put them down as we've seen him do so many times before. A couple of players waiting, and he has the chance to fight them. There's the first on the battle, but it isn't going to be happening this time. And a captain takes him out, but he has made space for the rest of the team. Just going to be getting that plant, even farming up the extra orbs for the next round. It is methodical from EG, making sure that no stone is left unturned before they get themselves into this next.
There you go. Orbital Strike now online for EG. That'll be used in the next round. For this, FUT certainly want to go for it. They've got the economy to throw away. They've got 2 rifles retrieved. Earlier on, this was a Stinger and a Sheriff. So with these upgrades, they look to charge forward, see what damage they can deal, and right away it's Jogamo falling. Late flank from Calm. It's going to take quite a while. The plant spot not for it. Molly over already, and that orbital strike might be needed to close out this round, especially if the kills keep going this way. The swing through, and yeah, look, it's being set up. They're going to cost them an ulti already, which, look, it's better than it looked like it could be for this squad. They've even dropped Boostio on the way back out. The time ultimately too far gone, but the damage considerable.
Yeah, but that's been the main talking point of this second half, damage. Like there hasn't really been much else so far for FUT. They were put down very early in this round by some of the cleanest shots you're ever going to see.
Oh, the crowd's a little mixed on that one. Oh, we love to see it. Demon 1 certainly getting his confidence back. 14-9 right now. You've seen him with a far more convincing scorelines for himself. Maybe you can praise FUT for how well they've avoided him at times, but yeah, certainly not in that last round.
Let's play.
And maybe not in this one. The Tour de Force online and looking for some victims early on.
Yeah, this is a scary round. Already hyper-aggressive. Seekers have been thrown through. It looks like they're just executing directly off the back of it! In the air, dropped down from above! Death rains onto FUT in this round! And with a Molotov burning them out, this round is already looking over! 2 players remain once again. Morge and Krax in a similar position to what we saw in the last round. Do they even go for this? It looks like they're attempting it while hiding within. He actually survived.
Just about, yeah, 7 HP, but that might deter you from going for this any further. Even the Viper's Pit down, well, it's online. It's not going to go down in this round, though. Not with that low of HP. Krax has to open this one wide open for the squad, and he's caught Ethan. Okay, now there's an actual chance. They've seen the barrel in the corner. Demon 1 is down, and Calm miles away. They'll get this half before he even emerges around the corner. That's an easy kill onto the planter, just 1 HP. A fight now baited, but Calm, he is biding all the time they need. EG with another, and it's a Red Bull clutch for Calm.
The thing with this man is wherever you at least expect him to be, that's where he always turns up, never stays static for too long. He's so good at just switching up his position. You could see the players were watching back towards Hooker, expecting him to still be in that position. Exactly where you should expect him to be. But always repositioning, always playing the time. He's the exact man you want in those sort of clutch situations. And FUT, well, a last attempt to try and slow this one down. They have lost 5 rounds in a row, exactly the same as what we saw in the last half. It was 6 in a row before they really got going. The problem is they'll be fighting for overtime if it gets to that position again.
A ridiculous thing looking at Jogamo in this map, and certainly the previous round, you know, guy wasn't exactly playing the same role on the previous map. He couldn't do some of these flashy things. Yeah, the Astra slightly more, I guess, nerfing to a player than what you're going to see from that Raze. And I want to see a lot more of Jogamo on this. It's 11-7, 4 rounds in the lead. The one thing that EG don't have in their favor is the ult economy. FUT are still able to buy. They've got a showstopper. Got themselves a Viper's Pit as well and a null command. So in a good spot in that regard. But it hasn't been a game of ultimates, really. Even at times where Jogamo has that showstopper, you'll see him fire it into a wall, damage himself, and then shoot 2 people in the head the most ridiculous way imaginable.
Well, here we go, though. FUT still have a purchase, some ults to play with, but just look at the sheer pace, just leading the way with the judge. It's got to be infuriating. Not the start that they were looking for, but they've at least got rid of him. I guess that's the silver lining. The man who's been causing so many issues is dead in this round. A lot of information garnered as well. The knife connecting onto multiple players. You can see the jump spot out towards long as well. Maybe spotting for any lurkers, any rotation back. But again, EG is what they love to do on the attack. Just pausing, stopping for a moment before re-aggressing.
It's the Tiger that gets them back out there to try and take some control. They've spotted Krax. The Viper's Pit, that's going to cut off, well, not fully cut off the spawn rotations, but certainly it's a big annoyance to them. And with the safety now around Lamps, it's a great spot to play from if they can get this spike planted. Now, that is a different task altogether, with FUT potentially having utility just like that to push them back. And they even have that showstopper later on if needed. 35 seconds. And again, they're waiting for a mistake to be made on the side of FUT. So far, that's not coming through. 30 seconds. They've got to move onto the site. Boostio can't get them the space they need. And now they look elsewhere, getting out through the teleporter and leaving the Viper's Pit to fall. FUT will have a 4 versus 2 retake, but there's no way to deny this plant.
No, that's at least something. Viper's Pit, of course, gone, expended on the other side, and this is definitely one of the best scenarios. Normally, Calm expected to be lurking back, but with no util, they're going to double up here. Know that they're a little closer. around these angles and just look at Mr. Fallen. It should be for free. Somehow Com still managing to find one, looking for a little bit more, and they may have been low on health, but FUT will live to fight another day. Defusal coming through, a lot expended in this round for the Turkish side, but they will get themselves to 8, and maybe, just maybe, this can be the start of the build back.
That was a ton of damage done, but I like the idea on the way back through. Kiwi was like 39 health. You pop that showstopper, come around the corner, you probably don't even get a chance to see them, let alone readjust and fire. So instead just uses the blast pack to push out his teammates a little bit, get out of Captain a wider angle and triple peek it in a way where you just don't line up. I like to see that. Oh, I didn't see that for Jogamo. He's playing anti-flash on the way through.
I know, he jumped backwards to kill Moj. I think he jumped over his head and then shot him.
Well, got taken down after. Look, this is, it's a hiccup for EG. These kind of rounds are going to happen now. It's their real chance. Jogamo on the corner right away with the blast pack. They've denied them any B long control. They're going to just use the Tiger just in case somebody snuck back around that corner. And with that, they've got control over the orb, which is exactly what you want when Jogamo is one away from a showstopper. That's what I thought. But actually, they're just looking straight towards the site. Get that orb from a fight. Jogamo's being consistent with it so far. Boostio doing it for the first. But here's a showstopper on the other side. And low HP, Jogamo on 5. The nade has hunted him down.
Yeah, Demon 1's able to duck out of there, but the other players are left stuck around. Com's going to be spammed out through the wall as well. And now, well, we saw a crispy 3K earlier. He's going to need to find himself 4. 50 seconds left. He's got time to play with, waiting for that Viper screen to fade. But there's still so much left to find. They know he's still around this angle. Look at to peek him all together. The band of brothers that is FUT will be able to continue this climb back once again. And now, actually, the money's run out for EG.
Yes, time to penny pinch. This is the round where they've got their showstopper. Can't see them committing it. See just how close that was to the double up, but yeah, the nade was there after the 2 kills. You're in a pretty comfortable spot. 2 behind. It's been an incredible matchup for FUT so far. They've been hot on the heels of EG, but that's the story of the game. They've been behind, only barely taking the lead going into Pearl, and, well, weren't able to close it out. You gotta hope it won't be the same story this time around. Pistols.
Same in this one as well. Take the lead from the pistol instantly, lose the second. They've
right away
had their hands ever so close to a map, but there's still a very real possibility that this could end up as a 2-0. We've already seen these sort of rounds work well for the side of EG, the SMGs. In the second, Jogamo is actually going to use that showstopper, but denied immediately. The null command will remove the one real threat that was in this round, but there is still going to be that afterplant.
That's the thing, you know, EG have been scary in these post plants. Even with pistols, you got to give them a chance. Jogamo not able to use his ultimate and will eventually go down. The rest of the squad now, you've got to wonder what else do they have. And I really didn't think we'd see that committed right now. The orbital strike and the showstopper used in a round they didn't fully invest into rifles for. They've got a molly for the post plant. Mr. Fallen goes down, he didn't get it half. That's a key detail because now FUT gonna really feel the pressure of that clock. Up close, Cracks is dealt with. Another for Boostio, the same molly. And the snake bite down makes it so easy. They've done it. In a round where they had next to nothing, a MasterCard Thrifty is found, and EG are 1 away from taking the series.
Unbelievable. And even when it seems like this team have absolutely nothing to play with, the combinations of utility, the delay time was perfect, the Molotov, the orbital strike, you had the snake bites, the orb, everything combined, and then the shots connected by Boostio. It is understandable the frustration on the side of FUT's coach, because realistically this was the chance for them to finally get themselves back close to their opponents, and now they're close to a 2-0 defeat. A shotgun, a Viper's Pit used. That works. And an operator for Kiwi, but this is still not a good spot for them to be in.
A round up against pistols to put you in this position once again, but not having to win out 1 round to push up to an overtime, stay neck and neck. No, no, no. Much, much worse than that. 3 in a row against a squad of EG. They've done it with pistols moments ago. A showstopper used, got them nothing. An orbital strike delayed a matter of seconds. And it didn't even come down to the time in the end. For EG, this is a promising position. Tiger through, clearing out all of this space, and well, they have, oh no! That shot to Kiwi! That might just have sealed their fate, because now they should go rotating, drifting towards that other side.
Whoops. Oh, it's amazing from Jorgamo! I don't know if you'll see a kill like that ever again! He blast packs a boombot and then spams him through the wall! That is ridiculous! And now, just leaving 2 players standing between them. Impressive stuff as they all wrap back around. The orbital strike to delay, but it's left all onto Adacap. Dear one man standing, and he stands no more. EG will take themselves into the playoff stage as they 2-0 this series.
I thought for a second there was a chance here, but FUT falter at the last hurdle. 13-9 and 15-13. America's #1 is #1 for a reason. They're looking incredible all tournament long. And now they've got some time to prepare. That's the scariest thing. Yeah. Give these guys a couple days to get better. I don't know what we're gonna see.
I absolutely adore this team. Like, watching them play on so many different levels, the support player, I think Ethan has to be one of, if not the best support player in the world right now. Like, I think he looks incredible with all of the different flashes he's putting through. Jorgamo on Raze, I think if he's on any other team, he's playing Raze every game. It's just because he's got a teammate in Demon 1. It genuinely is so much fun seeing this team perform, but it has to be said, this time out, FUT were competitive. They like last time around, there was a blowout map and a close one. This time, both seemed like they could go either way. The Turkish team with fight left in them, so I'm looking forward to seeing them future in this tournament, and still a very good chance they make the top 8. But this is the team that deserve to be there, it's safe to say.
That last map, Jorgamo on the Raze, what a treat it was to watch. Even that last round, like you said, the little blast pack boom bot combo, wall bang headshot after. Doesn't get much better than that, really. And that is a team hitting their stride on the way to the playoffs portion. Looked good the whole way. But a new level hit here, and I gotta say, for FUT, yeah, they put their best foot forward, but now it's on to the lower bracket.
I think the thing that's so good about this EG side is you can pick plays and pick utility being used by every single player within the team. Like, be it from the cool post plants they had in some of their eco rounds, be it going back to the last map where you have Com pulling off darts that could be utilized for a million different reasons, using his ultimate. There never seems to be a poorly used ultimate, except maybe a showstopper every once in a while. It really is impressive how far this team has come under the guidance of someone like Potter. I don't know. I do feel like genuinely where this team can go is limitless. Like, they have already proven they can make it to a grand final. They've proven they can make it out of the group. No, I wouldn't say easily. Like, FUT gave them a run for their money, but they always had an answer to every single problem that was thrown at them, be it using SMGs to a degree that I still don't quite understand.
Jorgamo again.
But the fact is, they have made it. They've done what was expected of them. They were in a group that ultimately you go, okay, it's EG +1, and that's exactly what they've done.
And almost every single one of those plays as well, thinking back, it was never Jorgamo swinging into 2 with the stinger and grabbing free kills because the enemy whiffed. It was someone like Ethan.
Yeah,
always
exactly.
had your back. His supportive utility was off
It's
the
another
damn
18
chart.
assists for him in this map.
18 assists, exactly. You know, the guy is participating. Look, he's one of the guys that's got to be on top of cast every single time.
But
and he's earned a spot.
The thing is as well, when I see that, like, on someone that's playing a controller, maybe I'll sit there and go, okay,
Yeah, you
like,
got
maybe
your
someone
smokes, well
walked
done.
through a smoke, but he's always doing it on the initiator, and it's always because of supportive flashes. And then he'll have rounds like this where he just almost takes over the game himself. It really is a joy to watch this roster, and as said, like, I wouldn't want to be coming up against them going further into the tournament, because it seems like they are constantly adapting, they're constantly pushing forward.
That's what it's all about, Tom. It's what this game is about. Can't be the same team you were last week. You've got to be better. You've got to be different. And EG certainly were here today. I got to say, yeah, once again, shout out to FUT. They put up a good series.
Yeah.
I came in today expecting EG to take this. Most people did. But I thought it would look a little bit more dominant, especially if it was a 2-0. They really put the fight to them. We could be going to a third map right now if things were a little different.
Oh yeah, especially with the fight back, the resilience that they showed, but ultimately there does just seem to be that little bit of edge. And well, to hear a little bit more about that, we have got the wonderful Demon One with, I think it's Boy Golden. We're going to throw it over to him.
Boy.
All right, I'm here with the man himself. It's a Demon One. Give it up for Demon One, everybody. I wish I could shoot like you, because it's unbelievable what you were able to pull off. First and foremost, though, it was great to see you back on the chamber. I know you've had, like many rounds on that particular agent. Last time we saw it, it was at finals against Fnatic in Tokyo. And I guess now that you guys have had more time to cook it up, do you feel more confident? Do you think we're going to be seeing Chamber a bit more from you, maybe on some other maps, perhaps?
Yeah, we'll show you what you guys got. Definitely expect more Chamber.
Okay, I don't think anyone's mad about that. Am I right? Guys, what do you think? More Chamber? There was that one guy waving his head no. It might not be a Chamber fan. That being said, though, FUT definitely played you guys incredibly close, round after round. What was going on in that Pearl game after you guys, had wrapped it up? What were you guys talking about afterwards? Did you feel like you had identified what went wrong in that Pearl game that kind of led to the overtime?
We were just making a lot of mistakes, and then after the map, we talked about it, and then we were way more confident going into map 2 about it.
Yeah. Was there anything in particular that you guys were just like a little concerned about with FUT, or?
Not really. We were full confident the whole time.
Yeah. Did you? Now, I guess what I'm wondering is, I talk a lot of teams, and coaches, players, they always say things like, we don't, game plan for other teams. We don't prep for other teams. Is that what you guys do as well, or is that what you're going to give me as well? Do you prep for these teams? Were you getting ready for FUT? Because it felt like they were on a hot streak, and you guys just completely just turned that off.
It's mostly Potter and Boosty who are prepping and all that, and then they share information with us. But me, I'm just there.
You're just there.
Yeah,
you just want to shoot people in the head. Yeah. That's it. I love that. Now, here's the thing. Speaking of shooting, you've been shooting a lot of bodies lately, buddy. You've been talking some smack online a little bit, buddy. So how does it feel being the villain, the new villain of Valorant right now? Is it something you're embracing?
Honestly, I don't give a fuck what you guys say about me. You can call me whatever you want.
Well, that was, yeah, sure. All right, we'll go with that one. Hey, well, you know what, man? Look, we're excited to see what you guys can do in bracket play. I'm actually wondering who you guys want to play in brackets. Is there anyone that you were like, give that to me first round, I want to go at it again?
Well, obviously, if we want to play Fnatic, that's like the only team we want to play. But like, obviously, we can't play in the first round because they'll be the upper seed as well.
Yeah.
But as a second seed, I don't really care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
It's all the same to you?
Just give us Fnatic.
Just give you Fnatic.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that. Give EG Fnatic. That's what they want. And what we want is to take it away from the stage. Back to you guys.
Demon One, we're on live.
Yeah, we can't edit that in the post.
I mean, he's called Demon One for a reason, right? He's a demon in and out of the server.
Yeah, and I think some of those rounds definitely showed what EG is capable of, and I think it's a lot of Demon One protruding that confidence that is giving the rest of the team as well that boost. And, I don't necessarily think that this was a flawless series from them. I think they definitely showed, that they have some weaknesses in this one, because, like, the moments that FUT is coming back in those series so many times, that's the type of thing that I was really happy with from EG in Tokyo. They had that killer mentality that was missing in this game.
And I think there were a lot of instances of that, right? How many instances in which, or did we see FUT put up, 5, 6 rounds in a row on both maps? So there is a little bit of that I do think needs to be shored up. But honestly, this villain arc that EG are going on, I'm so here for it, bro. I think it's entertaining, it may be controversial, but if nothing else, this is fun to watch.
It's great to watch. This is the thing, though. They've made it out of groups now. My question is this enough, do you guys think? Is this enough to kind of prove that this is the EG that we saw in Tokyo as well? Are they going to make another run?
I think we've had enough proof about EG at this point, right?
Yeah.
I don't think this is proof of anything, to be honest. I think this group was fairly expected for them to come through. I don't really think that there was a real chance there was like such a slim, like 1%, something like that, that they wouldn't make it out. So I don't think this proves anything. I think they need to go on a run in playoffs. I think they need to get that match against Fnatic and prove that they're one of the only teams that could take maps off them, if not win and challenge them actually, for them to really solidify themselves as, you know, a team in the top 3.
I'm going to counter him on that real quick, because the 1% chance you spoke about, I feel like is buffed by the second place curse. As we all know in Valorant, whenever you come second at a global event, Doug, the next one, you either bomb out or you don't even qualify. They tend to not get out of groups. I know from here, Optic here, when they ended up coming second at Champions, lock-in, bit of a weird format in terms of not usually what we see at Masters or Champions. So, Doug, are you saying that you don't believe in the second place curse, or are you saying that EG have broken it?
Oh, I think in this situation, it was borderline impossible for that to be the case. And I think it goes back to some of the things that you were referring to, Ball. The group was so favorable for them. And I think the important thing for us to consider, too, is we have a conversation around, well, are they real? Have they proven enough? Are they good enough to have broken the curse? Are they going to make a deep run? I genuinely think, to allude back to the Demon 1 interview, they don't care, right? Like, they don't care about what pundits are saying. They don't care about what the crowd is saying. Yeah, something like that. And I do think that when you talk about a game like this, when you talk about a tournament format like this, that matters. That's the kind of thing that ends up making a big difference.
I think that the circumstances have changed again for EG. I think, you know, we went back into Tokyo. We went through their Americas run, and we're talking about like, oh yeah, they literally have nothing to lose. They don't care. There's nothing that could happen that would be disappointing to them. And I think that situation has changed, and I think they put themselves in a position that they're setting themselves up to fail with the amount of, you know, the evil, like, the thing that they're putting out there, the villain arc, all that stuff. Like, I think that's a distraction, honestly. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love that teams are doing that. I love that people are embracing that. But I think it is a distraction when you talk about a run in a tournament like this.
I will say this, though. That was their mantra all of Tokyo. When they went into the tournament and people didn't know much about them, they were shooting bodies from day one. Boostio was walking out on the stage, flapping his arms like a bird, like from day one. So it's no different.
No, it is different. When you have a team that is literally set up to not do anything, when you aren't even making playoffs, when you're running off of just like pure, I don't know, just that momentum, all that stuff that is just miracle run energy.
Sure.
It's different now. They're expected to do something, and that's why I think it's the wrong play in my mind.
Well, I'll say this. I'll agree with you on this. I think the stakes are different. Their approach has not changed from Tokyo to the first day of champs, and I don't see that going away anytime soon.
I can't wait to see what else they're going to bring to us as well, in-game and out of it too. But we do, we got to talk about some of the other games that are left as well, of course. It's not over. We got more coming to you guys tomorrow as well. There is a group we still haven't seen yet, and that group consists of PaperX, Crew, EDG, and Giants.
That's crazy, because I mean, Group D was the group of death this event. I think we were doubtful about it, and then DRX, Navi, everybody kind of showed up in that group except maybe Loud.
Good.
But this group is so hard. I mean, PaperX is, in my mind, the second best team at this tournament with something playing in this roster. Crew just went on a crazy run. EDG is here. Giants comes out of EMEA LCQ winning that thing, and I think that this is a terrifying group for any of these teams.
Yeah, I think doing pick'ems, this felt like the most difficult one to predict. I think for a number of reasons. Yeah, we know what PaperX was like at home. Something hasn't played on the international stage. How much of a factor does that have? Yeah, Crew just went through an insane LCQ run, but it was against the bottom six teams of Americas. This is an entirely different ballpark here, right? Like, there are so many things that are going on. Are EDG still the world destroyers that they were before, right? Like, is Kong still the truth? Right? Like, there are so many things that I look at these matches and I go, dog, I have no idea.
I mean, we just saw what Billy did this today, so Edward is going to do some crazy things too.
They are gaming out there. They're gaming out there. I cannot wait. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me. Congrats, of course, to EG for making it through to playoffs. That does it for us here. We will see you tomorrow from the Shrine once again. But before you go, check out these Prime Gaming post-day highlights.
NRG are looking to hold a trophy over their heads yet again, but in their way is a team with nothing to lose and everything to gain. It's NRG versus Billy Gaming to kick off the day.
Som now has too many targets, but he deals with them so well. Steps back to attention. Stunning from Som.
Struggling to pin down the first crashes and found one with a stinger.
Yeah, but Knight's on the case.
This is going to be Song to attempt it. So we'll throw the crosshair placement off, but the pain shell going to force in there. Knight actually finding an ace of his own, Lauren.
Then to Paranoia, and Victor starts working. That's the moment to strike. Pops the ult. He needs to get this, and he does. Oh! Forces Yosemite away! And now so low, though. Yosemite is still standing, still sitting pretty. Just waiting on that classic. They're so low. He's got a 1v1 to win. Victor, desperate to try and hunt him down. He can't get there in time! NRG stunned out of the server. Billy claiming map 1. As he can check the flank, it's fine. No, excuse me, hello. He does some good chip damage, but they're gonna need more. YZ. Oh, my heart is breaking. He's gonna get them all. Are you okay? Carve it into the scoreboard. Unless Crashies goes huge. He's desperately trying, and he's absolutely succeeding.
My word.
When NRG need it most, Crashies is there.
What did I say? I promise I win. I said it, bro.
There's a trap. Something, there's a trap. Turn, look, the flash, the Paranoia. Oh, it's devastating. Billy, bait them in perfectly. The true upset of the day. The upset of the event so far. Billy, besting NRG.
Zeta, they missed out on Tokyo, but what a statement it would be to take down the team that lifted a trophy in their home country right here, right now.
Enemy down.
Hey, he's already gotten a considerable amount. He's already more than halfway. Closer, get the ace, baby. The crowd's gonna go wild. No! Oh, it seems like, I thought they were gonna try to pinch, but Laz just plucks him out of the sky and he finds a second. You gonna clear this box?
Little spam.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Second satchel connects, and Alfear pinches from the other side. Not gonna happen. 13-5 in favor of Fnatic, and what an opener for a team that's currently pushing to win the Triple Crown. Leo with the underseries, as we mentioned, he had a shock to it. Alfear was on the pinch. He gets 2, he gets the 3rd. Leo gets the last, and that's a round for Fnatic.
It's so sus.
Oh no. You're absolutely right, it was. This may be pulled off. Sugar Zero and Depper are the only ones up, and they are. They're gonna pull it off with a light buy. Can Alfear do this on his own? He's gotten the first, he's gotta stop the plant! But Alfear with a massive Red Bull clutch for Fnatic. Durka looking for it all. He's gonna have to push past the Cosmic Divide, the 4th and the 5th. The faithful shall be rewarded. Fnatic take down Zeta.
What a way to end it. It's Durkin time.
This is for a spot at playoffs, for pride, for everything. One of these teams, if they win this best of 3, Bala, they're going to be going through to playoffs, and they will have 7 days to prep for it.
Both with Sheriffs hiding within this fight, but Cracks has managed to double, and Com will not allow the mischievous FUT to get away with anything.
Kiwi on an island, isolated, you would think, in trouble, but Maj manages to buy the time. He is decimating the EG squad. 4 kills found.
He's just trying to escape. Both players actually caught by the blind, but somehow he actually comes out with a kill.
With a couple nasty flanks. This time his timing is near perfect, and he'll catch 2 for his trouble.
At this point, he's been spotted. Now looks to maybe face back in the other direction, but he hits the shot anyway. It took some time for Evil Geniuses, but their map choice eventually goes their way.
Push up from Maj, the one weapon they have to work with now. A few more on their hands potentially, but Ethan! Maj will look to go elsewhere, but look who's there.
It's Ethan.
He's tucked away. Oh, not quite fully around the corner. Kiwi's able to deal with him, and it looks like that plan is going to come through eventually. It's not needed. But they've lost Boostio to begin. Jogamo down to 45. Still able to get 2. You've got to be joking. This guy.
Big jiggles, baby. EG will take themselves into the playoff stage as they 2-0 this series.
I thought for a second there was a chance here, but FUT falter at the last hurdle. 13-9 and 15-13.
Trying to copy paste the picture that she saw online.
is outrageous. All the people faking beautiful, expensive lives. Don't you waste your